The story opens in a snowstorm and heavy snowfall scene with a giant axe flying in the wind. It just slightly passed by and a human head fell down. That person was just like that, slashed to death by a young man using a chain-controlled axe without aiming. Eyes. An old man covered in blood leaned against a rock and asked, "Is he dead?" The young man glanced at him and asked uncomfortably, "Can't you see that his head has separated from his body?" The old man replied with his eyes wide open, "My eyes have been blind for a while now." The young man heard that and sighed, "What a misfortune." He slowly walked towards the old man, then knelt down before the old man. Everything was over. The old man sighed, "Is that so? You have worked hard." The young man continued, "And so did he." The lust cult was very strong. They were so strong that in just a few years they had plunged the Central Plains into a sea of blood. In the end the two factions of good and evil had to join hands to fight against them. And it all finally came to an end with the final battle today. "But my life is about to end." The old man asked the young man, "Are you okay?" The young man hugged the bleeding wound on his stomach and replied, "I'm fine." The old man praised, as expected of the supreme leader of the evil sect, "If it weren't for you, the seeds of the evil sect would have been cut off 10 years ago." The young man smiled, he too, if it weren't for the martial arts leader, the righteous sect would have been wiped out from the Central Plains. The old man burst out laughing, "What you said is true, after all you are the Dark Emperor Hojong. But I have something to ask you." Hojong wondered, "What's the matter?" The old man went straight to the main point, "You are the chosen one to inherit one of the great families of the righteous sect, so why do you want to become the leader of the evil sect?" Hojong heard that and frowned. Again, after a while he bowed his head and sighed, "It was fate." The two people then continuously conversed back and forth. This answer was indeed suitable for the person, but why did he ask this question? "Before I die, I want to hear the answer to my own question. It's really boring. How much longer can you hold on? It's not even time to finish half a cup of tea. Let me send you off for the last time." The old man sighed, "Thank you. And I hope you don't resent me." He just finished speaking. A person lying not far away suddenly stood up. He did not hesitate to use his internal energy to stab Hojong in the chest. Hojong was suddenly attacked and had no way to avoid it. He could only endure it. "Is the ox magic hairpin? Spring Road, he is not dead yet." The leader continued, "I don't expect you to understand me. If I die, who will stop you? I will apologize to you in the underworld. I will go first. We will meet again." After saying these words, he breathed his last and left. Hojong painfully knelt on the ground, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, no matter what I'm going to die anyway. In the end, why do I have to suffer such a fate?" 26 years ago, the day my entire world, the Green Mountain Yun clan, collapsed, my father died after fighting the evil and even my younger brother died early. My entire clan was destroyed, and I was left alone in this Central Plains without a single person in this world I could rely on. And then in the end I joined the cult and used my life to climb higher, until I became the cult leader. I fought desperately to survive like that. All up to now has been in vain. Even the last moment of our lives is filled with pain and betrayal. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in his ears. 1,000 years of enlightenment and aspiration to become a god made him extremely confused. What's going on? Am I in heaven? Is this not Buddhism? The dark scene before his eyes quickly began to appear. He was standing in front of a square as if he was acting as some kind of high priest. This scene was really very familiar. He looked at the person kneeling on the altar, unable to believe it. Was it a dream or an illusion? While he was lost in thought, someone poked him with their hand below. Yen Duong doubtfully lowered his head to look. The young man waved at him. "We're worshipping our ancestors. What are you doing? Sit down quickly, father is watching." Hojong was terrified when he saw this young man. He couldn't help but shout, "Jipyong." Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he excitedly rushed forward and hugged Jipyong tightly. Jipyong was confused. "Big brother, what's going on?" Hojong thought to himself, "Jipyong, why is my younger brother who died more than 20 years ago here?" At this moment, another voice rang out from behind him, "Hojong." Hojong was startled. This voice was. He turned around and saw that the person who spoke was his father. The middle-aged man stood there looking at his son with a serious expressionless face. Hojong immediately let go of Jipyong. He then flew quickly to his father. I thought there would be a scene of father and son hugging each other intimately, but unexpectedly the middle-aged man reached out and grabbed his hand to stop him. Hojong was forced to kneel on the ground by his internal energy. Waiting for Hojong to calm down, he asked in confusion, "You are making noise at the ceremony. What are you crazy about? I will listen to your explanation later. Go to the ancestral hall and apologize to your ancestors for 3 days." Hojong, despite being punished, smiled excitedly, "Yes." He stood up and looked at himself again, thinking, "Am I really still alive? The scars and calluses, even the wound from the ox demon needle, disappeared. This is my past, the thing I've been longing for all this time. I've returned to the Green Mountain Yun clan. A moment later, he arrived at the master's hall. He went inside, closed the door and sighed. Still as cruel as before, repenting for 3 days. Very quickly, he put the matter of being punished aside. Why did I come back here? I can't just happily accept this fact. This inexplicable matter will become trouble in the future. The more he thought, the more he couldn't understand. Damn, what the hell is going on? He then resolutely collapsed on the floor. Never mind, just thinking about it won't give you the answer. Suddenly he remembered something. He sat up suddenly. How old am I now, 18 or 19? The weather must be autumn already. Judging by the looks of father and Jipyong, it seems like this was about 26 years ago. Thinking of this, the tragic massacre of that year suddenly appeared in his mind. He angrily clenched his fist and punched the ground hard. Damn, there's less than a year and a half left until the Green Mountain Yun clan is destroyed. I don't have time to lie here relaxing anymore. He quickly stood up, pushed the door open and wanted to go out. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw his younger brother Jipyong standing outside. Seeing his little brother, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Jipyong ah. Jipyong wondered, big brother, where are you going? Hojong didn't know how to respond for a moment. Jipyong saw him stuttering so he continued, don't you need to stay here for 3 days? Hojong nodded, yes, but why did you come to this place? Jipyong put his hand inside his chest, searching for something. I know you're being punished, but I'm really worried about you, because for these 3 days you've only been allowed to drink water. He quickly took out a bag of rice balls and brought it in front of Hojong. Looks delicious, doesn't it? Hojong looked at the innocent little brother in front of him, and couldn't help but think of that tragedy in his mind. In a year and a half, Jipyong would die. Jipyong kept looking left and right, alert in all directions. Before father finds out, you should eat quickly. Hojong heard him mention his father and that memory appeared in his mind again. My father, the one who bears the responsibility of the head of the family, will die under the sword of the evil person along with all the members of the family. It's not funny at all. I will destroy you all. We will prepare thoroughly and prevent that from happening. As he spoke, he reached out to hug his younger brother. The 3 days of repentance passed quickly. Hojong walked out of the main hall and headed towards the master's room. As soon as he entered the hall, a servant came to greet and pay his respects to the young master. Hojong didn't pay attention. They quickly arrived in front of his father's room door. The 2 guards on guard outside respectfully saluted. Hello young master, what business do you have in the master's room? Hojong replied calmly, I want to see my father. The other person asked again, did the owner specially invite you here? Hojong shook his head, no. The other person heard that and immediately took a step forward. Then you are not allowed in. Hojong said coldly, I'm in a hurry. The other person explained, we were ordered that from now until then, no one is allowed to enter. Hojong woke up, an order. Then let's do it another day, can you please tell him a few words for me? The 2 nodded, of course, please go ahead. Hojong said seriously, telling him that I will learn the Bailachan quiet. The other person nodded, I understand but wait. Both of them were speechless after thinking about it. You said you will learn the Bhakta now. Hojong turned around and left, yes, remember to leave a message, I'm leaving. He did not explain much, quickly walked outside. Yes, it is the Bailachan quiet. The other 2 looked at his back, confused. That was one of the 5 ultimate techniques of the Yun clan. The eldest young master wants to learn it. Could it be that he has already mastered the flying swallow heart technique? Impossible. How could the eldest young master master the flying swallow heart technique so quickly? If it's the second son, then there's still a chance. In the past, Hojong hated Jipyong very much, precisely because of Jipyong's innate talent. The homeowner only mentioned Jipyong when talking. So Hojong treated his younger brother as if he didn't exist. Jipyong stood outside waiting for Hojong to come out, then said resentfully, even if it was a punishment, starving a person for 3 days was too much. How could they survive just by drinking water? As he spoke, he glanced around. Then put his hand into his sleeve, wanting to take out something. Aren't you hungry? Do you need me to bring you food? We found a pub with lots of good food. I think you will like it. The place is called Ko Duong Lai. Hojong interrupted, Jipyong ah. Jipyong stopped, looking at him in confusion. Hojong sighed, I'm sorry for treating you coldly. I am such a shitty brother. Just because I couldn't keep up with you, I acted so childishly, just because of my arrogance, I'm truly sorry, it won't happen again in the future. Jipyong was shocked to see that big brother suddenly changed his personality like that. Big brother. Hojong continued, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, even if you don't forgive me, I hope you will forget. Jipyeong was so moved that she burst into tears. Her big brother had changed, he didn't hate her anymore. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, tears were pouring out like rain. Hojong looked at his younger brother and smiled with satisfaction. Returning to the past again, he realized many things, he understood and cherished the people around him more. The two guards inside couldn't believe their eyes when they saw how close the two brothers were. Is the eldest son. The next day at Ko Duong Lai, it was said that this place was located in the middle of a lake, extremely poetic and romantic. Jipyeong asked while picking up food, but big brother, your flying swallow power seems to have increased a lot, huh? Hojong wondered, who told you that? Jipyeong replied calmly, I feel your footsteps are different from usual. The internal energy in your body seems to have made your body lighter. Hojong sighed and remembered. During the 3 days of repentance at the Patriarch's Hall, I practiced the Phi Yen Tam Dharma. It was a very risky thing. Blood vessels, acupuncture points, dantian, bones, after regression, everything was terrible. I had to take out all my internal energy to harmonize with that body. Jipyeong sat in front, stroking his chin in thought. His Phi Yen heart method must have reached the 7th level. Thinking of this, he exclaimed excitedly, could it be true? Hojong also nodded without hiding, yes. You have successfully practiced the flying swallow heart technique. Jipyeong was so excited that he stood up, is that really true? Congratulations, big brother. Hojong thought to himself, because of the change in his internal energy, his steps became lighter. He was able to see it with his naked eyes, his senses are really sharp. Jipyeong suddenly startled, sensing something, turned his head to look outside. The aura was very familiar, it seemed like a friend had come. Hojong took a sip of wine and silently analyzed. There were 3 people, one of them had reached the same realm as him. Jipyeong excitedly stood up and ran outside to greet them. Just walked a few steps and bumped into someone. The woman who was bumped into him frowned and stared at him sharply. Jipyeong hurriedly bowed his head and apologized repeatedly. The woman ignored him and continued walking inside. The young man beside him hurriedly ran after him, smiling and saying, Miss Nam Kung, what do you think? The scenery here is truly beautiful, isn't it? Outside, a young man ran in to ask Jipyeong. This woman is a male palace jade. She glanced around and said with an emotionless face, nothing special. The crowd greeted each other. What are you doing here? Come over to where we are sitting and have a few drinks. No, I'm sitting with my big brother. Where is he? Hojong sat silently from beginning to end, drinking wine and secretly observing the crowd. The young man then noticed Jipyeong. If the young lady enjoys the braised fish with pickles here, she will definitely be in a better mood. Jipyeong walked towards the young man and greeted him. Junghak Hyung, let me introduce you to my big brothers. Junghak turned his head to look at Hojong. Your big brother is here too. Hojong took the initiative to clasp his hands in greeting. I am Hojong. Junghak also hurriedly returned the greeting. I am Junghak of Anhui Ly family. Nam Kung Ngoc suddenly spoke up at this moment. You called me here to see the scenery. Junghak hurriedly replied. Of course not. Jong Trung quickly bring up the food. The young man named Jong Trung hurriedly ran out to get the food. Nam Kung Ngoc walked to the table of the 2 people. Hojong frowned and observed. She then angrily turned around and left. You call that food? Jipyeong returned to the table, bowed his head sadly. Forgive me. I shouldn't have asked you to come here. Hojong smiled and raised his cup. To celebrate my achievements, why not have a drink with me? Jipyeong was excited to see that he didn't blame him. Of course, you can drink as much as you want. The ancient Dui Lao is quietly dreaming of love. Immediately after that was shocked by Nam Kung Nok scolding. How dare you dare to lecture me? Junghak panicked and stammered. Young lady, please calm down, there are many people watching. Nam Kung Ngoc laughed coldly. Who is looking? Do you mean those flies, or them? She said as she looked towards the 2 Yun clan brothers. Jipyeong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Junghak advised Nam Kung Ngoc, you better keep your words to yourself. They are the main line of the prestigious the Green Mountain Yun clan, also one of the 7 great families like you. Nam Kung Ngoc coldly snorted. The Green Mountain Yun clan, a famous family. Since when did Nam Kung Jia recognize Yun clan as one of the 7 great families? Whoever dares to say such a thing, I will tear that person's head apart right away. Hojong sighed, thinking to himself, is this the sour taste of yeast? Suddenly Jipyeong stood up again. Hojong was a little surprised when she saw his attitude. He squinted his eyes at his younger brothers back in front of him, then he called out to his younger brother, Jipyeong ah. Jipyeong's expression was extremely gloomy at this moment, and a faint aura was emanating from his body. It seemed that he could no longer endure the humiliation of Nam Kung Ngoc. He shouted, hey, don't you think you're going too far? Nam Kung Ngoc suddenly looked at him. What? Jipyong continued, she uttered inappropriate insults that were too offensive to others. Is that the rule of a person of famous male family lineage? Nam Kung Ngoc could not help but burst out laughing. Ha, you think you're special because you were born into a family of 7 great families. I'm really dying of laughter, Jipyong continued, if not, it must be because she wasn't raised properly. Nam Kung Ngoc heard him mocking her and her face wrinkled. She slammed her fist on the table. The dining table next to her was immediately broken in half by her. Wow, you talk so sweetly, I must teach you a lesson. Hojong also stood up at this moment, wanting to advise Jipyong, if you see someone like her again, then there's no point in wasting time, someone like her needs to be taught to change that arrogant personality. Nam Kung Ngoc coldly snorted, teaching me a lesson. She pointed at Hojong and ordered the young man beside her. You teach them a lesson. Junghak was scared when he heard that, me. Seeing his attitude, Nam Kung Ngoc immediately raised her hand to give him a slap. What do you want? Do you want me to make it so that your family will never be able to set foot on this land of Manhwa? Quickly make them kneel down quickly. Junghak angrily walked in front of the two Hojong. Damn it, did you hear what she said? Quickly kneel down. Before he could finish speaking, Hojong reached out and grabbed the top of his head. No matter how the young man struggled, he could not escape. Hojong narrowed her eyes and looked at him coldly for a moment, then let go of her hand. Then bend down and swing your fist. A strong punch to Junghak. The young man who took this punch fell to his knees and vomited, unable to stand up for a moment. Seeing this, Nam Kung Ngoc could only take action himself. She flew towards Hojong and yelled, you damn thing. Hojong stood there fearlessly, raising his arms ready to block. Nam Kung Ngoc coldly snorted, what a mentally handicapped young master, you intend to block my Heavenly Wind Chief's attack with your bare hands. Let me see how I make you broken into pieces. Hojong raised his hand, and the head of the southern palace also attacked. But the unexpected happened, Hojong actually managed to catch her wrist. The miserable screams of Nam Kung Ngoc then came out in an extremely painful manner. She hugged her right arm tightly, thinking to herself, he actually blocked my attack, yeah, that guy, what did you just do? As soon as she finished speaking, her leg bone was severed. She couldn't believe that Hojong would actually lift his foot and break her leg. She screamed in pain again. The way she looked at Hojong now was no different than looking at a monster. Whether beaten with bare hands or stabbed with a sword, that person is unharmed. If attacked, he will definitely take revenge, causing the enemy's body to be shattered into 100 pieces. That is the Dark Emperor's motto in life. Nam Kung Ngoc lying on the ground continuously retreated, wanting to increase the distance with Hojong. You stand there and don't come near me. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, do you think your life will be at peace? Just wait and see, in this central region. I will make the entire Green Mountain Yun clan be wiped out. Hojong bent down to face her and coldly said, what did you just say? Say it again for me to hear. I asked her how to clear my class. Jipyong from behind also spoke up to advise, big brother. Although Nam Kung Ngoc was very scared, she still gritted her teeth and threatened, if you dare to touch me, then stop Nam Kung family. Before she could finish speaking, Hojong stood up and kicked again, breaking the chair next to her. He reached out and grabbed a sharp piece of chair leg. If so, then that's the reason why I killed you. If I killed you and buried your body here, no one would know that I killed you, not even the Nam Kung family, right? Nam Kung Ngoc was so scared that she didn't dare to threaten him anymore. She bowed her head and begged, no, please don't do that, please spare my life. Hojong laughed extremely sinisterly, waved his hand, and miserable screams rang out crazily again. A moment later, in the Yun clan's master's room. Inside the room the angry voice of the homeowner rang out. Please explain quickly. Hojong sat across from him and calmly explained, I had some minor disagreements with those people, father. Middle-aged angry. That's not what I want to hear. Jipyong sat in the middle witnessing this tense atmosphere and did not dare to say a word. The middle-aged man put down his teacup and continued speaking. The face of the Li family's young master was shattered. As for the young lady of the Nam Kung family, her leg was broken. I also heard that the young lady of the Nam Kung family was severely injured and it took her more than half a year to recover before she could walk again. Hojong remained extremely calm, because they were full of murderous intent and kept threatening and ordering us to kneel down. The middle-aged man sighed, you can avoid meeting those people, don't you know how big of a deal it will be if you touch someone from those two families? Hojong did not answer but asked back, is our family really one of the 7 great families? The middle-aged man was confused when he heard that. What did he mean? Yan Yang narrowed his eyes, that woman from the Nangong family doesn't respect us at all, she doesn't even consider us to be part of the 7 great families." The middle-aged man fell into deep thought after hearing these words. After a while, Hojong came out from inside and left. In his mind, he silently recalled what his father had said earlier. Even if he was not at fault, his heavy-handedness was not at all like a righteous martial art. Isn't that righteous? Righteousness is the basic principle of Yun clan as well as father. Maybe it's because of more than 30 years of existence as the Dark Emperor that I've become accustomed to such dark behavior. But wait, what about the Bai Lachan quiet? If I say it now, my father will probably be furious. Transition to the South Palace. Nam Kung Ngoc is currently being carefully bandaged and cared for by the doctor. The head of the Nam Kung family, Nam Kung Chien, is also here. He worriedly asked Dai Fu, "How is my little girl?" The doctor explained, "It's not as serious as expected. But the young lady's heart had a pretty serious wound. It seemed like she was hit very hard. It will take about half a year to heal, and as for mental trauma, I have no way to help." Nam Kung Chien heard and immediately fell into deep thought. The doctor then said nothing more, turned around and took the things and went out. Just then, a young man walked in from outside. "Father, this young man is the second son of the South Palace. How are you?" Nam Kung Chien sighed, "Your elder sister is quite seriously injured. I just want her to go out to know more about the world." Nam Kung Hai exclaimed. "Surely you have learned a lot from this event. But we cannot forgive the guy who had the audacity to make her like this." Nam Kung Chien reminded. "He is from the Yun clan," Nam Kung Hai replied disdainfully. "It is just a clan that has only existed for about 50 years, father. How dare someone from that clan touch someone from our Nam Kung family? Father, are you going to just accept it like this?" Nam Kung Chien's face wrinkled in thought. "Yes, this was just a quarrel between 2 children. I don't want to clash with such a great power." Nam Kung Hai smiled. As expected of father, the head of the family like father always knows how to calculate the future. Nam Kung Chien looked outside. The problem was not knowing what that guy would do. Nam Kung Hai replied, "We have to calm down, it was his fault anyway, we don't need to think too much. When will the post-start gathering event take place this year?" Scene changes to Yen's side. Jipyong was surprised after hearing his father mention the descendants of the stars. Was there an event to gather the descendants of the stars? The middle-aged man explained that it was a grand event attended by the successors of the 7 great clans. In name, it was an event to promote friendship and harmony between the clans. "This is the pass. This event will be held in Hefei City, Anhui Province. You should leave at least 15 days in advance. I will send a team to escort you." Jipyong was surprised. "Your father sent me, along with the merchant team too?" Middle-aged man asked again, "Is there a problem?" Jipyong wondered, wouldn't it be better to let the big brother go for such an important event? Hearing that, the middle-aged man turned around and sighed. "Big brother, I'm a bit dangerous, let him go, I feel worried again." Jipyong's face was filled with confusion again. "What?" The middle-aged man asked again. "Don't you see that your big brother has changed a lot recently? It's like turning into a completely different person." Somewhere in the forest, even though it was already midnight, Hojong was still here diligently practicing. Sweat was pouring down his face. The long stick in hand kept rotating. Each stick strike is blessed with internal energy from within the body. After practicing for a while, he stopped. He raised his 2 hands, which were covered in blood from overtraining, to see if this was his limit. "Don't even mention a rusty stick. Right now just this iron bar weighing less than 20 pounds is already too much for me. How long will it take for me to regain my previous strength?" Thinking for a moment, he bent down to pick up the long stick again. He was about to continue practicing, but as soon as he turned around, a voice rang out from behind him, "Are you practicing martial arts?" The person who came was none other than his father. He turned around and asked, "Father, is there something you need?" Yun-sen exclaimed, "You're really diligent, it's so late at night and you're still practicing." Hojong replied calmly, "I want to quickly become proficient in using these spear and spear weapons." Yun-san was suspicious, starting from using a spear. "Why don't you use a sword?" Hojong shook his head, "No." Yun-san asked again, "Why is that? Our family's most quintessential martial arts are all related to sword techniques. As the eldest son of the Yun clan, wouldn't it be better for you to practice with swords?" Hojong asked again, "If I force myself to practice swordsmanship like that, won't it end up being useless?" Yun-san was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Hojong explained that true martial arts must come from within each person. If you find the right path for yourself, you must follow it with all your heart, right? After he said these words, the atmosphere here fell into silence. After a while, Yun-san turned around and left. After walking a few steps, he exclaimed, "I heard from the servant," he said, "you want to learn the Bai Lachan quiet?" Hojong calmly replied, "Yes. Yun San continued, the Baila Zhenju is a martial art that belongs to the 5 great divine arts of our clan. Without the permission of the Yun clan's patriarch, no one is allowed to practice the 5 great divine arts. I have something to ask you. Hojong stood there silently waiting. Yun San continued, how you answered will determine whether or not you will be able to receive the Bhikshu Zhenju. That year, the Green Mountain Yun clan massacre occurred. A majestic clan was engulfed in chaos and fire. Screams from all directions continuously rang out, protecting the Green Mountain Yun clan from the defending family head. Master, we can't hold on any longer. Yun San was in the room imparting the secret formula to her 2 sons, which was the entire secret formula of the 5 great divine arts. The 2 Hojong saw the guard running in and immediately turned their heads to look out. Jipyong said loudly, Father, I will also fight to the end. Yun San threw a pile of books in front of Hojong and ordered, take it, this is the original manual of the 5 great divine arts. He then walked outside. The true energy in his body then erupted extremely violently. Hurry up. The entire iron wall guard repelled the enemy and defended to the death against the Yun clan. The scene changes back to the present. Yun San looks straight at her son and asks, I ask you, do you know the secret of the Baila Chan quiet? I told the gatekeeper Sangwi that I would memorize the Baila Chan Ju ahead of time. So does that mean the mantra or what? Hojong replied, I don't just know the Baila Chan Ju. Yun San was startled, what? Hojong's expression remained calm as if nothing had happened. He knew all the secret words of the 5 great divine arts. Yun San was surprised, all the mantras of the 5 gods. Hojong nodded, yes, he sighed inwardly, because father taught him. I wish I could tell him everything. From the past that I lived to the danger of near death. But now is not the time. Thinking for a moment, he made up a reason. When you were little, wasn't it you who took you to the martial arts archive? Yun San was startled. You still remember the incantation you saw back then? That's right. Yun San secretly thought, is it a lie? That look was sincere, the boy really only knew the mantra. If so, then why is it in such a hurry? Is there some reason that I don't know? After thinking for a long time, he spoke up, okay, come to the master's room tomorrow morning. I will help you develop more of the Fai Yin Qi into the Bai La Tru Qi. Very quickly came the next morning. Yun San stayed in the room and helped her son transform his Qi. He thought to himself, half a month is enough, because it also took him that much time. But when he touched Hojong's back, he was startled. What is this? A terrifying flow of true energy immediately erupted from Hojong's body. His eyes were now white. The whole room of the owner was trembling because of this air current. Yun San stood behind and frowned, watching. He sensed the aura from Hojong at this moment and couldn't help but feel shocked. Impossible, the time to use the power is not even half of the god's time. After a while, Hojong let out a breath and finished his sentence. He opened his eyes. It was dark, so he stood up and bowed to his father. It's done. Yun San was shocked. Speed was so fast that Hojong suddenly remembered something and smiled. Because I could feel my father's true energy, it was truly a meaningful time. Yun San's mouth corners involuntarily raised. You've worked hard, there will be a reunion soon. I'll let Jipyong go there instead of you. Hojong didn't care too much. Is that so? I understand. Yun San was a bit surprised to see him so calm. Is that okay? Of course. Yun San asked again, don't you want to attend the meeting? Hojong shook his head. Of course he didn't like it. Who wants to meet those stupid kids who are so pretentious? Just thinking about it makes me scared. Yun San was momentarily stunned when she heard that. A few days later, on the street at this time there were horses galloping rapidly. Jipyong and Hojong rode horses around the streets excitedly. Big brother, that carriage is really big, did you see it just now? That carriage was running fast in the middle of the city. A month later in Anhui province, the 2 brothers from the Yun clan had arrived. As they walked, Jipyong glanced around with great interest. The food over there was so delicious. Hojong sighed and thought to himself, didn't he say he wouldn't be attending the meeting of the late stars? Well, that's fine too. This is my chance to find out the true identity of my enemy. The enemy could be in the 9 great sects or the 7 great families. I remember very clearly, the murderer's true energy and the method of emitting energy were of the white path. Except for the main family, there were a total of 6 families attending the meeting, among which were the Nam Kung family, Mo Dung family, and Duong family. I have to keep an eye on the remaining 3 families, the Peng family and the Myong family, along with the Zhuge family. The scene changes to the forest near Anhui province. The place is now very desolate. It seems like a battle is taking place. A teenager with a tense face stood beside a tree, looking into the distance in fear. There was another person running towards him, throwing something at him as he ran. The young man saw that and immediately ran away. He just avoided it when the other thing exploded. It turned out that what the opponent threw was explosives. The tree where the young man had just stood was immediately blown to pieces, smoke and fire flying everywhere. The other person kept looking left and right, angrily cursing, "Damn it, what a nimble kid. That's too much." At this moment, another woman came out from behind a tree. With so many ancient trees, they used fire attacks. The other person saw her suddenly appear and was startled, showing a look of caution. The woman walked towards him. "Have you used it all, that purse?" After saying that, without waiting for him to reply, he immediately used his energy to rush over. The young man was about to say something, but before the words could leave his mouth, he was slapped by the woman. His body flew away like a broken kite. The young man who was just being chased by him now also landed from above beside the woman. In the woman's hand at this time was holding a bag of money. The young man angrily questioned her, "Why is it always me who is the bait?" The woman didn't care and opened her purse to check. "Is it possible that I, your sister, am here to be the bait? If you are upset, you should have been born earlier. Hurry up and put out the fire, I'm hungry." These two are Jia Ji Ming and Jia Ji Qing Qing of the Jia Ji family. Zhuge Qingqing quickly ran forward. "This will be late for the meeting, we have to run quickly." After putting out the fire, Zhuge Ming ran after his sister. "Wait for me." Scene changes to the brothel. This place is extremely bustling right now, people are drinking and partying very noisily. The two sisters of the Jia cat family are also here making beef noodle soup to warm their stomachs. Eat and think. Whose scream is that? She couldn't help but turn her head to look to the side. "Jiggle-ju, you also heard it right. We have to go out and see." After she finished speaking, she immediately flew outside. Jia Cat Min was eating a bowl of noodles because of the shock she caused. The bowl of noodles fell on his face. He resentfully looked at her back. "You didn't hear anything." Ton Ton flew like a rocket towards the forest. Not far away there was a young man holding his arm in pain. In front of him is Hojong. "Your routine has not changed, you have also refined your form. But in real battle cannot fight," said while throwing the weapon back to the opponent. Ton Ton ran here, hid behind a bush to watch the two of them. The young man, although in great pain, still gritted his teeth and said, "Please let me try one more time." Jia Cat Min also ran to sit next to her and watched Hojong and the other spar. "The sound of clapping hands awakened me, that was the sound I heard." After a while, the young man was beaten to the ground by Hojong. He looked at the other person and smiled, thinking to himself, "I did it, my body feels light after the training, I can do it." The Bila leg decision also became more stable. "I will reach the level of the four martial gods soon." At this moment, he sensed something. The person who came was the Eagle team leader Shinmo. He turned around and left, following his instructions. "I have to go take a bath now, you help me receive the guests." Shinmo respectfully bowed his head. "Yes, sir." He then just stood there with his arms crossed waiting. After a while he spoke, "I can stand here and wait for you all day, knowing that I can no longer escape." Ton Ton immediately stood up resolutely. Jia Cat Min, who was sitting next to her, was shocked and opened his mouth wide when he saw her suddenly do such an action. Ton Ton bowed her head and introduced herself. "I am Jia Cat Ton Ton, please forgive me, I came here only because I heard a loud scream, I will leave immediately," said while lifting his little brother up. Shinmo lectured the two of them. "Peeking at other people fighting is rude, you know that." Hojong turned her head and glanced back as she walked. "Is she from the Zhuge family?" I also vaguely felt their aura, but Ton Ton on the other side is now blaming all the blame on her younger brother. "Because my younger brother keeps running around, I will pay more attention to watch over him." The two then quickly left together. Hojong observed the two of them and thought to himself, their nature and flow of energy were different from the murderers, but he shouldn't rush to conclusions until he saw their martial arts. In the martial arts world, even a monk can kill people. Ton Ton was also paying attention to him at this moment. He also peeked at other people. Why didn't anyone scold him? That night, the peaceful Sonoyat Lao suddenly had a powerful explosion nearby. The guests inside were immediately panicked by this explosion. The crowd rushed outside. A young man with a strange face and a body full of cloth bags slowly walked over. "Who here hit my subordinate? If you don't come out here soon, I'll burn this whole place down," he said as he poured some kind of liquid from the cloth bag onto the ground. Jia Cat Min stood on the observation deck and exclaimed in surprise, "What was that fire?" Ton Ton replied, "It was because of yesterday's incident." Jia Cat Min is confused. "What?" Ton Ton explained, "He is the owner of the guy I defeated." Jia Cat Min suggested, "Sister, we should ask the Yun clan for help." Before he could finish his sentence, Ton Ton had already disappeared on the spot. He raised his head to look at her back in the air, sighed, "Then I will go with you." Ton landed on top of a roof near the fire. "I'm here, will you stop playing with fire?" The young man who got beaten up yesterday immediately recognized her. "The gang leader is her, please capture her and interrogate her." Words not yet said. Was immediately punched mercilessly by the gang leader. "Because of you I don't see any." "Calm down, we can talk but should stand face to face and introduce ourselves, right?" Ton observed his last move and realized it was shady palm. "What if I don't want it to be like that?" The gang leader shouted, "Hey guys," she refused. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him waved their hands and threw countless cloth bags at her. These pile of cloth bags all contain gunpowder inside. Ton saw this, her expression couldn't help but change. At this moment, Jia Catmin flew up from below. He waved his hand and used the heavenly star palm technique to block the pile of cloth bags with his internal energy. Then hugged them all to his chest. Then gently landed on the ground. His face was extremely ugly at this moment, sweat pouring down like rain. Ton quickly landed and ran towards him. It turned out that he had been hit by 3 of the opponent's hidden weapons. He quickly could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ton panicked, "Is that dart poisonous?" The gang leader held a hidden weapon in his hand and walked in front of them to calm them down. "Don't worry, I have the antidote, because I need to keep you alive to sell for money." Facing the 2 people's suspicious gazes, he immediately introduced himself. "Yes, I am the leader of the Thunder and Fire Gang, the Great Mabang's philosophy." The clear true energy on his body erupted fiercely and he coldly exclaimed, "Antidote, you better hand it over to me now." Not far away, Hojong was standing in front of the observation room door. Jipyong rushed over from below. "Big brother. Should we send the Blue Operation Squad to the burning area?" The Zhuge family also asked for our help. Hojong reassured him, "Just stay calm, there's a headwind so the fire hasn't spread yet." Jipyong is still extremely worried. "Then let's go, we must go help the Zhuge family as soon as possible." Seeing Hojong still standing there calmly without saying anything, he panicked even more. "Big brother." Hojong ignored him, his eyes wide open, intently observing the battle below. "Don't stop, show me more. The tricks of the Jia cat family. If you are the murderer who massacred my family in your previous life, this time I will definitely make the North Lake sink into a sea of fire. You will be the first." Below the fire is still burning. Ton fought with the Thunder Fire Gang leader for a few moves but still couldn't do anything to him. He smiled at her. "Ho ho, is that the secret technique of the Zhuge family? Is it the Xian Yuan Tian Tan divine technique?" Ton did not answer, continued to wave her hand to stimulate her inner energy. And to her she continued to dawdle. Jiggle would not be able to finish. Seeing her so anxious, the Thunder Fire clan leader became even more excited. "Really, the brotherly relationship is really cold. Only after your brother fainted did you use your secret technique." Ton was so angry that she gritted her teeth at his teasing. "Thunder Fire Gang leader is bored, so cute, how can I end his short life?" Before he could finish speaking, Ton swung her foot and kicked him in the face. He was not the type to just immediately lean back to avoid this kick. Then waved his hand and threw out several hidden weapons. Dodged the hidden weapon. Then once again condensed the true energy into the palm of the hand. She, once again rushed towards him. Lesser Sky Foot Soul technique hit straight to the opponent's chest. The Thunder Fire Gang leader was pushed back by this move. Ching exhaled slightly, finally touching him. She didn't give the other party a chance to catch his breath. Continue to fly up. Just at this moment, a hidden weapon flew through the air. Facing this dart right in front of her, it seemed like Ton would be hit, but at the critical moment, she used extreme speed to bend down and avoid it. The Thunder Fire Gang leader was a bit surprised to see her avoid it. Ton then took the initiative to retreat, increasing the distance between them and counterattacked, after being eaten. The young man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "It hurts, girl. I will tear you into pieces." After saying that he waved his hand and threw out several hidden weapons again. Ton used his body technique to continuously dodge. She dodged while swinging her arms and using her true energy to destroy the hidden weapons. Just as she successfully blocked the opponent's hidden weapon, she was startled, because the Thunder Fire Gang leader took the opportunity to run in front of her. He swung his foot to attack her. Ton gritted his teeth and raised his hand to block. Then used her hands to hold his legs tightly. The other hand swung up. Another punch straight back at the opponent. The leader of the Thunder and Fire Gang was once again punched away by her. He was not too badly injured and was still able to stand, as expected. "That kind of martial arts is still too much for you." Just as he said, to perform the ultimate technique just now. Ton was almost exhausted. She was now a bit unsteady on her feet, constantly panting. The Thunder Fire Gang leader shouted at his brothers, what are you guys still standing there for? She's exhausted, hurry up and bite her. Tan was surrounded by them, powerless, standing there, gritting her teeth. She alone is no match for these people. Hojong was standing above, silently observing. Jipyeong could not bear it any longer and jumped down. Big brother, I will go. Hojong frowned as she watched his back. He finally couldn't help but sigh. There are limitations here. He raised his hand to hold his long staff. Then raise it up and aim firmly below. Then resolutely go. Tan in the yard below was hit in the side by a big man with a stick. She knelt down on the ground in agony. I'm so weak. The crowd walked in front of her and laughed excitedly. She finally collapsed. After jumping up and down like a mare in heat, she finally had to kneel down. This scene is really beautiful. Gang leader, let us taste the taste of a woman from a noble family. The young man who just spoke was immediately hit in the head by Hojong's flying stick. Tan was surprised to see him die right in front of her eyes. She looked at the long stick stuck in the ground with doubt. Hojong at this time also slowly walked over from the side. Thunder Fire gang leader sensed the cold aura radiating from him and couldn't help but tense up and shout, "Who are you?" Tan glanced at the new young man and thought to herself, the eldest son of the bitch Sun Yen family, is he planning to help me? But why is he staring at me like that? Seeing that Hojong did not say anything, a young man beside him asked, "Boss, we are asking you, are you deaf?" He had just finished speaking when he suddenly fell to the ground in pain and powerlessness. Hojong bent down to pick up his weapon. The rest of the group saw that he had defeated their comrade with just a glance, so they did not dare to be careless anymore. Hojong walked straight into the middle of the crowd. All of them had extremely tense faces and were sweating profusely. What did you just do? Hojong bent down and got into a stance, ready to attack. Seeing this, the leader of the Thunder Fire gang was scared and shouted loudly, quickly stopping him. Hojong's figure suddenly became illusory. He appeared and disappeared, moving at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to see clearly. Before the crowd could understand what was happening, one of them was hit by Hojong's mace. Immediately after that, another guy was hit in the head with a club by him. Hojong's attack completely left them unable to keep up with the speed. The group of people were continuously beaten by him, unable to dodge. Some died, some had their arms broken. The Thunder Fire gang leader standing behind observed. His face was now wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger. Very quickly, his last subordinate was also defeated by Hojong. Only then did he coldly look towards the Thunder Fire gang leader. The young man was stunned on the spot. Were they all dead? He hit their weak spot. He had no other choice. Can only use inner strength to grasp hidden weapons. Who the hell are you? Hojong walked towards the person without caring. She quickly said thank you. Hojong didn't say much. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, lifting her up. Tan panicked. What are you doing? Hojong coldly told her to be quiet. He thought to himself, let me see your inner energy. He quickly started to circulate his energy. Let me see if you are the enemy I have been looking for. After a while, he disappointedly let go of his hand. Take your brother home. Tan didn't understand what the hell this guy was doing. She loudly reminded him, that guy had hidden weapons, and those darts were all poisoned. If you get hit even once, you will. Hojong impatiently swung his axe and interrupted, didn't you hear what I said? Get out of here, you're in my way. Tan heard that and was stunned. She then went to help her brother up. The Thunder Fire gang leader did not stop him but stood there silently waiting. After the two sisters left, he spoke up, are you done yet? Show off your skills in front of a woman, Hojong asked without caring. That wasn't the white ice flow but the red fire flow, right? Thunder and Fire gang leader was surprised. You know the name of the move I use. Hojong spun the mace and laughed coldly. This is a question for you. What do you think I'm going to do now? Tan carried her younger brother all the way flying through the air. She was still extremely upset at the moment. It's really annoying. Next time I will definitely make you owe me that eldest son of the Yun clan. Shinmo said to Jipyeong. Second young master, we have controlled the fire at the southwest gate. Do we need to assist the eldest young master? Jipyeong in front at this moment had an extremely tense expression on his face, not saying anything. Shinmo wondered, second young master, what's wrong with you? Before their eyes at this moment were corpses piled up everywhere. Hojong in front was pressing down on the head of the fire gang leader to attack. Jipyeong observed everything and said, Eagle team leader, do you think our big brother needs someone else's help? The Thunder Fire clan leader was attacked so hard that he didn't even have time to throw hidden weapons. Hojong attacked for a while. Immediately seized the opportunity to swing the mace straight at the opponent's neck. The Thunder Fire clan leader was immediately hit by this hammer, causing his face to be distorted and his mouth to spit out blood. However, he did not fall down and was still able to stand firm. He also took this opportunity to shoot a hidden weapon to finish off Hojong. But Hojong was not an easy person to deal with. He reacted extremely quickly. He only slightly moved his head and was able to avoid the opponent's hidden weapon. He then jumped into the air. Before the surprised eyes of the Thunder Fire Gang leader, Hojong once again swung a mace straight at his back. Continuously ate 2 hammers, but the Thunder Fire Gang leader still did not fall. He angrily turned around and continued to take out 2 hidden weapons. Hojong glanced at him boredly. Let's end it, I'm starting to get bored. The Thunder Fire Gang leader is confusing, what the hell? Hojong was angry. Like I said, you used the Silent God's red fire sound, so I'm really looking forward to it. Silent God here means a first-class assassin. But look at you, you're just using it to support that dagger, don't you feel ashamed? Thunder Fire Gang leader gritted his teeth. So what, you know it all. Hojong continued to mock. You actually claim to be the leader of the Thunder and Fire Gang, you don't even bother to use fire to attack. The position of leader is not suitable for you. I'm asking you seriously, did you learn this move from the Silent God, or have you ever seen anyone use the red fire flow? The Thunder Fire Gang leader was so angry that his face turned red from his sarcasm. The 4 divine warriors must start from the northern divine weapon. The water god's aura is the most solid of the 4 divine martial arts, and it is also very delicate. If it reaches its maximum, it will be able to block siege weapons or firecrackers. Hojong stared at the old man's movements before his eyes. Above the fingertip where he pointed, an eye seemed to appear. The whole martial art has indeed been given some refinement. After a while, the figure of a black turtle was sketched by him. It was the god of the north. Hojong wondered, what should he do if he wanted to awaken the 4 gods? The old man continued, actually your realm is not deep enough. So take advantage of the enemy's killing intent and fighting spirit. The karma of war will lead to the energy of the water god. The Thunder Fire Gang leader's true energy was raging and his aura was surging. If that is your wish, then I will show you. He directly let go of the hidden weapon. Then the strong point of the toes flew away. Hojong wanted exactly that result. Thunder Fire Gang leader's eyes were burning. This is the Eam fire and red stream you speak of. Hojong didn't pay much attention, calmly dodging away. No matter how fiercely the Thunder and Fire Gang leader attacked, they could not touch him. He dodged and sighed, too weak. With just this kind of firepower, you can't even put out an ant's urine. Don't you have any other talents? The Thunder and Fire Gang leader became even more furious and shouted loudly, you bastard. All your internal organs, I will burn them all. After saying that, the fire on his body erupted even more fiercely. But even so, he had to touch Hojong first before thinking about anything else. Seeing that his palm could melt the wall, Hojong's mouth corners couldn't help but lift up in satisfaction. Thunder Fire Gang leader gritted his teeth and thought to himself, is he laughing? The young man became even angrier, madly swinging his fists to attack. Hojong dodged while silently praying a little more. He just wanted the Thunder Fire Gang leader to be even more excited and crazy. This was also the reason why he didn't fight back but only continuously avoided the provocation and mockery. More. Suddenly he took the initiative to throw the big hammer in his hand away. Thunder Fire Gang leader took the opportunity to immediately swing his blind fist, killing the bastard. Hojong at this moment actually took the initiative to reach out and hold his hand. The Thunder Fire Gang leader saw his action and was pleased. Fool, I will burn you. Starting from this arm, in the end you will die by my hand. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The fire on his body was actually being extinguished. He was terrified. Steam. He was now standing in the middle of a river filled with water. Under his feet was covered by water. He looked down, confused. What is this? The position where the 2 of them were standing was right in the middle of a turtle shell. Turtle shell from the sky flying up. The Thunder Fire Gang leader was unable to understand and could only utter 2 words of evil magic. Hojong breathed a sigh of relief. Awakened, the water god of 60th year of the sexagenary cycle, ruler of the north. Very quickly, the phantom image of a turtle with a snake wrapped around its body completely appeared. Thunder and Fire Gang leader was terrified. Is this the black tortoise? The fire could not be contained anymore. Is it all because of that little what? The red fire sound can't be used anymore. Fresh blood was continuously flowing out from his mouth and nose at this moment. He madly swung his fist towards Hojong. You bastard, what is my internal energy? Suddenly there was a commotion here. The figure of the Thunder and Fire Gang leader flew away like a broken kite. Hojong walked up to him. Thank you, my friend. Thanks to you I can quickly summon the black tortoise. The Thunder Fire Gang leader had completely lost his fighting spirit at this moment. He raised his head and looked at Hojong miserably, begging for his life. Hojong smiled. I have to return the favor. go play with the fire you love. After saying that, he leaned back and raised his legs. Thunder Fire Gang leader widened his eyes and looked at the foot that was swinging in front of him. He had no way to avoid being kicked like that. His body then flew towards the fiercely burning flames behind him. His miserable screams from being burned alive by the fire then rang out. Hojong stood there emotionlessly watching. For a great devil who had been in the devil's sect for more than 30 years like him, this scene was still quite refreshing. Jipyeong walked behind him, her mouth wide open in horror. Very soon it was morning. When this place first started, people came to repair and clean up. What about the castles outside? I heard they were all burned down. Right, it's not that bad, it's only partially damaged. This is truly a miracle. I heard that the eldest son of the Green Mountain Yun clan personally caught the arsonist. Hey friend, give me some cinnamon. I also heard that not only did the young master catch the culprit, he also burned him to death. What nonsense rumor is this? There's no way the eldest son of a righteous family would do such a thing. It's true. Just at this moment, another middle-aged man ran over. Oh my God, you came all the way here. Oh, he excitedly ran to grab the hand of the young man who had just asked for cinnamon. If you had contacted us in advance, we could have arranged a more appropriate time to receive you. Tan Engian smiled. How could a beggar like me bother the owner of Tan Lao? I came because I was curious to see if the repair was going well or not. The landlord smiled. The repair work was going very well, all thanks to the help of the beggar gang. The young man politely replied, if there were any problems, just come and ask our beggar gang. After saying that, he turned around and leisurely left. The owner bowed his head sincerely to see him off. After he left, the two young men who were sawing wood behind him asked in confusion, who was that? The landlord replied, he was the one who hired them to renovate this brothel. Both of them were startled when they heard that. Is that the successor of the main information-gathering organization of the martial arts world? The young man walked while stroking his beard and smiling. Could that young master defeat the leader of the Thunder and Fire Gang, who was known as one of the 10 masters of the underworld? This person is the successor to the position of the leader of the beggar clan. I'm really dying of curiosity. I wonder what kind of big figure the eldest son of the Green Mountain Yun clan is. I have to meet him in person. The next place is at the Gathering of the Stars. Inside a forest somewhere. Hojong is here alone practicing. Xuanwu is a defensive martial art, but if you make good use of the recoil from that defensive move, then it can be transformed into a great counterattack. Furthermore, the Black Tortoise also has the effect of purifying turbid ki sources. Since ancient times, people have said that if one masters the Black Tortoise, turbid ki will not be able to exist inside the body. Suddenly, he startled and turned his head to the side. Shinmo led a group of people to ask, young master, have you finished your cultivation? Hojong replied, yes. What about Jipyeong? Shinmo explained, he said he needed some time alone. Hojong was surprised. Oh, Jipyeong really said that. Only then did he notice the expressions of the people walking behind Shinmo. They were all tense and didn't dare to look straight at him. Hojong immediately realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Very quickly he saw Tan Tan behind the crowd. Wait, is it her again? After you're done with the treatment, go back to the Jia cat family. Tan Tan reached out and grabbed his sleeve to hold him back. I have something to ask you. On a tall tree, Jipyeong was sitting here sighing. I thought I understood you very well, I was too confident to think like that. At this moment, a voice rang out from below, hey, don't follow me anymore, I will continue to follow until I hear an answer from you. Jipyeong looked down and saw two people, Hojong, the eldest brother and the young lady of a noble family. Several thoughts began to appear in his mind. Eavesdropping like this is not like a righteous person. If it were me, then I would continue eavesdropping, he. After a mental struggle, he made a decision that violated his father's advice. He quickly jumped down and followed the two of them. Coming to an empty lot, the two stopped. Hojong turned his head and sighed, looking at Tan Tan. What is it? Condense internal energy into the palm of the hand. The Divine First Black Birch Tree technique is one of the secret techniques of the Zhuge family. This powerful attack was used by me to strike the Lei Hua gang leader's stomach. But why is he okay? Hojong asked again, do you think it's that easy? Your internal energy is wood energy, right? Hojong heard her confirmation and then raised his head to look above. A soft fresh scent. Her internal energy still smells like birch trees. So, meanwhile, his martial art is the Yin Fire Hong Lu, which is a type of fire energy. It radiates energy like a blazing fire. If she threw a branch into the raging fire, would it go out? She and he should never have stood next to each other in the first place. Tan Tan suddenly woke up and clenched her fists. Is that so? I really never thought that the reason was because of the difference in internal energy between me and him. Hojong finished explaining, but was it over yet? Tan Tan stopped him. Wait, I still have something to ask, don't you think it's a bit cruel to do so? Hojong was confused, what did she say? Tan Tan explained, you were burned to death, that thunder and fire gang leader. Hojong still couldn't understand, why was he so cruel? Tan Tan replied, anyone who saw it would find it too cruel, everyone who saw that scene would surely be stunned, right? Hojong suddenly realized why Jipyong wanted to be alone, and why the atmosphere was so heavy. Because this place originally belonged to the righteous faction, but I acted like the Dark Emperor. Thinking for a moment, he explained. That guy dared to threaten my younger brother, moreover he was a cruel person who caused the fire. He has endangered the lives of countless civilians. Death is fair to all, whether good or evil, everyone must die. So, in that circumstance, shouldn't the process leading to death at least be different? If you are evil, you must die a painful death, that is the justice and righteousness that I am pursuing. Tan Tan looked at him blankly, thinking to herself, how old is this person? Looking at his appearance, he is only a little older than her. But the way he spoke was like someone his father's age. Thinking for a moment, she continued speaking, hey, don't you see, the way you talk is like an experienced old person. Hojong calmly replied, I'm only 18 years old. Tan Tan continued, then make a more relaxed expression, why do you always have to act like you're living a resigned life? Hojong suddenly sensed something at this moment. He glanced at the bush beside him and thought to himself, Jipyong would understand soon enough. Tan Tan glanced at him, remembering last night's events. Anyway, I just accept help from that person. Tan Tan followed him and said resentfully, I really hate the feeling of owing others. Hojong replied, then try doing something. Tan Tan was angry. You shut up, but I'm 1 year older than you, call me big sister. Hojong didn't care about this woman, just like that he silently walked away. 2 days before the event of the Gathering of the Stars of Hefei, the streets were bustling with children playing happily. The Green Mountain Yun clan's group finally arrived here after a long time of wandering. Shinmo said to Hojong, we're here, this is the Hefei city. They quickly stopped outside a manor. Shinmo went down and knocked on the door, is anyone there? We are from the Green Mountain Yun clan, open the door quickly. The manor door was quickly opened. A fat guy led a group of people out. Bitch Sun Yen Jia. Shinmo clasped his hands in response, yes, I am Shinmo, the one in charge of the guard team. The fat guy also politely clasped his hands in return, I am Homyang from Sichuan. It is my honor to meet the warriors of Yun clan. If it is Sichuan, then could it be the Homyang Iron Dragon? Hojong thought to himself, Sichuan stars. If so, then the people behind him are from the Tang family. When mentioning the Duong family, he couldn't help but remember the bastard who assassinated him back then. His chest couldn't help but feel an uncomfortable, stabbing pain. I have a debt to collect from that bastard Duong Xian. Is he the son of that bastard Duong Xian? Shinmo quickly introduced the two of them to the other party. This is our family's eldest son Hojong and second son Jipyong. Homyang exclaimed, I've heard of them a lot. Who is the second son? I heard his talent is very outstanding. Hearing this, the Yun clan members' faces all darkened, showing obvious displeasure. This guy is really rude. Shinmo was about to lecture him, but at this moment, Hojong calmly walked past the Homyang from the main team. I'm hungry, let's go inside and eat. The Yun clan then followed him inside, not paying any attention to the Homyang clan anymore. Homyang's face wrinkled with anger. He actually doesn't even bother to hunger for us. The young man beside him smiled, he looks like he has national spirit. This young man is the Tang Xian of the Sichuan Tang family. How dare he be so rude to the people of the Tang family? I've been looking forward to this reunion of the late stars. 2 days later, at the banquet hall, the two men, Peng Hu and Peng Li of the Peng family, were laughing excitedly as they looked at a girl teasing them. Ho ho, it's been a long time since we've seen her, she's gotten much prettier. Hojong saw these two people and thought to himself, why is the Peng family one of the great families of Hebei? I met the twins 2 days ago. I tested their internal strength when they shook hands. But his vitality is different from that evil man. And she is the daughter of Murong Bang Moyong Yanawa. The leader who schemed against him that year was the old man of the Murong family. Remembering the tragic ending of being schemed against by him made him extremely angry. He turned around and wanted to leave. I shouldn't have anything to do with them now. So that means there is only one clan left, the Myong clan. But where are the descendants of the Myong clan? Not far away, there was a woman in a blue dress looking for someone. She quickly saw Hojong in the crowd. Found him, oh my god, where did they go? The two brothers of the Peng family saw this girl and both opened their mouths and exclaimed how beautiful she was. Not far away, Nam Kang Hai was serving wine with several women. His eyes at this moment also fell on the woman in the blue dress. As soon as he saw her, he said goodbye to the other girls and left. He walked towards the woman to greet her. This woman was none other than Zhuge Qingqing. She completely ignored Nan Gonghai's greeting and happily ran over to wave at Hojong. When Hojong saw that it was her, he exclaimed in frustration, "It's you again." Qingqing smiled. "It's been a long time since I've seen you." Hojong was confused. "It's only been 2 days. Then seeing you again makes me even happier. But who are you looking for? Me? Don't follow me anymore. I'm very busy. You're not my father. Why are you talking so much?" Nam Kung-hai stood to the side and saw the two of them being so intimate. He was filled with anger. Why was he together with Tan Tan? How could this be? What was the reason in the end? Tan Tan followed Hojong to a drinking table. "I didn't know Yun clan's martial arts were that powerful. I don't see anything to show off. You're too modest." Hojong is serious. "I'm telling the truth. I need to get stronger." Tan Tan is confused. "Do you want to become a supreme powerhouse?" Hojong replied calmly, "Being the strongest is still better than being an ordinary person." Nam Kung-hai sat nearby and glanced at them thoughtfully. "Our Nam Kung family is close to achieving the title of number 1. Hojong explained, "In the martial arts world, no one is absolutely invincible. We can only continuously become stronger so that we won't be oppressed by anyone." Tan Tan agreed, "You are very right. But there is still one person, right? You are worthy of that supreme powerhouse position. Four-way martial emperor, the legendary martial artist who suppressed the blood cult that caused chaos in the martial arts world 300 years ago." Hojong's mouth corners raised as he looked at her. Her thoughts weren't wrong. According to history, the martial emperors of the 4 directions were worthy of being called supreme experts. Because he was said to have mastered various martial arts, able to attack like wind and fire, defend like a rock, and be as agile as a swallow, all of which had reached a level of perfection. I also heard that later a golden dragon even became his subordinate, and I heard that its name was called the Golden Dragon Emperor or something. I also think that is too exaggerated. Hojong, what's wrong with you? Say something. Hojong thought to himself, attack, defense and evasion along with 3 different martial arts, those are the characteristics of the 4 martial gods. Furthermore, the Golden Dragon's righteousness was the highest level of martial arts at that time. It is possible that the 4 martial emperors inherited the martial arts left behind by the 4 divine martial emperors. He stood up excitedly, "Tell me more about him." At this moment, Duong Tuen came over, looking at the 2 people chatting happily. He sat down next to Tan Tan without any courtesy. "Let me sit too." His appearance made the table immediately fall into silence. Tan Tan smiled at Hojong. Hojong didn't pay much attention, nodded. Tan Tan saw that he agreed, then responded and allowed Duong Tuen to sit here. The 3 people then sat down at the banquet table again. Tan Tan Chi Hojong, let me introduce him to you. But before she could introduce herself, the path was cut off. No need for her to bother, I already know who he is, and besides, I didn't come here to meet him. Tan Tan's face was full of helplessness, thinking to herself, it seems my luck is bad today, this is really tiring. At this moment, Duong Tuen put the cup down on the table and ordered the tea to be poured. Tan Tan just smiled, not doing anything. Duong Tuen saw that and immediately shot a cup of tea at her. Tan Tan without hesitation shot the teacup back to its original position. "You go pour it yourself." Duong Tuen was still extremely calm. "I told you to pour tea." Tan Tan still kept smiling, "No wolf." Hojong was the only one who poured it for him. She replied calmly, "Hojong is my friend." Tang Xian replied immediately, "I can also be your friend." Tan Tan smiled, "Of course it's fine, if you're not so rude." The atmosphere has begun to be tense. The lines on his face began to show signs of discomfort. That's interesting, Tan Tan still smiles very innocently. Duong Tuen had no choice but to pour it herself. "You are also quite lovely. I find it very refreshing to talk to you because you are different from other obedient girls." Tan Tan's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, Nam Kung-hai came here again. "You can stop now. Stop bothering others and get up from your seat." This reminder from Tang Xian, if you value your life, don't stand behind the Tang family like this. Nan Gong-hai is not weak at all. I come from the Nan Gong family, the strongest swordsman family. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Duong Tuen stood up, turned to face him. The strongest swordsman is nothing compared to a strong person, understand? Nan Gong-hai looked down on him. "A strong person, you are worthy of that title." Tang Xian calmly replied, "Of course, I am qualified for that." From Sichuan Tang. Hojong sat on one side drinking wine, secretly mocking in his heart. What a bunch of kids' games. Just then, another voice rang out from afar. "Who is the number 1 strong person here? What idiot claims to be the number 1 when our Myong clan is here?" The group of people drinking were startled when they saw the new young man. Hojong clenched his fists in agitation. "Is that guy from the Myong clan?" This person is the third son of the Gyujimyeong clan family, Mingshi Tian. Min the Tian's body emitted a halo, like an emperor slowly stepping down from the stage. The crowd all stared at his every step. He said sarcastically as he walked, "The world's #1 star. I don't know if it's Nam Kung or Mo Dung, but say it is a family." Duong Tuen was so angry that he gritted his teeth when he was humiliated by him in front of the crowd. What did you just say?" Min the Tien replied, "You should remember this, when walking in the martial arts world, never casually mention the world's #1 like that. Moreover, I think you should calm down. You look so weak, do you know that?" The murderous aura on Duong Tuen's body was extremely intense. "How dare you speak like that, what the hell are you thinking?" As he spoke, he flew towards the Min the Tien jail and loudly reminded, "Hojong, be careful." Just then something suddenly flew out. Min the Tien reached out to catch that thing. He turned his hand over and saw a glass of wine. Tang Xian's move was also stopped by the scene just now. He couldn't bear to see Hojong scream. Hojong calmly said, "Sorry, I did it by mistake." Min the Tien's mouth corners raised. He squeezed the wine cup hard, it turned into dust, accidentally. Faced with Hojong's gloomy expression, he laughed even more happily. "What an interesting kid. Which family's descendant are you?" Hojong glanced to the side and reminded, "You should focus on the person you're fighting." Tang Xian still has not given up on his luck again. "Hey you Yun clan piece of shit, if you keep trying to interfere, then I'll kill you first. Understand?" Hojong didn't care and took out another glass of wine. Duong Tuen still madly cursed and threatened, "You will turn into a pool of blood with just one punch." Before that idiot from the Yun clan could finish his sentence, a wine cup was smashed straight into his forehead. The young man was hit by this bowl, his eyes immediately became hazy and he fainted. Hojong stood up, it was too much of a hindrance. Nam Kung Hai reminded him, "I say, don't make a big deal out of it." Hojong completely ignored his reminder and continued to calmly walk towards Min the Tien. The two of them were quickly face to face. Hojong thought to himself, "This guy's aura seems to be similar to the murderer's. I'm not clear anymore, what I feel is just a very small difference." Thinking of this, he immediately activated the water energy of the black tortoise. He had to confirm it carefully. Min the Tien sensed this strong water vapor and whispered in horror, was his breath seen through? He gritted his teeth and urged the metal to cover his entire body, preventing the opponent's water vapor from entering. The two people were momentarily at a stalemate. Jipyeong was worried behind and wanted to step forward to stop him. But at this moment, Ton Ton spoke up to stop him. "Don't go near it." Jipyeong was worried, but if he didn't stop them, it would be a big deal. Ton Ton thought to herself, "I know I have to do it, because I don't understand anything." But when he has that look in his eyes, no one can stop him anymore. The dreamy road on one side has now woken up again. Homyong asked worriedly, "Are you okay, young master?" Duong Tuen uncomfortably held his head. Why did I faint?" He angrily pushed Homyong away. "Am I stunned?" The eldest son of the Tang family who is proficient in hidden weapons like me was stunned by a cup of wine. Homyong saw his luck and was worried and wanted to advise him, "Young master. The path leading from the direction of Hojong and the other person." He used 3 yang energy, this was to kill Hojong. Jipyeong panicked and shouted, "Big brother, be careful." Duong Tuen clenched his fist and jumped up. Die, you bastard." I thought Hojong was dead for sure, but he calmly moved his head to the side, avoiding this attack from the opponent. Then reached up to grab Duong Tuen's hand, squeezed hard. The path of pain and suffering screamed in extreme agony. "Broken." He gritted his teeth to endure the pain, raised his other hand and wanted to continue attacking. But before he could attack, Hojong swung his arm, and Tang Xian's arm bone instantly broke, and his shoulder blade shattered, causing it to stick out behind him. He painfully screamed with his eyes rolled back. The shadow of my shoulder then appeared behind Hojong. From beginning to end he completely ignored Duong Tuen and kept staring at Min the Tien, Bac Tien Thap Nhi bitch. Duong Tuen at this time had lost the will to fight, tears and snot flowed like rain. Hojong then turned his head slightly to glance at him. The young man's crotch was now soaked with fear and he peed his pants. Hojong was about to finish him off when he suddenly startled and thought, "No, now is not the time to worry about these street guys. I am not the leader of a demonic cult now, but is a member of the Green Mountain Yun clan of the righteous path. Yes, now what we need to focus on is the real identity of the culprit." Thinking of this, he let go of Duong Tuen's hand. He looked at Min the Tien again and said, "The third young master of the Gyujimyeong clan family." As he spoke, he clenched his fists. "Play with me for a while." The crowd was shocked and speechless when they saw him taking the initiative to challenge Min the Tien. Min the Tien did not make any move and just stood there quietly observing. After a while, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised. Then immediately shook his head repeatedly. Young master, this is the future star of the Green Mountain Yun clan, right? First of all, I would like to express my gratitude as the oldest person at this meeting. Hearing this, countless people around frowned. Adults. Ming Shi Tian didn't care and continued to point forward. You've already caught the mad dog that ruined the atmosphere. However, we must distinguish between public and private. This is not a place just for the two of us. I will play with you later. Let's have a drink first. Hojong interrupted. Your tongue is too long. Min the Tien's face wrinkled. What did you say? Hojong from the step. If you don't, then I will go up there. Every step he took was like stepping into space. In the eyes of the world, the sky was wide with surprise. What the hell? He walked slowly. But why are all my nerves standing up? The two people quickly came face to face. Hojong's mouth corners curled up in a sarcastic smile. Min the Tien's face was tense and cold sweat was pouring out. He finally couldn't hold back and raised his hand to actively attack Hojong. Hojong dodged his attack while analyzing the iron trap. He then also raised his hand to use his fist to block. The surrounding crowd was discussing loudly. The continuous attacks of the iron sword were as amazing as rumored. What kind of boxing technique is that of young master Hojong? Only Jipyong recognized the fist technique his big brother was using. It was Yun Clan 13 fists. That's basic law, right? Hojong used his basic boxing technique to block the iron lock technique of the bright world heaven. Moreover, gain the upper hand. All the punches of Min the Tien were blocked by him, and even sent flying. After letting the opponent attack for a while, Hojong now started to counterattack. A move called One Spell, Blue Wave was swung up. Min the Tien was immediately beaten and forced to retreat. He looked at his arm, terrified, thinking, the sun almost broke. How strong is this guy? Hojong on the opposite side sarcastically said, look, you're just going to play like this. You should have played with the air of killing someone. Come on, let's get real. Bright world on the body of the brat, golden light shines. Just then, a loud voice rang out from afar, enough. A crowd of people appeared and surrounded everyone. The person who just spoke was Nam Kung Hai. He shouted at the two Hojongs, in this sacred meeting place, what the hell are you two talking about? Three people each with a different expression. Saw the tripod form. The atmosphere fell into a terrifying silence. After a while, Nam Kung Hai spoke to Min the Tien again. My young brother, you are the oldest person here. I know you want to teach him a lesson, but isn't this a bit too much? Min the Tien glanced at him silently without any objection. Nam Kung Hai then turned to Hojong and continued, and you too, you actively cause trouble like a thug. There has never been anyone like you before. Hojong completely ignored him, still standing there calmly looking at the sky. Nam Kung Hai was angered by his attitude. This arrogant guy, you dare to look down on my Nam Kung family. At this moment, another voice rang out from behind, don't say such unfair words. Nam Kung Hai gritted his teeth and turned around. Who dared to interfere? But when he saw that the person speaking was Tan Tan, he immediately calmed down. Tan Tan walked out and stood in front of Hojong. Everyone is outside, so please mind your words. The Prince of the South Palace. From the very beginning, it was the young master who caused trouble first. Why are you blaming young master Hojong? Nam Kung Hai retorted. Tan Tan, it's not really cat miss, please look carefully. Instead of stopping the young master, he attacked the young master. Tan Tan continued to pound the mortar. Nam Kung Tsong too still did not understand. It was just a mistake. My young master should be more generous and let this go. Did I say anything wrong? Min the Tianzhong used both hands to show that he had no opinion. Tan Tan continued, as far as I know, the Green Mountain Yun clan didn't use hidden weapons. He only threw that cup to stop Tang young master. But accidentally threw them away. My young master Hojong, I think you are also at fault, so I want you to tell me the reason why you did that. Hojong turned his head to glance at her. Tan Tan looked at him with pleading eyes, extremely nervous, silently praying in her heart, please cooperate. At this moment, someone came from behind and pulled Hojong's shirt. This person is none other than his younger brother. Hojong sighed helplessly. Looks like I was too hasty. I thought I had discovered the shadow of the murderer, but could not control his temper. After thinking for a moment, he clasped his hands and said, the martial arts of the Myong clan are truly admirable. The world is so mysterious. I don't know why this guy suddenly said that. Hojong explained, I just wanted to learn a little. Sorry for being rude. Min the Tien's mouth corners raised. I understand. Hojong then spread his arms and said to the crowd around him, I was the one who ruined this atmosphere. I actually forgot my father's instructions to think carefully and not be careless. If this news reaches his ears, I will starve for 3 days." The people present here all burst out laughing at his words. Ton Ton also smiled very happily. Nam Kung Hai standing on the side saw this and became even angrier. No matter how angry he was, no one cared, and Ton Ton was the same. She laughed and said, "I hope no one close to your father is here." Hojong continued, "At tomorrow's banquet I will toast each of you. I hope you will forgive today's trouble. I hope you can forgive me for being young and inexperienced." At this moment, someone loudly interrupted me. What nonsense. Hojong looked at the big young man before him with doubt, standing upright. Peng Li patted his chest and shouted, "Look at me, is 1 cup enough? Let's drink until the world turns upside down. If Brother Hojong can last until everyone here is drunk, then I will reconsider." The surrounding crowd also all joined in and laughed loudly. Hojong had no choice but to laugh, so I had to accept it. The crowd was tense at this moment. Everyone was laughing extremely happily and boisterously. Only Nam Kung Hai angrily stood to one side, separate from the crowd. Unexpectedly Hojong Gongzi was so generous, really looking forward to tomorrow's banquet. Miss Zhuge Liang is indeed not ordinary. The more Nam Kung Hai listened to their discussion, the angrier he became. His body was shaking non-stop because of anger. Hojong looked at the bright world in front of him and thought to himself, there was still plenty of time, there was no need to rush. At this time, Bang Ho walked up to Homyang and clasped his hands in greeting. "May I ask if this is the hero Homyang of Dak Long Thiet Tien?" The two of them then chatted happily. "Haha, it's my honor. Today I have the opportunity to meet many talented people." Duong Tuen was lying dead and was directly ignored by everyone. No one took him to get treatment. The next day at the gathering cafeteria, Hojong was sitting and eating like everyone else when suddenly someone came over. "Excuse me, I am Captain Chu Vin of the Guards. I will speak frankly. I hope you leave before the party starts." Jipiang sitting opposite immediately put down his spoon and exclaimed excitedly, "What?" Chu Vin saw that Hojong was silent and said in a harsh voice, "Didn't you hear what I said? Before the banquet starts at midnight today, leave this manor." Nam Kung Hai sat not far away, currently happily drinking wine. It seemed that this matter also had a part in him. The crowd still had no idea what was going on, and were still eating and drinking very noisily. Hojong put down his chopsticks. "Want me to leave?" Chu Vin nodded, "Yes." Hojong asked again, "What was the reason?" Chu Vin calmly explained, "You are the one who ruined the meeting of the later emergence, which has a very long history. Therefore, I, Chu Vin, have decided that you are not qualified to attend the meeting." Jipiang angrily slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "This is ridiculous. What happened yesterday is over and you're still bringing it up. Why?" "Big brother, I said I would apologize at the banquet today." Chu Vin coldly snorted, pointing at Hojong. "Sorry." His attitude was already full of doubt. Is it the attitude of a person who knows his mistake to calmly go out to eat? "Please leave quickly, goodbye." Jipiang was so angry that his whole body was shaking. The important thing was, all the people were startled by his shout and turned their heads to look. Chu Vin, who was walking, also stopped and turned his head to look. Jipiang looked at him with a serious face. He was just a guard of a family. He had no right to discuss the participation qualifications of the descendants of other families. Chu Vin laughed coldly. "It seems that the young master really doesn't know anything." Jipiang was confused. "What do you mean by that?" Chu Vin explained, "The host family of this meeting is the Nam Kung family. This means that we have the right to handle situations that could harm the meeting. Although the second young master generously considered the matter to have ended yesterday, I am different. I do not intend to ignore the factor that will harm the meeting. Before losing all face, it is better to leave quietly." Nam Kung Hai, who was sitting nearby, was so pleased that he was in the clouds. Hojong called out to his brother. Jipiang was about to say something when he suddenly picked up a piece of tofu with green onions and stuffed it into his mouth. Jipiang was confused. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Hojong smiled. "Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. You can't skip your meal because of a dog barking." Chu Vin heard that and blue veins started to appear on his face. Hojong completely ignored him and continued to speak to his younger brother. "Why aren't you eating? Let me tell them to reheat it." Chu Rong's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and asked, "What did you just say?" He angrily stomped on the floor. I asked him what he just said. Hojong exclaimed in frustration, "What a noisy dog, barking until his throat was hoarse. It seemed like a very hungry dog. Its owner should come and see soon." Being insulted by the opponent again and again, Chu Vin finally couldn't help but draw his sword. "You bastard." At this moment, Nam Kung Hai came and held the sword to stop him. "Calm down, Chu Vin, the leader of the group." Hojong glanced at him and smiled. "You're here, the dog's owner." Not far away, someone was continuously picking up food with his hands. This person is the arrogant young beggar. He ate his food while looking at Hojong and the others. It was truly a meeting full of gossip. That's good too, then we can eat without anyone noticing. That person is the eldest son of the Green Mountain Yun clan. You have defeated the Thunder Fire clan leader. Let's see how he will resolve this complicated situation. Nam Kung Hai coldly said to Hojong, you have insulted the captain of the Nam Kung family's guard team. Do you think I will let you off? Hojong retorted, the insult was on your side. Nam Kung Hai was confused. What did you say? Hojong stood up. You let an old guard captain stand up. Are you that afraid of me? Nam Kung Hai gritted his teeth. I'm afraid of you. Hojong waved his hand. Okay. If you keep holding grudges against me because of your sister, then let's have a martial arts match like real martial artists, instead of plotting and scheming with your servants. Nam Kung Hai heard that and his face immediately wrinkled. He also did not dare to really fight Hojong. The people in the hall all stood up at this moment, watching the two of them intently. Nam Kung Hai secretly cursed, crazy person. He dares to mention Nam Kung Ngoc here. Thinking for a moment, he shouted loudly, enough, stop speculating. Could this Nam Kung Hai have ordered such a thing? You are the one who has humiliated this family. Hojong calmly asked back, is that so? You say that's fine, then you won't have any objections if I teach the captain of the guard team who arbitrarily stood up to humiliate another subject a lesson, right? Nam Kung Hai secretly cursed, damn it, I got fooled. Hojong smiled at Chu Vin, let me teach him a lesson about manners, or will you personally teach him, second young master? Nam Kung Hai was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute. Chu Vin suddenly came out from behind, I will take responsibility. It's all up to my own judgment. Hojong smiled, is that so? Then what do you think about taking responsibility for a simple martial arts match? After I teach you a painful lesson, we can have a martial arts competition between the young stars. It will create a wonderful atmosphere to build friendship between us. Chu Vin had no way to refuse, he could only accept. Hojong's mouth corners raised, a word was decided. His eyes now noticed a banquet table in the distance. Min the Tien was sitting there happily drinking wine. Feeling Hojong's gaze, he also turned his head slightly and smiled. In a certain room, the Jia Ji sisters and Jipiang were sitting here chatting. Tan Tan exclaimed in panic, Chu Vin. But Chu Vin is a master who single-handedly defeated 3 mountain camps in Hanam and in Hui. Jipiang, you have to stop your big brother. I know Hojong is very strong, but Jipiang is helpless, why can't I stop it? But the eldest brother is not someone who will listen to dissuasion. Things have come to this point and there is no turning back. If he does, the eldest brother's honor and that of the family will plummet. Tan Tan stood up excitedly, no way, Jiggle Ju, let's go out there. Jia Cat Min was suspicious, you said we're going to the arena to watch the fight. Tan Tan nodded, yes. Jia Cat Min took out a set of clothes and gave it to her, I have prepared the outerwear. Tan Tan hurriedly put on her coat and ran away, okay, I'll go first. The two juniors sat in the room patting each other on the shoulders to comfort each other. On the side of the stage, Hojong and Chu Vin were now standing opposite each other in front of the eyes of countless spectators. Chu Vin crossed his arms and leisurely asked, are you ready? Hojong waved his long staff in the air. He rested his long staff on his shoulder, bent down and called his opponent to start. At this moment, Chu Vin suddenly shouted loudly, wait a moment, I will give you 3 moves. Hojong frowned, 3 moves. Chu Vin smiled, that's right, right now young master you are asking for responsibility from the other party, me, as the leader of the sword group of the great clan Nam Kung family, I obviously have to give you 3 moves. Hojong's mouth corners slightly raised, full of deep meaning. The two then fell into a stalemate, neither willing to make the first move. Hojong was given 3 moves by the opponent, but it seemed that he had no intention of complying. He bent down and assumed a stance, preparing to attack for a moment, then stood up. Chu Vin was puzzled, you don't intend to compete in martial arts. Hojong smiled, I changed my mind. He raised his spear, can you take responsibility for the words you just said? If you draw your sword before my 3rd move, as you said you would accept my first 3 moves, your head will be severed from your neck. As he spoke, he raised his spear and pointed it straight up to the sky. All the people present were extremely terrified when they heard this. What is this? That pose is. Min the Tien's heart was filled with doubts. In this world there still existed a type of martial art that used a spear as a weapon and had that kind of fighting stance. Nam Kung Hai shouted from behind, Captain Chu, what are you doing? Chu Vin did not pay attention to his words, still looking intently ahead. In his eyes, Hojong's spear had actually turned into an axe. Hojong stomped his foot on the ground causing the ground to crack. The first dimension was then quickly swung out by him. Chu Vin hurriedly raised his two hands to block the person in front of him. The spear shaft then hit him hard on the hand. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to barely block this spear. Hojong did not stop and continued to swing the second spear. The spear was like an arrow piercing straight towards Chu Vin's side. He was scared and quickly dodged to avoid it. However, the clothes around his waist were torn to pieces by the shock. He had only blocked two of Hojong's moves, but he was already in a very difficult situation. Very quickly, the third move was executed by Hojong. The spear transformed into countless storm-like shadows that charged towards Zhou Rong. His eyes widened in fear. Am I going to die? He had no way to force himself to draw his sword. This move of Hojong was blocked by him with his sword. Blocking this move, Chu Vin felt a little relieved in his heart. Just now it was too dangerous. If I hadn't blocked that attack, my whole body would have turned into a bloody beehive by now. While he was absent-minded, Hojong spoke up again. You failed, I told you, do you remember? If you can't withstand my 3 moves, your head will be severed from your neck. You failed to keep your promise, so I will make you pay. After saying that, he immediately flew towards him, swinging his spear. All the people watching the battle here became tense when they saw this situation. Peng Hu looked at Peng Li and said worriedly, Big brother, this situation seems a bit tense. Peng Li replied, Yeah, it's just as I thought. It seems the winner and loser have been decided. Chu Vin was continuously attacked by Hojong, and was now struggling to breathe. Even so, Hojong did not stop, still crazily swinging his spear to attack. Another spear was thrown towards Chu Vin Da's head. Although he raised his long sword to block, the spear shaft still hit him hard in the snout, dislocating his jaw. He painfully held his head. Before he could regain his senses, the spearhead once again aimed at his head and shot towards him. He panicked and dodged to escape a disaster. Hojong did not stop, continuing to stab down from above. Chu Vin immediately used his magic to run away and avoid. The donkey roll is a move that simulates the image of a donkey on the ground. This is a body technique to avoid an attack by making the body roll urgently on the ground. He kept spinning and somersaulting on the ground for a while before he was able to once again increase the distance between him and Hojong. Chu Vin's face was tense, sweat pouring out like rain. Am I really going to die this time? I even used my old mana to dodge his attack. I, Chu Vin, will one day have to struggle like this in the hands of a junior. Thinking of this, he immediately gripped the hilt of his sword and gathered all his strength to circulate his energy. Hojong saw that and his face started to show some interest. Chu Vin no longer dared to look down on his opponent. I apologize for being rude. I really don't look like the leader of the Nam Kung family. From now on, I will. Before he could finish speaking, Hojong's spear had already struck him in front of him. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. You damn bastard, he then swung his sword and charged. Hojong didn't care and continued to stab with his spear. Chu Vin used his 3 swords to chase after fate. The sword energy then turned into 3 blue lights, rapidly shooting towards Hojong. Hojong did not dodge but swung his spear directly at the fairy. But one of the swords penetrated his defense and stabbed towards his body. Jipiang panicked and shouted, Big brother, be careful. Facing this sword strike from the opponent, Hojong suddenly closed his eyes and focused. Opening his eyes again, he immediately used the motionless pillar technique. He kicked hard on the ground. Chu Vin was attacking, his face suddenly wrinkled. The space around him seemed to become distorted. There was no way to hit Hojong. This sword of his seemed to have pierced Hojong's chest. But looking back, he was hit by the opponent's move. Hojong continued to display the 12 heavenly walls, water vapor swirling around his body. Chu Vin on the opposite side painfully grabbed my wrist and screamed, My wrist. He gasped, trying to raise his head to glance at Hojong. The black shadow was once again summoned by Hojong. He coldly walked towards Chu Vin. Chu Vin screamed in fear, You bastard. He picked up his sword again, I will kill you bastard. Hojong on the opposite side also tightly gripped his spear, condensing his power. Chu Vin quickly took the initiative to fly up and swing his sword to slash. Hojong also flew up swinging his spear. The two sides once again entered into fierce battle. Hojong unleashed his dragon spear of war. Countless spear tips like the fangs of the black tortoise charged towards Zhou Rong. Before his eyes appeared a giant turtle mouth. The sky was filled with spears, and then they continuously pounded him. Hojong appeared again behind him. Chu Vin's body was covered in blood, splattered like rain. He did not die but painfully knelt on the ground, continuously spitting out fresh blood. Ban Lap smiled, Hojong brother won. But Hojong did not stop, continuing to raise his spear. He then rushed towards Chu Vin again, wanting to finish him off. The crowd of people were terrified and shouted, quickly stop him. Hojong's spear tip was blocked when it reached Chu Vin's face. The one who made the move was the arrogant beggar. Hojong was suspicious. Who was he? He vaguely saw someone's figure on this beggar. Is he the Dragon Head gang leader? Zhang Heng's bloody hand tightly held the spear tip. He said, Long Tu Bang Chu. It's true that the name sounds quite impressive, but that's just my master. I'm not the gang leader yet. I'm Truong Hon, still just the successor. But you are so strong. I am dying of pain. Can you stop and we can talk? Hojong quickly withdrew his spear. Why did you do that? If you make a small mistake, your hand will be gone. Zhang Heng exhaled, almost severed a hand, almost turned me into an even more miserable beggar. But you know me, I don't remember ever begging near the Green Mountain Yun clan. Hojong gave an excuse. I heard you are the successor of the beggar gang. Truong Hon turned around and held his head in frustration. My God, there are more rumors about me. Hojong looked at him, recalling the memories of his previous life. Zhang Heng was still the same, he was still the same, we used to drink together all night long. But I only met Truong Hon after I became the Dark Emperor. That time has passed a long time ago, right? Zhang Heng, although his hand was covered in blood, still smiled extremely happily. But if losing a hand could save a life, wouldn't that be great? Hojong pondered. The past was not here. Wait, is it because of me that everything is changing now? If I don't stop by the brothel, will the brothers and sisters of the Jia cat family die at the hands of the Thunder Fire gang leader? While he was in a daze, Zhang Heng walked over and pointed, saying, Hey, it seems like everyone is waiting for you. Hojong heard that and turned her head in surprise to look in the direction he pointed. The audience outside the stadium were all silently looking at him, waiting to see what he would do next. The situation is so serious. Is that person dead? Is this a martial arts competition? Hojong then bowed his head to glance at Chu Vin, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Because of me the atmosphere here is so gloomy. But I actually had the intention of killing him. When the crowd heard him actively admit it, they were all speechless. At this moment, Bang Lap raised his hand and exclaimed, Brother Hojong, isn't that a bit too much? Everyone here thinks this is just a normal martial arts competition. But Hojong brother sees this as a life and death duel. What is the reason for this? Hojong sighed. I guess I don't need to hide the reason. This morning while I was having dinner at the hotel, this guy came to see me. He then recounted the whole story, whether he added salt and pepper to make it more vivid or not. After hearing this, the crowd all looked at Nam Kung Hai with disdainful eyes. The young man, lost in the crowd, faced countless contemptuous and scornful gazes. He could only keep silent and not dare to speak. Min the Tien suddenly stood up at this moment. Honestly. Nam Kung Hai, this is your fault. Nam Kung Hai angrily gritted his teeth and turned to look at him. Min the Tien did not give him the face to continue speaking. Normally, you should care more about your subordinates. Captain Chu Vin did this probably just to get his disciples' recognition. You should go apologize to them, because you don't know how to take care of your subordinates. Nam Kung Hai's face wrinkled and he cursed inwardly. This situation is really damned. Truong Hon stood to the side thinking, it's not a mistake, it's just an error. Is he trying to cover something up? Nam Kung Hai and Min the Tien stood there staring at each other. Min the Tien Hung nodded his head to signal something. Hojong smiled. Wow, how wonderful. Senior brother Myong's heart for his little brother is so noble. If my little brother makes a mistake, I will also stand up and teach him the same thing, but my little brother will not make these kinds of mistakes like someone else. Nam Kung Hai's face became even uglier. Min the Tien pretended to be confused and asked, Who? I don't understand what you're talking about. Nam Kung Hai took the initiative to go up at this time, bowed his head and apologized to Hojong. I'm really sorry, I was the one who ordered Captain Chu to disturb you. It wasn't Captain Chu's intention but my order. Min the Tien gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? I had prepared everything. Nam Kung Hai apologizes very sincerely. I just wanted to do that to relieve some anger. I should have been fair and transparent but I made a mistake. I want this opportunity to send you my sincere apology. Please forgive me. He also secretly transmitted a message hoping that Hojong would not mention anything about the matter of Nam Kung Ngiosi. Faced with Nam Kung Hai's sincere apologies and sincere pleas, Hojong said without changing his expression, but I don't want to. Afternoon in a place with no people. Nam Kung Hai punched the wall hard to vent his curses. Damn it, that bastard dares to insult me like that. Moreover, it was right in front of Tan Tan. The more he thought, the more he couldn't calm down. He frantically swung his fists wildly against the wall. After a while, the wall was collapsed by his punch, the guards standing behind him. From beginning to end I did not dare to make a sound. After a while, Nam Kung Hai shouted at him, You immediately. Quickly go investigate him and report back to me. The guard replied loudly, obeying the young master's orders. He then immediately flew off to carry out his mission. Nam Kung Hai's face was still extremely gloomy, not showing any anger. Hojong, I will personally take your life. Move the scene to another side. Hojong was now smiling friendly looking at Bang Lap. Peng Li is confused, you called me. Hojong threw the spear in his hand away. Jipyong stood to the side and reached out to receive the spear, his face filled with confusion. Hojong smiled, Brother Peng Li, can you teach my little brother a few moves? Peng Li turned to look at Jipyong. Me? Hojong walked over and patted him on the shoulder. My little brother's strength is also among the top in the Yun clan, but he has never fought directly with anyone in the martial arts world. Now that the battles for family pride are over, shouldn't we also become friends, as the original purpose of this gathering was? Having said that, he glanced at his younger brother. Jipyong faced his gaze and smiled and nodded. He then clasped his hands towards Peng Li. Little brother is Jipyong from the Green Mountain Yun clan. Can big brother Peng teach me a few moves? Peng Li saw that he was so sensible and happily replied, as expected of the Yun clan's young master, alright, no problem. This matter created a wave of communication between the young people of the various clans. The people outside also spoke to each other. We should do the same. That's right, my hands and feet have been feeling itchy for a while now. I have always wished to test my skills with the young lady of the Jia cat family. Moyong Yanawa also came out. Could I have a martial arts competition with this brother? Peng Hu happily agreed. Okay, Miss Yanawa. Jia Cat Min walked behind Truong Hong. Senior, do you want to have a match with me? Truong Hong turned his head to look at him and laughed loudly. Haha, okay, that sounds interesting. The two then laughed and talked, leading each other to the side. Min the Tien was standing there observing the crowd when Hojong came up to challenge him. Myong young master, the last match ended a bit hastily, let's try again this time, our second match begins. The whole crowd then split up and started a very lively competition. The group of people who were enthusiastically practicing suddenly started to look behind them. The direction they looked was towards Hojong and the other two. Wasn't that the person who had just fought with team leader Zhou Rong? Hojong and Min the Tien fought extremely fiercely. Both of them used wooden sticks instead of sharp weapons like before. Min the Tien's wooden stick was now hit by Hojong until countless cracks appeared. He was not the type to just swing his stick and fight back. Hojong did not block it but took the initiative to step back and avoid it. To retreat, Hojong Min the Tien in his heart secretly thought, how could this be? Not waiting for him to think for long, Hojong swung his stick again and struck. Min the Tien's face was tense and sweating. I can't stop that move. At the crucial moment, he suddenly burst out with power, raising his staff to block Hojong's move. Then use force to knock the opponent's stick away. Then swung the stick to counterattack. Hojong, who was in a dominant position, was suddenly continuously attacked by the opponent. At this moment, the true energy on Min the Tien's body turned into golden color and continuously flowed out. Hojong was a bit surprised when he saw that. Not giving him time to analyze, Min the Tien swung his stick and rushed over. Hojong had no choice but to stop thinking and swing his stick to stimulate his inner energy. Both sides carried an intimidating aura and charged into direct combat. The moment the two attacks collided, a wooden stick was broken in half. In form is the staff of the bright world. With that move, it seems he was the one who suffered the loss. He was about to take a stance to attack again when Hojong suddenly spoke up. That's it for now, I learned a lot, thanks a lot. After saying that, without waiting for Min the Tien to reply, he calmly left. Hojong walked while remembering Min the Tien's previous move. The moves and the true energy are exactly the same as those guys. Those who attacked the Green Mountain Yun clan killed his younger brother leading to his destruction. He was able to confirm that his enemy was the Myong family. The Myong clan are truly ferocious beasts. Very quickly it was dark and the moon was at its zenith. Hojong sat under a tree meditating. The turbid ki has almost all been discharged. After a hard practice, he collapsed on the ground. He looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky and sighed. Yes, it is Myong family. Their way of controlling their energy is very much in line with the martial arts I've seen before. Each sect and each family has their own way of circulating and controlling qi, which is why the family heads pass on the method of regulating qi to their descendants. And sword techniques too. That day, they didn't use spears but swords, so I couldn't tell right away. He helplessly gritted his teeth and remembered what happened that year. At that time he was like a scared mouse hiding behind a bush. Not far away was his younger brother being beaten to the ground by the enemy. That move was to take Jipyong's life. And in that moment, Jipyong was still fearless. Furthermore, he also transmitted a message to Hojong to run away quickly. The murderer who killed Jipyong didn't look at him but looked away. Otherwise Hojong would have been discovered by then. Only after the enemy left, Hojong was able to stop being numb with fear. Only then could he stand up and run away. How miserable he was at that time. And he cried for 3 days and 3 nights. At that moment he vowed that he would never run away in regret again. At this moment, Zhang Han came over and sighed, how heartbreaking. But the trees around have all withered because of the aura you radiate. Hojong stood up, wiping away the tears on his face. What are you doing here? Truong Hon shook his head, nothing. He took out a large cloth bag and held it in front of him, here it is. Perhaps because of personal matters, he was unable to attend the banquet between the descendants of the clans tonight. So I brought you some, have a few drinks, what do you think of the aroma of this wine? Hojong's mouth corners raised indifferently accepting. Let's drink. The two sat at the stone table and began to enjoy wine while watching the moon. Truong Hon drank and reassured, don't worry about the second young master. He is with a young star of our beggar gang. You see, he is a good and well-behaved child, so he is very popular with everyone. Unlike someone who never had anyone to keep him company, Hojong shook his head and laughed, haha, of course it's different from me. Zhang Hong picked up a pork leg. You should smile more often, it's good to see you smile like that, Hojong continued, I also want to have a reason to smile. Zhang Huang was helpless, what a stubborn person, even need a reason to smile, only when you smile will you know the value of a smile. Hojong raised the wine bottle, my arm is about to break, quickly bring the main character over here, you're changing the subject again. Hojong then became serious again, I want to ask you something. Zhang Hong was startled, you're asking me, Hojong corrected his words, it's more like a request. Zhang Hong exclaimed, do you need our gang's help? Fine, we're willing to do anything to make a living, we can find anyone for you with our information network. Hojong heard that and immediately stood up, then went to Truong Hona's side and whispered something in his ear. Truong Hon was startled after hearing that. Are you serious? Hojong nodded, yes. Zhang Heng hesitated, the first and second requests were not difficult, but the third, investigating that family was a bit difficult. Hojong decisively turned around, if it's too much, then forget it, you don't need to do it. Truong Hon stood up, no I can do it, but can you tell me the reason? Hojong explained, there are 3 requests in total. If it can be done, I will tell you why. Change scene to another side where there are 2 people talking, so you want me to deal with that guy, yes, why can't you do it? So you want to borrow my hand to kill someone while your hand is not stained with a drop of blood, is this a form of borrowing a knife to kill someone? The rumors about the favors and hatreds that must be repaid from the Sichuan road are just rumors after all, shut up, or I'll let you know, you agree with me then, prepare well, I'll contact you as soon as he leaves. The 2 people talking were Duong Tuen and Nam Kung Hai. Duong Tuen's hand was still bandaged, but he still couldn't stop smiling. Let me ask you a question. Why do you hate that guy so much? Nam Kung Hai pondered for a moment, then replied, I don't have any regrets. Duong Tuen laughed even louder, even dogs don't believe what you said, let alone humans. Your eyes are full of murderous intent, yet you say you don't have any resentment. It's obvious that you hate him to the core. Nam Tsong Hai pushed the door open, stop talking nonsense, you should take this opportunity to save some self-esteem, before covering your face and crying like a loser. Duong Tuen was teased and immediately got angry and yelled, I told you to shut up. I had intended to do it too, even if you didn't ask me to, I would still do it. Just you wait, I won't return to Sichuan until my hands are stained with his blood. The next day, the martial arts training ground outside was completely destroyed, the ground was full of cracks. The gathering of the stars has also ended. Hojong looked at the people inside and thought to himself that he had to return home soon, there were still many things that needed to be resolved. Now that I know the identity of that evil beast, I cannot ignore it, I must improve my martial arts skills as well as rectify the power of my family. I hope Truong Hon will find the information he asked for. In his mind, he unconsciously remembered last night, right after hearing what Hojong said, Truong Hong immediately packed up his things, fighting quickly and winning quickly. If we want to complete what you asked for soon, we have to start tonight, we have to start arranging people in the gang to take action, even that is not enough. Hojong suggested, should we pay the people of the beggar gang who are working secretly in the families so that they can investigate faster? Truong Hon waved his hand, no need, you just need to prepare a lot of delicious dishes to entertain me later. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but smile, he would successfully find the news, he always believed in him. The 2 Peng brothers also came out to say goodbye, brother Hojong and Jipiang were preparing to leave. Hojong nodded, if it's fate, we will meet again, Peng Li cried loudly, who's so sad, we haven't even had a chance to drink a glass together yet. Peng Hu walked over and patted Jipiang's head, Jipyong had a hard time yesterday, because he had to take on the role of serving Hojong's wine. They laughed and joked very happily. It seemed that they got along quite well. Ton Ton also came from behind at this time. Hey, why are you leaving so early? Let's have lunch together before you leave, okay? Hojong went to Zhuge Ming and said, no, the path I took was in the opposite direction of the Zhuge family. Come to Jiangsu to visit when you have the chance. I will welcome you. Qing Qing angrily huffed, but what about me? Hojong heard that and turned to look at her. She was the same, coldly snorted, why do you seem so hesitant? She then took out something and gave it to him, take this. Hojong was puzzled, what is this? He explained clearly, it is the Zhuge family's demonic token. We are recently starting a weapons business, we have a headquarters in the east of Anhui, there is a map available so if you need it, just go there. Hojong was puzzled, but why did she give me this? Ton Ton continued, using a spear is not suitable for you at all, I don't know clearly what weapon you are really suitable for, but if you have time, just drop by and take a look, all the weapons imported this summer are in very good condition. Hojong held the demonic card tightly, thank you for helping me, we even come from 2 different families. Ton Ton walked over and put her arm around her younger brother's shoulder, what are you talking about? Thanks to you, the eldest son and eldest daughter of the Jia cat family are able to live until now. If he were my father, he would do the same. The crowd then chatted a few more sentences. The 2 brothers Yan Qing then said goodbye to the crowd and left. Ton Ton sighed, he left without looking back. Moyong Yanhwa asked, Ton Ton's sister, do you think he is a real person? Ton Ton used her eyes to look at her suspiciously. Yanhwa looked intently at Hojong's back and continued, Hojong, even though I've only met him for a few days, I already understand why the Green Mountain Yun clan was able to become so powerful. There is a reason why they were able to rank among the top 10 great families in such a short period of time. Ton Ton nodded in agreement, yes, you are right. Yanhwa thought to herself, we will meet again, right? What will our relationship be like when we meet again? A trustworthy ally or an enemy to destroy each other? Nam Kung Hai was also standing on the top floor of the restaurant observing Hojong's group. He watched the 2 brothers leave with the warm farewell of so many people. Especially Ton Ton then angrily slammed her hand on the railing. What an eyesore, contact that guy in the family right now. Tell him our target is leaving. Scene changed to the Green Mountain Yun clan. Yun San was sitting in the office handling official business when suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. A steward quickly entered with a hammer in hand. He went to Yun San and reported, the 2 young masters are on their way back to their home. And we also just received a letter from the Murong family. Yun San suspiciously received the letter, the Murong family. We have almost never had contact with the Murong family, why would they send us a letter? After reading the letter, he was startled. They want the 2 families to join forces. The scene changes to the study of the master of the Murong family. The head of the Murong family is currently in his room writing calligraphy. On the tree branch outside the window there was a sparrow standing there watching him. It fearlessly flew in and landed beside him. It landed right on the ink plate, then jumped out and stained his calligraphy paper. The middle-aged man stopped when he saw this, his writing movements glanced at the sparrow. The sparrow excitedly ran to perch on his hand. I thought there would be a passionate caress. But he used his internal energy to strangle the sparrow. This person is the sword god Murong Bang. The scene changes back to the Yun clan's master's room. Yun San is still staring at the letter from the Murong family, deep in thought. This proposal, could it be that the Murong family also agrees with this? 300 years ago, the Murong family moved from Liaoning to the central plains of Hunan after the blood sect. I didn't expect that people who traded on water like them would be so interested in trading on land. He put the letter down and tapped the table thoughtfully. The more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed to him. After a while, he ordered the manager to prepare paper and ink. He then stood up and went to open the window. The weather is quite cool today. Maybe autumn is coming. The scene changes to Hojong's group. After a while of continuous movement, they are now exhausted and lying on the ground, panting. Jipyong said, sweating profusely. So hot. Hojong is also a bit tired but looks much better than the rest of them. Are you okay? Jipyong shook his head. It's okay. Because I'm still drunk I'm even more tired. Going from Hefei to Jiangsu continuously without stopping is really tiring. Suddenly Shinmo shouted to the crowd behind him. What are you doing? Get up now. Hojong glanced at him sarcastically, his physical strength was too weak, how could this be called the Blue Operation Squad? Shinmo heard that and immediately directed his ferocious subordinates, the Blue Operation Squad will be ready for a special training session. Hojong didn't pay attention to them and continued walking. Team leader Shinmo, stay here, I'll go find something to eat, Shinmo suggested, young master should let me go instead. Hojong quickly arrived in front of a certain tavern. He went inside but it was completely empty, not a single ghost in sight. His eyes fell into the kitchen. "Boss, don't you have any business? Please help me prepare food and drinks for 30 people. The boss trembled as he walked out. Oh yes, at this moment someone came out from behind. Look ho ho. Ho-jong turned his head to look back. The person behind is none other than Duong Tuen. Long time no see. Oh no, it's only been 2 days. Ho-jong turned to face the cripple. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. He did not say anything. Duong Tuen continued to ask, why was he surprised? Ho-jong sneered, what a surprise. I thought you were tired of seeing me and losing an arm. Duong Tuen coldly snorted. The madman only knew how to say nonsense. Ho-jong's eyes suddenly narrowed, because he felt something was wrong in the atmosphere. Duong Tuen Song, why, you have been poisoned. Have you ever heard of Chinese poison? Ho-jong was suspicious. The Chinese sound was poisonous. Duong Tuen hugged his face and laughed loudly. Because this poison is odorless and colorless, you cannot detect it. A fool like you seems slow. While he was proudly bragging, Ho-jong suddenly appeared and punched him. The young man who took this punch immediately spat out his saliva. He was sent flying and fell to the ground, vomiting non-stop. He couldn't understand what was going on in his heart. How could that be possible? He was clearly hit by my 3-yang poison gas. The 3-yang poison gas definitely still hasn't dissipated after the yin poison took effect. While he was in a daze, Ho-jong walked over and kicked his arm. The painful screams of the Tang dynasty then rang out extremely miserably. Ho-myung, who was standing above observing, couldn't help but be terrified. He rushed down from above and told Ho-jong to stop. Ho-jong looked at the Tang family's subordinates jumping down and stood there calmly without changing his expression. Ho-myung threatened, if you don't stop. The words had just been said when he had to shut his mouth because Ho-jong had already raised his foot and stepped on Duong Tuen's neck. What if we don't stop? Ho-myung's face grimaced and he gritted his teeth. You dare to use the young master to threaten me? Ho-jong didn't care, pointed straight at his face and called out. You quickly move forward. If you don't want me to break his neck, then quickly follow suit. Ho-myung dare not disobey. Very quickly stepped in front of Ho-jong. Suddenly Ho-myung pulled something out of his sleeve, making Ho-jong startled. His skull was immediately cut off by Ho-myung. Finished handling, Ho-jong, he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Okay, now young master. But this was all his own thinking, and in reality, Ho-jong in front had already raised his hand and slapped him. He woke up from his thoughts and covered his face. What the hell? Ho-jong reminded, stop thinking too much, quickly reach out your hand. Ho-myung glanced at the thing in his hand and thought, is this what he's talking about? Seeing him hesitate, Ho-jong sighed. Then swung his foot and kicked the path of the declaration. The path of the trampled unconscious was painfully forced to wake up. Ho-myung didn't dare to disobey Ho-jong anymore, quickly giving him the thing in his hand. Ho-jong received it thinking silently, a steel whip. He then waved his hand to move the iron wire. The remaining guards behind the Tang family quickly ran over and hugged Ho-myung back. The Red Army is ready to attack. Ho-myung saw them wanting to rush forward and shouted in panic, no, you guys are no different from him than fireflies and moonlight. The crowd completely ignored his reminder and rushed forward. Ho-jong's eyes narrowed. He coldly swung the iron chain, and all the people who were rushing over were instantly beaten into minced meat. Ho-myung was shocked and couldn't believe it when he saw the chains and human flesh flying in the air. What is happening before our eyes now? Ho-jong then retracted the chain, thinking to himself, this isn't good. If it was the Tempest Axe chain it could be much neater than this. Maybe we should find another gear to mount it on. Thinking of this, he decisively threw the iron chain back to Ho-myung and turned to leave. Ho-myung's face was extremely grimaced with anger. How dare he touch my favorite weapon? Thinking of this, blood rushed to his brain, making him so excited that he didn't care about anything else and rushed to attack Ho-jong. Ho-jong completely glanced, not even bothering to look back, and continued walking. He bent down, grabbed Duong Tuen's collar, lifted him up, then decisively threw him back so that Ho-myung's palm could hit him. Tang Xian was already extremely miserable. After receiving another palm strike, he groaned in pain again. Ho-myung was frightened and his face turned pale, the eldest young master. He rushed to hug the path. Are you okay, young master? Duong Tuen asked with dreamy eyes. Why did you hit me? Ho-jong on the opposite side also did not make a move but stood there taunting, wondering how the sect master would handle this. When the person sent to protect the eldest son ended up making him disabled, Ho-myung couldn't help but think of the head of the sect when he heard that. His body then trembled violently with fear. Ho-jong looked at him seriously. Do you want to live? If you want to live, answer me. Okay. Ho-myung looked at him silently, not responding for a moment. Ho-jong coldly shouted, answer quickly. Ho-myung finally couldn't help but nod. Hojong saw that and sat down in front of him. This tavern is quite far from Hefei. We had to run for 2 days straight without rest and passed through one of the connected roads to get here. It's strange, right? Homyang is confusing. I don't understand what the hell this guy is saying. Yan Yang continued to explain. Why would you people from Sichuan know that we would pass by this route? Hearing this, Homyang knew what he was implying. His expression immediately changed. Hojong's mouth corners raised in an extremely sinister smile. Let's not make things more complicated than they already are. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Homyang's chin, pulling his face closer to his. Who told you we would be passing through here? Outside the forest, Shinmo's group was still waiting. Jipyong was already lying on the ground, asleep. Shinmo was chatting with his subordinates when he suddenly glanced to the side. His eyes then widened. Hojong returned with blood stains all over his body. He carried 2 bags of food, smiling, waiting for me long. Shinmo hurriedly asked, what happened? Why are your clothes covered in blood? The rest of the crowd also stood up in excitement. What happened? Hojong reassured, that's not my blood, so you don't need to worry. He held a dumpling in front of Jipyong's nose. I've already taken care of everything. Jipyong, wake up, eat a little and then go back to sleep. Shinmo breathed a sigh of relief that the eldest son had personally dealt with it. Hojong continued, I didn't kill him either, even though he's no different from a paraplegic now. The crowd was so nervous when they heard that. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Hojong smiled extremely sinisterly. Instead, I used another method. Sometimes rumors are stronger than swords. The scene changes to another side. On the street there is a horse-drawn carriage moving rapidly. Very quickly it entered the city. Inside immediately someone came out. The Prince of Nam Kung Hai has returned. Nam Kung Hai coldly stepped down from the carriage, facing countless gazes and gossips from the crowd. He felt extremely confused. What is this atmosphere? He quickly entered the mansion. He went to the master's room to greet. Dad, I'm home. Nam Kung Chien was currently very angry. He was sitting on the table writing something. White papers were flying around. Nam Kung Hai saw countless paintings he drew falling on the ground and was confused. I remember, every time my father was angry, he would draw orchids to suppress the anger in his heart. Nam Kung Chien coldly asked him, Hien, is this true? Nam Kung Hai still doesn't know what happened. What? Nam Kung Chien continued, that strategy of borrowing a knife to kill someone. Nam Kung Hai heard that, his face immediately changed and wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger. Nam Kung Chien coldly questioned again. Did you order the eldest son of the clan to kill the eldest son of the Yun clan? I thought if it were you, you would have handled everything neatly without revealing your identity. Could it be that I was wrong? Nam Kung Hai didn't know how to respond. He could only helplessly apologize. Nam Kung Chien continued to question. Even when Sanghua was injured, you didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation, yet you made such an unreasonable mistake. What is the reason behind that? First of all, something has shaken your composure. Secondly, that kid named Hojong is more outstanding than expected. Or both. Nam Kung Hai gritted his teeth and cursed continuously in his heart. Damn it, damn it. Nam Kung Chien asked again, do you like the eldest daughter of the Jia cat family that much? Nam Kung Hai clenched his teeth and was about to explain something. But before he could say anything, Nam Kung Chien coldly turned his head to glance at him. When a man becomes weak, it can only be when he falls in love. The moment love intervenes, people often lose their composure and ruin things. That's just like you right now. Do you have anything else to say? I will send a matchmaker to the Jia cat family. Nam Kung Hai heard that and was shocked and could not believe it. Nam Kung Chien continued to explain, you are the son of a great family, Nam Kung family. A woman like Jia cat family is still acceptable. Nam Kung Hai stammered, Father. Nam Kung Chien raised his sword horizontally. Don't be mistaken, consider this a whetstone to hone your calmness, not your life partner. Nam Kung Hai clenched his fist. Yes, thank you father, I lost to him once, but I definitely won't lose a second time. Nam Kung Chien was satisfied, that's my son, go back and rest. He then decisively cut off a branch of the pine tree on the table. He looked at the severed tree thoughtfully. He had to end things with the Green Mountain Yun clan. Time flies so fast, 20 years have passed. Today, the 2 Yun clan brothers finally returned home. We're back, father. Yun San was not happy to see his 2 sons return. On the contrary, his face was very tense. He and the manager beside him did not say anything, just stood there silently staring at the 2 people. I don't know how long passed. He coughed and smiled. All right, come here quickly, Jipyong, you go back and rest first. Jipyong was allowed to go home early and left excitedly. Hojong then sat down at the table to drink tea and chat with his father. Have some water. Hojong also didn't hesitate to grab the glass of water and drink it all in one go. The manager saw this and his face was full of helplessness. Yun-san then asked, "Okay, why do you look like that? I'll practice a bit on the way back." "Practice? What kind of practice?" Hojong explained. "Nothing special, I ran. Within half a moment run with all your might, after half a moment run slowly. Then from the next day, the instant running time will increase by half a second each time you run." Yun-san is confused. "Did you run back with Jipyong?" "No." "Then who did you run with?" Hojong responded, "Along with the entire The Blue Operation Squad including the home team Shinmo." Yun-san thought nervously, running like that with all the team members for 20 days. After a while, he asked again, "Not too much?" "No, this is just the beginning. The beginning of reaching the limit of martial arts, although it is unknown whether it can be achieved until death." Yun-san woke up. "So that's it. My son changed since that day. From my weak son has become an adult." He then started asking about the main topic. "I heard that your relationship with the Nam-kung family is quite bad, huh?" Hojong began to recount everything. Did this even need to be said, right from the beginning of the meeting? Yun-san sighed after hearing that, the second son of the Nam-kung family did that. Hojong startled, "Yes. This is the first time I see my father with eyes like that." Yun-san continued. "So that's why the male palace master apologized and confessed to what the male palace jade had done." Hojong thought to himself, Nam-kung came to apologize, what does that mean? Yun-san asked again, "Do you know how the situation turned out?" Hojong replied, "He abandoned his daughter and saved face for his son. He handled the murderous scheme with a personal grudge that had nothing to do with the family. The owner of the house is really a cunning snake." Yun-san nodded in agreement. "That was it." Hojong exclaimed that Nam-kung Ra's way of handling things was truly surprising. Yun-san secretly rejoiced in his heart. His son's eyes were truly excellent at seeing that. He asked again, "So what should we do about this? Is it right to accept the apology?" Hojong continued, "There must be times when a warrior's life is threatened, but I'm fine. Accepting an apology and improving the Yun clan's reputation would be much more beneficial." Yun-san nodded and stood up. "Okay, I understand. You must be tired too. Go home and rest." Hojong didn't say anything else, stood up and walked outside. As soon as he reached the door, Yun-san spoke again, "Hojong." He turned his head and looked back, puzzled. Yun-san looked at him seriously, "You've worked hard." Hojong was surprised to hear these words from his own mouth. He smiled back and replied, "No problem." The next morning at the Yun clan's training ground, Hojong's body was wrapped in chains and iron bars tied to his wrists and legs. He stood there taking a deep breath, then start running like crazy. He carried that pile of iron and steel on his body and ran continuously for a month, regardless of rain or shine, without rest. Time flies, he has been practicing like that for 4 months. On Tet holiday, people went out to watch fireworks, but he still practiced diligently. On the first day of the new year, Hojong finally removed the pile of iron and steel from his body. After a long time of carrying a pile of iron on his body to practice, now that he has taken off that pile of iron, he feels his body is as light as a feather. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat better now. Get ready to welcome the killer. A few days later, Zhang Hong also sent a letter to inform me, "I have finished investigating your 3 requests. It was much more difficult than I thought. You knew it, right? Of course, you knew it. I almost lost my life. I agreed too quickly and now all the money I got from begging has been spent. I shouldn't have been so polite and said I would accept your commission, you bastard. I will come find you in 15 days, so prepare some delicious food. If you can't satisfy my appetite I will destroy everything." Hojong finished reading the letter, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise up. Does he have to come here? He could have just delivered the message by letter. What made him come all the way here to deliver the message? It can only be one of 2 things. This is such a secret that if it were to be revealed it would cause chaos. Or there is too much content to convey. After hearing the news from Truong Hon, then we will officially act. While he was absent-minded, his father came up behind him. He stood there silently, keeping his distance, observing him. Hojong quickly sensed his presence and turned to look back. He slowly approached. "Did you finish practicing today?" Hojong nodded, "Yes." He then turned around and led the way. "There is something I need you to do, so follow me." Hojong was confused. "Right now, did I do something wrong? Tonight we just practice." They quickly led each other to a bamboo forest. Hojong thought to himself, "This place is the forest where father talked about the Bai La Tru Chi." Yun-san led him to a shelf of weapons. "Pick one." Hojong's heart was filled with confusion. "Father told me to choose a weapon, does that mean I will compete with him?" After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Will you seriously compete with me?" Yun-san asked back, "Seriously?" "Yes, seriously. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have needed to bring you here." Hojong heard that and immediately pulled out a long spear. Yun Sen was startled, the sky was shaking. He then also pulled out a long sword. Hojong's mouth corners raised, thinking to himself, Death Sword Chi. If so, is it still a gentleman with 8 swords? People are really serious, this is a bit stressful. Hojong had just gotten into a stance ready to attack when Yun Sen spoke up again. Before we begin, do you know why I wanted to see your martial arts today? Hojong was puzzled. Didn't I want to see how your martial arts have improved? Yun Sen nodded, yes, but there was another more obvious reason. What was it? Yun Sen raised his sword. I will tell you about that after the match. The two of them then separately used their energy to get into battle stances. Hojong stomped the ground to gain momentum. In the blink of an eye, he swung his spear and struck his father in the face. Yun San's reaction speed was not slow either. As soon as he moved, he swung his sword and sent him flying. Hojong was beaten back, the corners of his mouth involuntarily raised up with interest. Was it that simple to resolve? If that's the case, then I'll have to use even more force. The ground was once again crushed by him. He flew into the air, swinging the spear and stabbing it continuously towards his father. Yun Sen faced this stormy attack from her son and still calmly swung her sword to block it. Swords and spears clashed continuously, extremely fierce. After fighting with weapons, Hojong waved his palm, and Yun Sen also let go of his sword. The two of them, father and son, then faced each other. One used the flying swallow palm, the other used the dragon palm. Terrifying true energy immediately spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Waiting for the attack to pass, Hojong was sent flying far away. Yun Sen was still standing there calmly, looking at the current situation. Anyone could see that the winner of the last move was Yun Sen. He once again grasped the long sword. It was excellent. Hojong similarly grasped the halberd. That's what I wanted to say too. Yun Sen closed his eyes and swung his sword up. If so, then how about this? Hojong was startled. That posture, could it be? Yun Sen immediately flew towards him. Wherever he moved, the rocks and soil covering his body were destroyed. Hojong's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the sword before him. He didn't dare to take the attack head-on and quickly dodged. The entire forest was shaken by Yun Sen's sword strike. Hojong avoided it, but his face still showed tension. Before he could think much, Yun Sen rushed forward again. It was a sword strike. Hojong didn't dodge anymore but quickly gathered his energy, then proactively carried his spear and charged towards his father. Yun Sen was also surprised when she saw this. It is always a direct confrontation. The spear tip and the sword blade immediately collided. Hojong gritted his teeth and faced the attack head-on. Both sides continuously used their moves, neither side giving in. Oh, Yun Sen attacked while secretly praising, how surprising, charging forward and reducing the power of the group of swords by himself. Attack relentlessly, both defending and attacking. The more you attack, the stronger you become. That is the strategy for real combat. After a while of fighting, Hojong was still no match for his father. He was once again struck by his sword and forced to retreat. He thought nervously. No matter how many times he swung his sword, in the end, father was able to defend against all the openings he had created. It's like a wall without a single gap. Father's martial arts have reached perfection. So I can only fight with all I have. Thinking of this, he once again clenched his spear and swung it up. Yun Sen squinted at him. He also raised his sword again. Come here. Come here. After saying that, Hojong immediately flew forward again. Yun Sen also swung his sword and rushed forward. Sword strike again, face to face. The terrifying internal energy from where the two people were fighting once again erupted violently. The whole forest shook violently because of that. I don't know how long it took. The battle stopped. Hojong looked at his still trembling hand and sighed. What a pity, although I still want to continue, but it is true that if it is not a life and death duel, it is difficult to get the white tiger spirit out. Yun Sen put the sword back in its original place and asked, how do you think about your father's martial arts? Hojong continued, martial arts require perfection, so it's very impressive. Yun Sen was doubtful. Perfect. Hojong explained, that's right, attack and defense, dodge and counterattack, not favoring one side and not revealing any weakness, martial arts that combine all things, that's father's martial arts. Yun Sen was filled with fear. After only one fight, he had already seen through my martial arts. He turned around and sighed, really? Actually, I was hoping you would follow the same path as me before becoming the head of the family. As the father of 2 sons, I have always hoped that my sons would follow the same path as me. But it seems you have chosen to go down another path. When we fight with swords, we can know what you are after. Hojong wondered, what is it? Yun Sen replied, I don't want to become the head of the family. Today it is even more certain, your will is not the Green Mountain Yun clan. That family reaches out to the great ocean out there in the world. The reason for today's martial arts competition is this: I want to use martial arts to ask you whether your determination is to be the young master or not. Hojong was stunned. Young master. Yun San continued, but for the future of their children, even as parents, there was no other way. Your martial arts are amazing, so come compete with me sometime. He then turned and left. Hojong hesitantly called him back. Father, even if my will is different, my heart will always be here. If one day you hear of my slanderous reputation as a devil, please understand that it was only to protect my family that I pointed my sharp knife at the world. Yun San was stunned for a moment. Then he exclaimed, "What nonsense are you talking about? If the world calls my son a devil, then the one called the world will die under my sword. You rest." Very quickly it got dark. Hojong lay on the bed and exhaled. Young master. I thought he would naturally think of Jipyong. I didn't expect him to think of me. Dad, I'm sorry, I have something to do. If the culprit is not eliminated, the Green Mountain Yun clan will have no future. I still clearly remember that the three religions' forces intended to swallow up the entire Central Plains. The black and white sects were submerged in a sea of blood. Young master, murderer, three religions, what a headache. On the other side, Yun San was also pondering by the window. Only heart is here. It's so difficult, madam. Just then someone came and asked, why is the tea not good? The person who came was the manager Ta Trung. He was holding a letter in his hand and walking over. The weather was quite cold, wasn't it? There is a letter from the Murong family. Yun San quickly took the letter and opened it to read. It's really funny that he kept repeating the same business plan. Xie Zhong nodded. It seems that the Murong family still hasn't given up. Yun San asked him what he thought about this. Ta Trung was startled. Are you talking about your subordinate's thoughts? Your subordinate agrees. Isn't the Mo Dung family a family with talent for business? If the business expands and assets increase, then more money can be spent on the people's lives that were damaged by the summer floods. Yun San asked again, for the people's lives, yes. Yun San stroked his beard thoughtfully. It made sense, but Ta Trung saw him hesitate, so he continued, or maybe he was afraid that the Mo Dung family had other plans, so he hesitated like that. If so, then try this, daughter of the Murong family head. Please betroth the eldest son to Moyong Yanhwa. Yun San was startled. Engaged. Hojong with the daughter of the Murong family. Ta Trung explained, that's right, Moyong Yanhwa is beautiful from her character, intelligence to her talent. Miss Mo Dung is indeed a suitable person for the eldest son of the Chong Ta family. In the future, the eldest son will also become the head of the family, so he also needs a lover by his side to look after him. Yun San stroked his beard and sighed without answering. He picked up his cup of tea again, turned his head and looked out the window. Time flies, another 10 days have passed. The two Yun clan brothers are currently practicing in the yard. Jipyong was practicing enthusiastically, suddenly excitedly turned his head and glanced back. Zhang Hong walked over cheerfully and waved at the two of them. Long time no see, little thief. How is my food? I have been hungry for 3 days. Hojong smiled. If you leave even a single grain of rice, you will know my power. The two quickly went to the sumptuous banquet table that had been prepared early. After a while, all the food was devoured. Thanks for the meal, it was really delicious. Jipyong sat on one side looking at him blankly. Majestic, you're not a monster, are you? Zhang Hong laughed loudly. Second young master underestimates me too much. This is nothing. When I was young I could eat 12 pounds of pork at once. Jipyong hid in a corner and started calculating. 12 kilograms could be divided into 36 servings. Hojong came over and asked, would you like some tea? Zhang Hong replied, what tea? Let's drink wine. Hojong hesitated, but it was still light outside. Zhang Hong asked again, are you planning to wait until nightfall to drink wine? How strange. Hojong heard that and immediately ordered his younger brother, Jipyong, bring the wine outside. Jipyong quickly ran outside. Yes sir. Waiting for Jipyong to leave, Hojong continued, we've finished eating, now let's get to the main point. Truong Hon looked at him seriously. The first thing was to find out what was happening in the martial arts world. In my opinion there was nothing special, except for the appearance of several old monks from the Tu Loyam Tu in Tibet outside. Hojong was doubtful. Was there no one else? He asked again, who else could it be? Hojong said a few names, the evil cults that bully the common people for example, and suddenly woke up. Those demonic cult-like things. No, it was as quiet as a deserted area. Hojong bowed his head in thought. It seemed that the three religions led by lust cult had yet to make any move. Zhang Heng reached into his chest to search for something. The second thing was about Murong Bang's little brother, Murong Wu, about his current actions. Hojong nodded, that's right. Truong Hon took out a scroll and gave it to him. The details were all written inside. Truong Hon sat on one side observing Hojong, thinking silently. Why is he looking for Murongbang's half-brother? After reading the contents of the scroll, Hojong went to see trading in Zhejiang City. Zhang Hong nodded. That's right, he is currently in charge of the Zhejiang branch of the Murong family. It is said that the profits from there account for 1/3 of the Murong family's total assets. He is a rare talent, and very agile too. Just that his personality is a bit different from his big brother, Hojong thought to himself. I know. Even though he was abandoned by his own big brother, as long as his big brother asked for help, he would still kneel down before the Dark Lord like me. To unify the martial arts world, we need someone as humble and profound as him. Just like in the underworld, it is impossible to do this by force. Zhang Hong continued, but about the third thing, can I ask you a question first? Hojong calmly replied, you tell me. Zhang Hong asked without any courtesy, how do you know that? Hojong made a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Solemn face. The world's #1 family. Why did you know that the Gyujimyeong clan was secretly nurturing the evil sword? Move the scene to another side. There are countless people working hard to mine coal here. On a cliff there are 2 people standing there observing. The person in front asked, how is everything? The subordinate behind replied, about 5 more days to dig. Middle-aged man's mouth corners raised, well, when everything is done, bury all those people. Go, this person is the head of Gyujimyeong clan Myong Chun. The subordinate asked, looking very excited. Myong Chun was pleased. Of course, the martial arts of the ancestors were about to be in my hands. 300 years ago, our ancestors repelled the martial emperors and the blood sects from all directions, and then passed down to future generations only a part of their martial arts. I thought the rest had disappeared, but I didn't expect it to be here. There is also the martial arts of the 4 martial emperors. As long as I can practice it, then I can have power surpassing even the 13 heavenly seats. But still no contact from the Mo Dung family. The other person nodded. Yes, it seems like the Yun clan still hasn't replied to them. Myong Chun exclaimed, Mo Rongbang is truly a weakling. Tell him that if Yun clan refuses again this time, then deal with them. If you can't compromise, use force on them. The other guy is really scared. Myong Chun smiled back. Aren't you curious? I mean the martial arts of the Gyujimyeong clan that was just discovered. Let us test how many days the Green Mountain Yun clan can last. The scene changes to some forest at night. The place was quiet. Suddenly a hidden weapon flew through the air. It directly penetrated the opposite tree trunk. The one who made the move was none other than Hojong. His face was extremely ugly at this moment. He seemed angry. The scene changed back to his previous conversation with Zhang Heng. After hearing what the other party said, the true energy from his body could not help but erupt extremely fiercely. Zhang Hong panicked and hurriedly advised, young master, please calm down. Hojong used all his strength to crush the wine cup in his hand, and his true energy also fiercely spread out in all directions. The tables and chairs in the house were blown away by this terrible aura. Hojong had no way to keep calm. Zhang Heng painfully raised his hand to hold his chest. This kid, you make my heart drop out of my chest. Hojong calmed down after a while. What's this atmosphere? This is really crazy. Is it my grudge towards the things the Myong clan did in the previous life? The scene changes back to the present. Hojong walks to the side of the tree that was just smashed. My chest is so hot. I can't calm down. You dare kill my father and bury my brothers. Burn down our home. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't calm down and shouted. However, the anger and resentment radiating from him did not decrease in the slightest. Yun-san walked behind him and said, instead of practicing, I felt it was more like anger. Hojong calmed down when he heard his voice. Yun-san went to him and asked, is there something that makes you upset? Hojong thought for a moment, but in the end, he decided not to tell him about this. It's nothing, I'm probably just a little impatient because the training progress is slow. Yun-san continued, your martial arts are already on par with the leader of the family's guard organization, there's no need to rush. He then took out another book and gave it to him. Take this is a copy. Your martial arts are the type of martial arts that attack in waves. Although your physical strength has been able to withstand it until now, I think it will consume a lot of physical strength. At that time, there may be an opening and a counterattack. The Dragon Palm is a counterattack technique. This will be a book to strengthen your martial arts. Hojong looked at the book in his hand and thought, of course he had the 4 gods' mysterious tortoise. If he opened the Azure Dragon Chi, then counterattacking would no longer be a problem. But how can I ignore my father's feelings? You brought the secret book yourself. Although this thing was useless to him, he still sincerely thanked him. Yun-san stared at her son and asked, he was about to leave. Hojong also had no intention of hiding this. Yes, tomorrow. He thought to himself, just staying at home would be difficult to stop the attack. I have to personally go and see and understand the scale of the opponent's forces. Yun Sen didn't ask much, raised his head to look at the sky. Okay, I understand. Follow me, I have another gift for you. Midnight on the street outside the Yun clan gate. Hojong and his father led each other to a house that still had the lights on. Hojong was secretly startled. This place is. Yun Sen pushed the door open without any courtesy and called out, "Old man Payan, are you there?" As soon as his voice fell, an old man came out from inside. "I've been waiting for you, Yun clan leader. This person is the man of talent Feng Tran." Hojong glanced around thoughtfully. "Is it a blacksmith?" Feng Tran continued to Yun Sen. "I have finished preparing the matter you entrusted me with." Yun Sen asked with concern, "You're not working too hard, are you?" Feng Tran smiled. "It's nothing. It's not really anything new. 15 days is enough. Okay, here it is." Hojong looked at the weapon in front of him and his eyes immediately widened. Before his eyes at this moment was a shiny big umbrella. He exclaimed excitedly, "This is." Yun Sen ordered him, "What are you still standing there for? Come here and try it." Hojong quickly walked over and grabbed the sturdy, straight 6-foot spear shaft. It felt quite sturdy, the weight of the large blade transmitted into his hand. He then waved his hand and waved the big umbrella back and forth to see. Yun Sen asked again, "How do you like it?" Hojong smiled. "About the weight I really like." Yun Sen nodded. "It seems so." The father and son then said goodbye to Feng Tran and left. Hojong carried the big kite and followed his father into the forest again. After walking for a while, Yun Sen decided to ask, "Hojong, do you have any thoughts about marriage?" Hojong was stunned when he heard him suddenly ask this question. "Marriage? I still haven't thought about it. Is there a suitable marriage partner for me?" Yun Sen asked again, "What do you think of the young lady of the Murong family? I heard that she is a talented woman in many aspects." Moyong Yanawa, but why is it the Mo Dung family? There are other families, why does it have to be the Mo Dung family? Yun Sen explained, The Mo Dung family proposed a business cooperation with our Yun clan. So I thought about your marriage. There are also some cases where families are forced to marry each other to strengthen their relationships. Just pretend you haven't heard anything. In fact, I also oppose marriage without love. Hojong's face wrinkled and he thought to himself, is the Murong family planning to join hands with this family? Why is it suddenly like this? Before the Murong family's return, what kind of family was it? After the Yun clan was destroyed, the family that was known as the world's #1 family was the Murong family. Not the Gyujimyeong clan family. The Myeong clan was gradually weakening at that time. Wait, but how did the Myeong clan collapse like that? He began to connect the information he had obtained so far. The Murong family, the maritime trade, the attack of the Myeong clan and their decline didn't seem to have much of a connection. So what was it? He felt something was very strange. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Father, let me ask you another question. The father I know would not think of his children's marriage for business reasons, so who was the one who suggested that?" Yun Sen calmly replied that he was the general manager. Hojong was startled. Manager Ta Trung is a simple man with a gentle smile, a simple man who takes on the role of managing the finances of the Yun clan, without any sense of existence. Is that person really like his appearance? Seeing Hojong standing there in a daze, Yun Sen continued, "The steward suggested that because of the Yun clan, so don't think badly of him." Hojong's face was gloomy as he thought to himself, he had been thinking non-stop, that there is an accomplice in the family. A moment later, in Ta Trung's room, he just returned from outside. He entered the room shivering from the cold. Just then, a voice called out, making him jump, "Sir." He turned around and saw Hojong sitting blankly in the room. "Young master, why are you here?" Hojong smiled, "Come here, I have something to tell you." Ta Trung was suspicious. "Do you have something to tell me?" Hojong nodded, "That's right, please come here for a moment." Ta Trung, although he didn't understand anything, still quickly walked in front of him. He picked up the teapot and poured him a cup. Hojong picked up his teacup and asked, "I heard you mentioned my marriage, right?" Ta Duong was frightened when he heard that. He quickly clasped his hands and explained, "Your subordinate apologizes. Your subordinate said something too much. If young master feels uncomfortable then I will." Before he could finish speaking, Hojong interrupted, "No." Ta Trung was startled. "What?" Hojong smiled, "On the contrary, what man wouldn't want to marry a beauty? But I'm a little disappointed in your eyes. Stress, how are you?" Hojong rested her chin on her hand and smiled. Moyong Yanawa was indeed very beautiful, elegant and graceful. But such an outstanding woman makes me feel a bit pressured. Because she is the type of person who would rather torment her husband than serve her 100 husbands. So I have a favor to ask of you, please speak nicely to my father. Please introduce other people from the Murong family. Ta Trung was startled, "Another person. Yes, Hojong nodded, we have to get married anyway, just find someone as beautiful as Moyong Yanhwa. Only then can I get closer to the position of young master than Jipyong. Saying these words, he also cooperated with the acting to show an extremely sinister expression. Ta Trung also showed a surprised and absent-minded expression. What are you saying, young master, isn't the eldest son the one? Hojong patted him on the shoulder and interrupted, manager, let's be honest with each other. Everyone knows that my father has chosen Jipyong to be the young master of the family, right? I will remember your contributions, so please contribute a lot to the family. Ta Trung bowed, your subordinate does not dare, then your subordinate will believe in the eldest young master. Hojong confidently replied, very good, just trust me. The next morning, Ta Trung went to see Yun San. Here is the list of books that need to be checked. Yun San, take the list, you worked hard. Ta Trung stood there hesitating and still had not left. After a while, he decided to speak up, master, it's about the marriage of the eldest son. Should we consider someone else instead of Moyong Yanhwa? Yun San's face immediately wrinkled. He slammed the list down on the table. Why does it have to be like this? Ta Trung explained, Moyong Yanhwa is originally an outstanding person. This subordinate said that not because the young master is a flawed person. But I think a woman who makes you feel comfortable is more suitable than an outstanding woman. Furthermore, isn't there still a possibility that the head of the Murong family will refuse the marriage? Yun San frowned, refusing. Ta Trung continued to explain, that's right, Moyong Yanhwa was originally the daughter of the head of the Mo Dung family. If we accept it because of our beloved daughter, it will likely affect our future cooperation. We must minimize the possibility of any unfortunate events happening. Yun San stared at him thoughtfully, Manager Xie Yang, do you think the business cooperation with the Murong family is that important? Xie Zhong nodded, yes, after all, in this martial arts world, money is power. If we join hands with the Murong family and expand our financial resources, then our people will definitely have less hardship. Yun San was deep in thought, is it for the people? He then responded decisively to Ta Trung's incredulous expression, okay, good idea. Send a letter to choose a date and time. Ta Trung hurriedly asked, yes sir, what about the eldest son's marriage? It doesn't have to be Moyong Yanhwa. Ta Trung then quickly pushed the door open and went out. Just as he walked out, Yun San's voice rang out again. Thank you, General Manager, you have worked hard. Ta Trung turned around and bowed respectfully, your subordinate is very happy to be of help to you, Master. He then wrote a letter to his subordinate and sent it to the Murong family. He stood there and watched the back of his subordinate getting farther and farther away, then looked up at the sky and sighed. The corner of his mouth then suddenly smiled extremely happily. His face now became very sinister, it had been a long time. 8 years is not right, it should be 10 years, finally it's over. Now the master can devour the territory of the Green Mountain Yun clan little by little. Miss Yanhwa is really talented, she used herself as a prop to obscure Yun San's ability to make judgments. While he was excitedly lost in thought, the 2 guards of the family head came up behind him and greeted him, hello, butler. He immediately withdrew his sinister appearance and returned to his usual gentle appearance, good morning. Waiting for them to leave, his face once again became fierce, now the family head can get closer to the 2 words world, how good is that? So we can look down on the world of the Murong family together. That night, Hojong went to find Ta Trung again. Is this Longjing tea? It smells really good, where did you get this precious thing? Xie Zhong laughed, your subordinate just used the little money he saved up over time. I was planning to offer this tea to the master. Hojong smiled, sure enough I knew from the beginning that you were not an ordinary person. Ta Trung scratched his head and laughed loudly, young master overestimates his subordinates too much. I am just an ordinary young man, Hojong continued, oh my god, how could I be ordinary, aren't you managing a great family, in the future I plan to do something important. That's right. At the young master's side, Hojong's face was serious, he finally decided, I hope the young master will take care of him. I'm waiting too. As he spoke, he poured the cup of tea in his hand onto the ground, which made Xie Zhong extremely confused. Young master, what are you doing? Hojong stood up, waiting to see what our steward Ta would contribute to the future of this Yun clan. The true energy in his body was also erupting violently at this moment. Now tell me, where are the remaining rats hiding? Ta Trung made a puzzled expression. What are you talking about, little prince, you cowardly mouse? Hojong angrily clenched his fist, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter. What did I say? I said you were a spy, what else? Ta Trung retorted, how could a weak-minded person like me be a spy? This is really absurd. Hojong explained that normally when placing a spy in another family, one must follow 3 certain principles, a location that is not easily noticed so that one can work in peace and a personality that does not attract attention. But you act completely opposite, staying by the clan head side to take charge of managing the Yun clan's finances as the chief steward. If you are not a spy, then who else is? Ta Trung was startled when he heard his analysis. But even so, he definitely wouldn't admit it so easily. Although he didn't know what was going on, it seemed like the young master had misunderstood. Hojong laughed coldly. Misunderstood? It was definitely true. He then shouted loudly and grandly. Ta Trung panicked and turned his head to look out. Inside the corner of the house, Zhang Hao slowly walked out. TSK, I really don't want to interfere in your family's quarrel. This is not a simple reply letter but your report to the Murong family. You used secret language. It was quite difficult for those 7 to analyze. Ta Trung's whole body was shaking with fear. How could something fall into the hands of a beggar? Yen Duong smiled. Let's stop here. Will you go by yourself or will you be dragged away? Ta Trung gritted his teeth, his face pale, and he was momentarily speechless. After a while, he was led to the dungeon by the 2 guards of the family owner. He did not make any resistance. Slowly move inside. The fat man closed the door and exclaimed, I didn't expect it to be you. Say something, General Manager Ta. You received the Yun clan's salary for decades, how could you do that? How dare you tease us with that look on your face? The young man beside reminded. Calm down. The 2 then headed outside. The skinny guy left first and didn't forget to turn around and remind, Manager, no, spy, get ready. You will not die in peace. Ta Trung did not say anything from beginning to end, just turned his head and stared at the vent. He stood there looking out at the moonlight tonight. It was a beautiful night, but for him it was a gloomy night. He then sat cross-legged on the spot and chanted something. As he chants, suddenly a key was thrown in from outside. He immediately crawled to pick up the key, then turned around and used his hand to touch the wall. Very quickly he found the lock on the wall. As soon as I inserted the key into the middle of the house, a passage appeared. He quickly headed down the passage. He just like that quietly escaped from prison without anyone knowing. A moment later, another guard came outside the prison. The young man who was keeping watch outside saw someone coming and waved his hand to ask, Is there anything unusual? Why are you here? You're not in charge of this area. I was planning to switch shifts with you. TSK, you knew to come. Because I've been starving all day, my stomach is all stuck together. How leisurely, this guy, is Rice the problem here, grasped the current dire situation a bit. What situation? The chief steward has been arrested for being a spy, the other person calmly replied. The ringleader has been arrested, what else can be done? Okay, let's go eat. That person is so indifferent. The other person quickly brought a bowl of rice back to the room. As soon as he opened the door, he was startled and his eyes widened. No one, 4 out of 10 people should have fallen asleep by now. Just then, a voice came from behind, the rice is cold, Let me buy you some rice, there's a good place nearby, it's called Goyang Pavilion. If you don't like it, you don't need it, if you think the cold rice offering is fine. The other person panicked and threw the bowl of rice at Hojong. I thought Hojong would have to eat this bowl of rice offering from him, but at the crucial moment, he dodged to the side. The young man did not dare to linger, immediately jumped up, broke the roof and ran away. He just landed on the roof and was startled. Because all around him, there were people from the Yun clan waiting to surround him. Hojong went out into the yard and continued, Hey, you timid mouse. Your contact friend at the stables has been captured by the Blue Operations Squad leader. So come down here quickly. Scene changes to Yun-san, he is now in the sword cleaning room. He polished the sword until it was so shiny that it could be used as a mirror. After a while, he swung his sword and slashed out. A corner of the table was immediately blown away by him. He then squinted out the window. On the side of Hojong's group, the young man was still surrounded by the Blue Operation Squad's group. He stood there with no way to escape, gritting his teeth in extreme fear. After a while, he decisively landed from the roof in front of Hojong. Who are you? Hojong was startled. You are a spy and you don't know who the eldest son is. The young man shouted, This is absurd. How can a brat like you who was raised in luxury understand about communication intrusion and even murder? Hojong scratched his head. If you knew what I've been through. Oh well, why do we have to hear the sound of mice at this hour? Just kneel down for me and we'll talk. The young man of course would not surrender and endure the glare. The true energy on his body immediately erupted violently, and then he resolutely flew towards Hojong. Although his attack speed was very fast, Hojong's reaction speed was even faster. All of his attacks were completely unable to touch Hojong. Hojong just stood there, raising the large axe. Even though the young man swung his fists and punches randomly, the axe handle blocked them all. After a while, his axe handle suddenly bounced back. The young man was extremely shocked inside. Was my attack broken? He knows the poison smeared on my fingers. Anyway, just scratch him once is enough. But life is not like a dream. Before he could even strike, Hojong swung his hand and cut off both of his hands. The young man who lost both arms knelt on the ground in pain and cried out miserably. Hojong laughed. He didn't even let you swallow poison specifically used for suicide and still sent you here. How can that old man be so confident? I'm also surprised. After saying that, he swung his sword again. The young man was just like that, killed by him on the spot without mercy. I'm done here, father. Scene changed to outside forest. Ta Trung was currently running with all his might. At this moment, Yun San's voice rang out again, just because of that. You have deceived me for so many years to now end up in this situation, General Ta. Ta Trung sighed. Master, you will let me go, right? Yun San coldly snorted. You still call me clan master? That's impossible. How can I let you go? Ta Trung threatened. If my lord knows about my death, then Yun clan will definitely experience a storm. If you don't want Yun clan to drown in a sea of blood, please think carefully, Yun San coldly replied. There won't be such a thing. The spy infiltrated as a prison guard. The courier stood guard at the horse temple. In order to prevent any spies from spreading the news of your death, all were eliminated on the spot. Xie Zhong was stunned and could not believe it. How could this be possible? Yun San laughed coldly. Of course it's because of my son's ability. You guys underestimated Hojong. Ta Trung remembers Hojong. Just because of that brat, did you make the past 10 years of mine all go up in smoke? Yun San asked seriously. Do you have any last words? Xie Zhong's whole body trembled as he gnashed his teeth and cursed. You bastard, Hojong, you bastard. As soon as he shouted, his eyes widened. His skull was immediately chopped off by Yun San. Ta Trung followed him for 10 years. Just like that, died under his sword. Vulgar words. Who gave you the right to speak to my son like that? 5 days later, on a cool, clear moonlit night, the Blue Operations Squad stood outside the yard guarding the 3 human heads. This is the head of the 3 people in the middle. Yun San stood in the room looking out the window. He recalled the conversation with Hojong the other day. Surely the Myong family, the Mo Dung family and the Myong clan had joined hands. Why do I think like that? I can't tell my father now, but I'm sure this is true. On the other side, Hojong was in the forest practicing his magic. Those who want to swallow the main clan, the Myong clan that nurtures the evil sword. The Murong family has planted spies in the family, but you guys watch out. Now it's my turn to show you guys who's good. Thinking of this, he once again used force to raise the big axe high, then continuously chopped out several extremely powerful axes. The whole forest shook with it. After finishing his practice, he carried the big axe back to the mansion. Truong Hon still stayed in Yun clan and didn't leave yet. He was still sitting outside Yun clan's door. Hojong walked up to him and said, "Now let's go." Truong Hon stood up, nodded, "Okay." At this moment, a strange noise came from behind. Zhang Heng quickly turned his head to look back. Inside, there was a figure rushing towards the 2 of them at an extremely fast speed. The other person held a long sword and jumped into the air, slashing down towards Hojong. Hojong did not turn around at all, but only raised his axe and used the axe handle to block the opponent's sword strike. The one who attacked him was Jipyong. He was then forced to retreat by Hojong's counterattack. Zhang Heng was puzzled. What happened? Is that young master Jipyong? Jipyong didn't say anything, still staring at Hojong with a serious face. Hojong was similarly silent, turning his head to glance at him. After a while, Jipyong once again jumped up. The 2 brothers once again rushed into battle. Zhang Hong stood by and watched the battle. Why did the second young master do that? Jipyong didn't care, still madly swung his sword to attack Hojong. After a while, he found the right moment to stab out with his sword. Extremely powerful, but it was still easily avoided by Hojong. Then he swung his axe back and counterattacked. Jipyong had no way of keeping up with his speed. Just like that, the tongue was pressed against the neck. Jipyong failed but was not disappointed. He scratched his head in embarrassment and sighed. That's right. As expected, your martial arts are much stronger than mine, Hojong continued. I also see that your swordplay is not weak. After a period of not seeing each other, your swordplay has improved a lot. Jipyong replied, it's all your fault. Your martial arts improved too quickly. If I didn't practice hard, how could I have caught up with you one day, right? It's so late and you have to leave already. That's right, why didn't you call me to see you off and just left in the middle of the night like that? Hojong sighed inwardly. It seemed like he wanted to go with him again like last time. He seriously replied, you don't need to go with me on this trip, because it might be dangerous. You should stay at the clan and try to train. After saying these words, Hojong once again sighed in his heart. You and I are no longer on the same path anymore. my path is to take revenge and kill all those who harmed us in our previous life, that is the path of a dark emperor. If you follow me, there will be many dangers, I will not let you suffer the same fate as your previous life. Jipyong also knew Hojong's feelings, so he had no intention of asking to follow. He bowed deeply and said, I understand, so big brother, please be careful on your way. He just stood there watching the backs of Hojong and the others leave. Who knows what kind of turmoil his departure will cause in the martial arts world of Central Plains. Jipyong clenched his fists and silently resolved, don't worry, I will try to train hard so that I can catch up with you in the future. I won't be a burden for you to worry about anymore. The scene shifts to another side, deep inside the forest in some mountainous range. A little sparrow sat on a tree watching something. Then it flew down and landed on someone's shoulder. This person was the head of the Murong family, Murong Bang. He was currently sitting there, shirtless, meditating and cultivating. Moyong Yanawa walked behind him and advised, Father, don't overdo it, it's cold now, if you continue to cultivate like this you might get sick. Murong Bang turned his head to glance at her, smiling, Yanawa, you're here, it's okay, it's still early in the morning so I can cultivate on this mountain top and get the peace I want. Yanawa nodded, yes, but father, don't push yourself too hard, you're already old. She took out a letter and gave it to him. Yes, father, this is the letter that our spy sent from the Myeong clan today. From the letter, we can see that the Myeong clan has undergone many changes. It seems that the Myeong clan leader is close to finding the lost martial art that their clan is looking for. Murong Bang took the letter and took a look. Okay, I saw it. It seems like he had someone dig that place for quite a while. I didn't think that there would be martial arts left behind by their family. This time, things would be quite troublesome. Maybe after they get that martial arts, the martial arts world will be in turmoil. Having said that, he reached out to pick up the clothes beside him. So is there any movement from Yun clan? Yanawa shook her head. It's been a long time since the general manager sent us a letter. Maybe he's investigating something or is busy with work and can't send us a letter. Murong Bang nodded. Okay, the situation in the Yun clan, we have had spies there for too long, so there is not necessarily any change. The clan leader there has not necessarily made any major decisions. If there is any matter, it is only related to that young master's son. Wait for this letter and then I will consider it. Yanawa agreed. Yes, I think so too, but it has been a few days and there has been no letter sent. So I am a little worried. According to the steward's rules, he will send a letter every 2 days to report news, but this time it has been almost 5 days and there is still nothing, so I am a little anxious. If I still haven't seen it today, I was planning to report it to father. Murong Bang's face wrinkled. It's been almost 5 days. Yanawa was worried and was about to say something next, but before she could say it, she was interrupted by Murong Bang. It's okay, don't worry, we've had spies hiding there for more than 10 years, and we've also arranged a few more people to hold different positions in the Yun clan. That general manager is also a fake fox, he won't let himself be discovered easily. He said so, but his expression was not very good. At this moment, a servant ran over to report, Master, I have something to report. The Yun clan has already placed people in control of all our information in Jiangxi. Now it will be difficult for us to send messages back and forth as easily as before. Murong Bang was surprised. You mean they have already controlled all the information on the Jiangxi side? The other person replied, yes. This will make it difficult for our spies to act freely as before. The organization in Huangfengding will have to retreat to operate in secret, and it will be much more difficult. Yanawa exclaimed worriedly, this is so strange, father. Yun clan's strength cannot be so strong that it can control the amount of information coming in and out of Jiangxi. This is something they were unable to do before. So according to father, what is the current situation over there? Murong Bang Chao pondered, so it can be roughly understood as follows. Yun clan now has the help of a force with extremely large information control power and spread throughout the martial arts world. Collecting information about other clans or information on the martial arts world is too difficult. It is right that they cannot do it now. It is truly something I cannot understand. Yanawa thought to herself, controlling information on a large scale and having many members. It seems to be the state. The aura from Murong Bang's body suddenly erupted violently. I really didn't think that one day Yun clan would be able to do something that I had to think about like that. It's true that the martial arts world has changed now. As he spoke, he condensed his true energy and waved his hand, then decisively slashed out with a strike. The sword energy covered the sky and the earth and shot straight up the opposite cliff, causing rocks and earth to shatter and fly everywhere. The entire huge mountain was cut in half by his move. He then withdrew his hand and instructed his daughter, Yanawa, perhaps our entire clan's plan will need to be accelerated. This time, the Yun clan will have no way out. A few days later, at a cemetery next to a wharf in Hanam, The swallow has now come here. Truong Hon was walking with him, enthusiastically eating the food on the table. All the people present in the restaurant looked at them with puzzled expressions. They really couldn't understand why that customer was eating like he was starving. Suddenly they were startled and terrified, because Hojong's big umbrella standing behind him suddenly fell down, causing the floor to break. He quickly stood up, picked up the stick under everyone's horrified eyes. "Sorry for scaring you all," Zhang Hao laughed loudly. "Haha, it's your fault, holding such a big axe. The crowd has more things to discuss. Oh my god, look at that terrifyingly big axe. Didn't think that in the martial arts world there would be someone who uses such a weapon. Look at that young master. Someone who looks like a scholar can actually carry that big axe. It's really unimaginable. What about that beggar? Why is he with that elegant-looking young master? It's really incomprehensible. How the two of them could be so familiar with each other." Hojong sat back down, angrily scolding Zhang Hong. "How did you eat that made the diners in this restaurant talk like that? You ate like you were about to starve to death," Zhang Hong retorted. "Can you even hear what you said? From Yun Clan Jiangxi, you set off at night, you galloped like the wind for several days without rest to this Hunan. I ran after you for so many days and was almost exhausted. To tell the truth, in my entire life as a beggar, I have never run so hard, yet now I have just had a meal and you are saying this and that." Hojong dejectedly turned around to drink tea. "Okay, you can eat, but no matter what you eat slowly." Zhang Heng pointed and shouted, "You're good, you have plenty of energy but you go riding a horse, and I'm chasing after you with bare feet, so how can I not be tired, not hungry, not angry?" "Huh," Hojong calmly replied. "I didn't make you run, I told you to use a horse to move faster. It's all your fault." Zhang Heng coldly snorted. "Okay, you say it well, but we beggars have never used horses before, huh?" The two of them then started arguing. "Okay, I was wrong, I've said enough, now you just focus on eating, I'll pay for this," saying that made me feel a little more comfortable. After a while, Zhang Heng finally finished all the food on the table. "So what do you plan to do about this?" Hojong asked again. "I don't understand what you're saying." Zhang Hong explained, "Hunan is quite far from the Yun clan, the Myong clan is not nearby, and the Murong family is needless to say, even a bird with tired wings cannot reach there. I mean, why did you run all the way to Hanam? Is there something urgent to do here?" Hojong smiled. There was a reason for this, of course. The news of Hojong's arrival in Hunan quickly reached Murong Peng's ears. "Do you mean that the eldest son of the Yun clan is at the Hunan wharf? I wonder why he ran such a long way to get there." The scene changes back to Hojong and the others. "The news of my arrival in Hunan must have reached that old man Murong by now." Zhang Hong is confused. "You mean he has already received the news of your arrival in Hunan, but the spies in your family have been eliminated, and we beggars have already blocked all news from Jiangxi City, right?" Hojong nodded. "That's right, he of course has his own way, but he won't be able to figure out why I came here, because we've been riding our horses for several days straight to get here." Zhang Heng once again exclaimed, "Thanks to chasing after you I almost starved to death." Hojong's mouth corners raised extremely smugly. He knew I came here but couldn't find out why we came here, then he would be even angrier and unable to control his emotions. Of course he would have to transfer all those who were chasing after information to Hunan. The scene changes to the Murong family's side. Yanawa walks towards her father and says, "Father, let our family's people in Hunan go there to investigate first, and we'll send more people to help later." Murong Peng nods. "That's fine, but I still don't understand why he suddenly ran there, and why he moved so quickly. There's something strange about it that I can't figure out." He thought to himself, "There's a big power nearby in Hunan, the Myong clan. If he ran there, it means he has grasped something about the Myong family. Has he caught a clue that we have an alliance with the Myong clan? This is really impossible. Even if all the spies in his family were captured and tortured, he still wouldn't be able to investigate that matter, because those spies don't know that I and the Myong clan have an alliance. This top secret is only known to me. The more I think about it, the more confusing it is. This matter makes me feel more and more uneasy." On the tavern side, after hearing Hojong's words, Zhang Hong asked in confusion, "So we're sitting here waiting for the Murong family to come investigate you to see what you're doing in Hunan?" Hojong shook his head. "No way." Zhang Hong was stunned again. "I don't understand what you're saying at all." Hojong thought to himself, he definitely only sent his henchmen here to scout, and wait until he was sure of something before deciding to take action. He is the type of person who calculates everything and is quite suspicious of everything. Thanks to his carefulness, he was able to become the leader of the martial arts world. With that kind of personality, he has to be at least 7% sure of everything before he acts, but when it comes to things he is suspicious of, he will usually wait for his opponent to show a weakness. So when we get to Hanam, Myong clan won't be like that, they will act quickly. Just as he thought, Myong Chun was not as calm as Murong Bang. Contact the people from the Murong family. Before this young master does something shady that I don't know about in Hunan, I will act first. I will send you to find him and see what his purpose in coming here is. A few days later, at a tavern in Hanam, the two Hojongs were sitting inside eating when suddenly someone came over. You are the eldest son of Yun clan, right? Hojong didn't even turn his head, still calmly drinking wine. Who are you? The other person introduced himself. I am from the Gyjimyang clan. There is an important person who wants to meet you. I wonder if you can come meet him. Hojong's mouth corners raised. He turned around and stood up. Of course, what else needed to be said about that? An important person with status in the martial arts world as well as in this Hanam land belonging to the Min family called. How could I dare delay? Dark sky inside the deep forest. The young man who led Hojong here immediately pointed forward. Yes, young master, please come to the front. Seeing Hojong wanting to carry the axe, the young man stopped him. Sir, could you please give me your weapon to keep for a while? Hojong's mouth corners raised as he continued walking, with no intention of handing over the mansion to him. The young man shouted excitedly, Hey young master, please give me back my weapon now. The person sitting next to the fire in front suddenly spoke up. Indeed, seeing is believing, the sound of the big axe is quite loud. I didn't think that the Green Mountain Yun clan's sword-using grandmaster would use a big axe as a weapon. Is it heavy to move around with that big axe? I find it quite inconvenient. This person is the Gyjimyang clan's secret agent, the Min Tu Chi clan. Hojong swung his arm to stab the axe into the ground. He coldly looked at the other side and replied, No inconvenience at all. Min Tu Chi smiled, You are quite talented. With just an invitation like that you came here alone in the middle of the night like this. I never thought you would dare to come. That's right, your actions are completely different from the usual rules. Hojong coldly said indifferently, I'm here now. If you have something to say then say it, don't talk nonsense anymore. Min Tu Chi asked again, Beggar, isn't Truong Hong following you? I've sent someone to look for him but I can't find him anywhere. Hojong calmly replied, I don't care where Truong Hong goes, you called me here. If you have something to say it quickly. Min Tu Chi waved his hand to the side, just arrived here and haven't sat down to talk about anything yet. Come, do we need to be in such a hurry? The night is long and there are still many things to talk about. Don't be in such a hurry. Come here and sit down. The eldest young master Hojong replied dejectedly. Alright, since you didn't say any then I'll just talk to you here. If I wait for you to talk nonsense, I have a headache too. Those spies who have been lurking in the Yun clan. I've been here for at least 10 years and they've all been eliminated by us. Min Tu Chi made a puzzled expression. I don't understand what's going on. Hojong didn't care to continue explaining. Of course, killing them was just the first step, but that made me feel much more comfortable. That had made my father and I think a lot and it was quite difficult to do. However, that was just the beginning. There were still many forces joining forces with them to push our Yun clan to death. Who the bastards I'm talking about, you probably understand. Min Tu Chi laughed. Spies and other forces want to take down Yun clan. Young master, I have absolutely no way of understanding what you're saying. Hojong narrowed his eyes. What I said is for you to understand. I thought that the Murong family would come here first, but I didn't expect that you guys from the Myong clan would act first without waiting for them to arrive. It seems that you guys acted on your own without consulting the Murong family. Min Tu Chi was secretly startled in his heart. It seemed like he came to Hanam and used himself as bait to lure our Myong clan to act first. Hojong clenched his fist and raised his hand. Of course you can deny it or say anything, but today you will definitely die here. Those bastards who have intentions towards my family, don't even think about letting me off. Min Tu Chi sighed. It's really tiring. Just like you said, we, the Myong clan's Dark Death Squad, were ordered by the clan leader to come here to ask the eldest son of the Yun clan what he's doing in Hanam. If you have any big plans, then quickly tell us. Of course if you're stubborn then I'll just have to tie you up and bring you back. We rarely see each other, we should have a chat. But if you don't agree, then we'll have to make the first move and then talk later. Hojong was quickly surrounded by countless men in black. Min Tu Chi waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to rush forward and capture him. The young man who brought Hojong here was the first to attack, swinging his fists from behind. It seemed like he would succeed, but Hojong easily dodged it. The great governor then immediately charged towards the young man. Although he avoided the danger and lost his life, he was still beaten until blood splattered everywhere. Min Tu Chi quickly ran over. He ran while using his energy to execute his moves. He used the flower-shaped wooden plank to support the young man's body. The young man was gently placed on the ground by him. At this moment, Hojong jumped past him. Then a wild straight into the blazing fire. Min Tu Chi exclaimed in confusion, what the hell is this? The fire was extinguished and the place was immediately plunged into darkness. The crowd nervously glanced around. How could they catch him if he disappeared? Min Tu Chi suddenly startled and glanced at the blood on his face. He was so scared that he gritted his teeth and continuously circulated his true energy throughout his body. At this moment, his pupils had also turned golden. He appeared and then disappeared right after. Hojong was currently not far behind them, emitting an extremely fierce murderous aura. Min Tu Chi sensed the murderous aura and turned around, pointed his finger and shouted loudly. Behind. The crowd quickly jumped up and surrounded Hojong. But the unexpected happened. They rushed to attack but could not touch Hojong's body. All were blocked by the protective light screen around Hojong. What's more, all of them were bounced back and flew away. Min Tu Chi was terrified. What kind of strange move did he use? The black turtle phantom quickly appeared behind Hojong again. The pressure of the mysterious beast spread everywhere. Hojong coldly reminded, whoever dares to run away from here, I will kill without mercy. Everyone kneels down and surrenders, then I will spare their lives. On the other side of the forest, there was also a group of men in black searching for something. They searched for a long time but couldn't find anything, so one of them waved his hand and said, I don't see anything here, looks like we should retreat first. At this moment, behind them, someone holding a pestle appeared. Several young men heard the sound and turned to look. Just turned around and saw his two friends had been knocked down and lying unconscious on the ground. The beggar gang quickly came out from the bushes and surrounded them. Zhang Hong walked out and smiled. Hojong, his judgment is really accurate. I didn't think they would come this far. The crowd was terrified. Are you Zhang Hong? Zhang Hong waved his hand and sighed. I had always suspected this before, but I didn't think things would turn out like this. He recalled his previous conversation with Hojong. No matter what, the white martial arts world was not like that. They always put morality first in everything. How could they cooperate with another family to do such shady things? If so, then they were no different from the black world. I really don't believe this. But now seeing you here, I can completely realize that you white people are just hypocrites. Whatever you say, you guys can't possibly live up to that damn title of the #1 family. You bastards will die here today. The beggars then quickly swung their clubs and rushed to attack the men in black. On Hojong's side, the battle was also very fierce. A man in black rushed over and was immediately killed by him with his axe. The two men behind took this opportunity to swing their swords and attack. Hojong turned his feet. Then he quickly swung his big axe up and slashed out. Before the two young men could understand what was happening, their skulls had already separated from their necks. The young man who brought Hojong here saw this and angrily shouted, How can my subordinates die like this? You will die by my hand. After saying that, he immediately flew towards Hojong. Min Tu Chi loudly wanted to stop him. This Min Dao, don't go over there. Min Dao's eyes were now blinded by hatred. How could he listen to his words? In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Hojong. Hojong did not suddenly swing his axe up. Min Dao was stunned by his move. His body was cut into two halves like that. Half lying on the ground, half stuck to the tree trunk. Min Tu Chi was so scared that she couldn't believe it. It was over. The way he looked at Hojong now changed. He clenched his fists and silently transmitted his voice to the rest of the group. I didn't think that our secret team would fail here like this. The rest of you should quickly retreat to the branch. There's no point in being here anymore. What about you? This is too much for you. No matter how strong that guy's martial arts are, I still need to try my best to suppress him. Even if I have to use the last resort, I still can't forgive him. Hojong on the opposite side was also glancing at the bloody axe in his hand, secretly sighing. This seems a bit troublesome. He had gone too far and killed them all. The two men, Ming Xiaoji, then suddenly turned around and ran away. Hojong couldn't help but admire when he saw that. He ran fast. You ran into such a dense place. What do you mean it's hard to use my weapon in there? Whatever you say, at least you have a brain when fighting. I have praise for you, Captain. Very soon the sky began to lighten. The man in black had now run quite far away from Hojong. But when he ran here, his eyes widened in horror. In front of him were countless of his comrades hanging from tree trunks. He went to ask one of them, who did this. The other stammered. Beg. The young man was so engrossed in his companionship that he didn't notice that Zhang Heng had appeared behind him at some point. He was then knocked unconscious. That gang of idiots came here without looking at anything. Get all these bastards out of here, we need to interrogate them. Waiting for his subordinates to take action, he secretly thought, I know who these guys belong to, but this is still not enough to expose the person behind it. Of course, the Myong clan had already calculated that they would fail in this operation, so they probably had a plan in place. If they acted rashly without thinking, the Beggar clan and the Yun clan might be punished by those bastards, and at that time, the martial arts world would no longer trust us. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, okay, let's just glare at them first, wait for young master to act on the other side and see how he acts. When he comes back, we'll discuss it further. At this moment, he sensed an extremely terrifying aura from behind. He quickly turned around and looked back. Then quickly condensed the true energy. Then he swung his arm and struck out, causing the grass and trees below to fly into the air with this strike. He then stepped on the grass and flew away. This is his ultimate skill of cloud wind stepping foot. Damn it, how could he kill them all? I said I would only capture them alive for interrogation. Hojong on this side is currently still chasing Min Tu-chi. He has not killed the opponent yet but just calmly follows closely behind. Min Tu-chi was currently hiding behind a big tree trying to escape. Hojong's eyes suddenly narrowed, then the aura on his body quickly spread out in all directions. Min Tu-chi's heart was tense, my emotions were still shaken by this sound. I don't know why he can emit such a powerful aura. When my aura touched him, there was almost a strong current of air that directly blocked it. I can feel his intimidation like the master of the Myeong clan. He has truly reached the level of a top expert. While he was in a daze, Hojong seemed to sense his position and grabbed the big axe and rushed forward. A wild spear went straight up the tree trunk, leaving Min Tu-chi with no way out and could only dodge. Hojong smiled, it seems you can't escape anymore. Let's continue the battle just now. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful golden light struck from ahead. Hojong was startled when faced with this move. Min Tu-chi's last move didn't hit him, it just grazed his side. Hojong raised his slightly tattered arm that had just been attacked by the other party and looked at it thoughtfully. Min Tu-chi exclaimed, okay, you bastard, I acknowledge your strength, but whatever. You don't have to look down on people so much, you have your own unique skills, I also have my own sect, now let's have a proper battle. Hojong's face had now become extremely gloomy, looking very angry. Min Tu-chi at this time no longer had any intention of running away but actively rushed to attack Hojong. He continuously attacked, causing Hojong to be momentarily unable to react. Hojong also continuously swung his axe to fight back, but the speed of the little guy was very fast, he was able to dodge every time. Moreover, he also used the Di Hoa Teep Mok around his body to block Hojong's attack, both blocking and continuously swinging the spear to counterattack. After a while, he seized the opportunity. Hojong's axe-holding arm was caught by his next move. He did not miss the opportunity, immediately swinging his palm to continuously hit Hojong's chest. Hojong had no way to avoid it, he could only take this move from the opponent. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, as he silently recalled. Still seems like the martial arts of that strongman. The one who used his bare hands to destroy the gate of my family, with no armor, he used his indestructible Vajra body to defeat the Yun clan's swordsman guards. Min Tu-chi once again swung his palm and hit Hojong's back. He painfully knelt on the ground, blood continuously spurting from his mouth. But the pain and hatred in his heart was much greater. I could not bear it when I remembered the humiliation that my family had suffered before. Min Tu-chi saw that he was seriously injured and laughed proudly. How is it, young master, do you feel that my secret move has some power? Hojong didn't care about him, his heart was still frantically recalling. This pain I have never forgotten. It was also the pain that my father and younger brother had to endure, along with the extreme humiliation they had caused to my family. Min Tu-chi on the opposite side saw him standing there absent-mindedly, so she once again rushed over. Okay, now the main act continues, you should prepare yourself mentally. Hojong gritted his teeth and the true energy in his body rapidly circulated again. He dodged the opponent's palm strike. Then he reached out and grabbed his head tightly, and Min Tu-chi was forcefully pressed to the ground by him. Hojong then clenched his fist and raised it, wanting to finish him off. But unexpectedly, Min Tu-chi used his ultimate move, using both hands to block Hojong's big axe, the corner of his mouth raised in appreciation, such a powerful counterattack. With such a huge axe, you can only unleash a single attack with such power, how can you threaten me by slashing randomly like that? Hojong didn't say anything more and once again swung his axe to slash. Ming Xiaoji was shocked when he received this blow, because his defenses were starting to show signs of not being able to withstand it. Hojong didn't give him much time to think as he continuously swung out countless axes. Min Tu-chi just received it and exclaimed, you seem to have gotten too angry, but swinging the giant axe like that is useless. Hojong didn't care and continued to raise his axe high. Once again brought down an extremely powerful axe. Min Tu-chi quickly couldn't stand it anymore, loudly shouted, okay, stop. Hojong coldly replied, you guys never stopped when you insulted my family before. Said and swung wildly down again. At this moment, Zhang Heng ran over from afar and loudly stopped him. Okay, stop, that kid is fine, don't kill that person. Ho Zhang ignored him and continued to swoop down. Looking at Min Tu Chi lying on Truong Hon, he sighed, so she's dead. Ho Zhang pulled out his large axe and replied, not yet. Zhang Heng silently observed the other party, thinking to himself. The bones in his body were almost all broken. He used a giant axe to beat people terribly. Perhaps it was because he was too angry when they tried to threaten his family. A moment later, a beggar came running to report, the situation here is fine now, let me call the other beggars to clean up everything, and take a rest while you're at it. Truong Hon shouted at him, if you're quick, go call a doctor for me quickly. After giving orders to his subordinates, he immediately clapped his hands and scolded Ho Zhang, I have told you many times, don't kill people. We need evidence of what they did, they deliberately colluded to harm the Yun clan, that's what we need to have. Now that you've killed them all, how can we get any confessions from them? Think carefully about what to do in the future, Ho Zhang continued, because I'm so angry. So what about the guys you captured, did they say anything? Truong Hon asked again, what did they say? Ho Zhang explained, the evidence is like you said, when they fought just now, many of them were still injured but not dead, you have already caught the remaining guys. Zhang Hong turned around and snorted coldly, he knew that they were assassins sent by the Mayong clan, but to be honest, it was quite difficult to get anything out of their mouths, they were just disciples who would fight wherever they were told, so they probably wouldn't know much, even if they did confess something, it probably wouldn't be of much use, of course, no matter what, the Mayong clan would deny it. Now the situation in Hunan is somewhat clear, but we also need to know how much power the Mayong clan has hidden in Jiangxi, only then can we come up with the best plan to deal with them. Ho Zhang asked again, then how long would it take to investigate? Zhang Hong immediately replied, about a month, of course we need help from the headquarters of the beggar gang to be able to do it that quickly. Ho Zhang thought to himself, a month's time is too long according to my calculation, I need to find some way to make this investigation faster. After thinking for a moment, he asked, between the two forces opposing him, the Mayong clan and the Murong family, which clan would be harder to defeat? Zhang Hong sighed, it's really too difficult, do you think between the tiger and the lion, which side is more difficult to deal with? This is difficult but in my opinion, the Murong family will be more difficult to deal with in the current situation. Ho Zhang was puzzled, why is that? Zhang Heng explained, in general it was because the influence and situation of the Murong family was currently very stable. Ho Zhang nodded, okay, I understand. He fell into deep thought again, no matter what, the Murong family had been established for a long time, while the Mayong clan had only been established for about 100 years, no matter where you looked, the Murong family was much stronger, moreover, their reputation in the martial arts world was currently very high, they were receiving the support of many large and small forces in the martial arts world. With their history of formation and influence on the 9 great sects, we needed to consider carefully before acting against them. Looking at it more deeply, Murong Bang and his little brother Murong Jun still have some uses, the future war with the 3 religions will be very difficult, at that time, the 2 brothers will have some uses, our Yun clan is still at a disadvantage, if we stand up and confront both the Murong family and the Mayong clan at the same time, it will be like hitting ourselves in the foot with a rock, at that time. We don't know if we can win or if we will be exposed by them and the big and small forces that support them to destroy our clan. After thinking it over, he said, the enemy of my enemy can be considered a friend. So in the current situation we cannot confront both, we might as well befriend the larger force first, and then slowly consider the future. Scene changes to the tomb side. Father and son Mo Dung Bang were sitting in the room drinking tea when suddenly a subordinate pushed the door open and entered. Master, a letter has been delivered from the beggar gang. Murong Bang frowned, the beggar gang sent a letter, show it to me. Yanhua sat opposite, thinking to herself, just as I thought, it seems like the gang is standing behind to help Yun clan. Murong Bang quickly opened the letter to read. As soon as he finished reading the letter, the true energy from his body involuntarily erupted violently. The tables, chairs, and ceiling were all cracked by this terrifying aura. Yanhua tensed up and thought to herself, what did the letter say that made father so angry? Very quickly Mo Dung Bang withdrew his momentum and handed the letter to her. I read it, it was Ho Zhang who wrote it and asked someone from the beggar gang to send it to me. Yanhua was surprised, the eldest son of the Yun clan. Grave with the corners of his mouth raised. I really didn't think that Yun clan would have such a monster exist without me knowing about it. Yanhua quickly opened the letter to read. Her eyes immediately narrowed, the content of the letter was, I hope you will lead troops to Hanam to deal with the Mayong family with me. All the spies you left in my family for so many years have been eliminated by me, I also thank you for letting me know about your intention to take over my family. I don't know if it was your idea or not, but those spies from the Myeong clan who blocked my way and bothered me in Hunan have all been eliminated by me. Thank you for sending them to be my punching bags for training. Of course, when I write these things, you have absolutely no idea what I am planning with the Mo Dung family. What I want to do now, you will know in a little while, but what you want to do, I can completely guess. That is the position of martial arts leader. He had been longing to achieve it for a long time. Of course, to do that was not simple. Besides Yun clan, Myeong clan would also be the target he was aiming for that needed to be eliminated. It's because reading this that Mo Dung Bang is so excited, the leader of martial arts world. Of course, that is the pinnacle of fame in this life that I have always longed for. In addition to the 5 great families, there are also the 9 great sects, all of which are powerful forces. Not only do I need to surpass them, but now I also have to deal with a brat of the Yun clan. Continuing the content of the letter, that is what everyone wishes for, and so do I. This is the truth. I have absolutely no intention of speaking ill of or mocking you at all. If you were born in this Zhang Ho, all are martial artists, then the position of martial arts leader is always something that people wish for. Of course, to stand there will not be easy. Simply put, our Yun clan is just a small force. As far as I know, the Myeong clan is the opponent you need to aim for, especially since recently the Myeong clan has found the martial arts that their founder had hidden. The power of the Myeong clan only needs a little more time, and they will continue to grow stronger. Take this opportunity, you and I will join hands to defeat the Myeong clan, so that they will not be able to develop any further. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Of course, you will understand this. It is impossible to say everything in a letter. Therefore, I like to think that you and I should meet to talk once. When we meet, there will be many things to talk about, and you and I will be able to have more trust in each other. Of course, at this time both you and I clearly understand that we do not like each other at all. The present should be done, you know completely, right? I hope you do not do anything that will cause losses to both sides. At that time the enemy forces will have the opportunity to turn around. I hope to see you as soon as possible. Best regards and goodbye. Yanhwa put down the letter and exclaimed, I've read it. He's really unpredictable, but I don't know if this is a trap he's set or not. Murong Bang smiled. He was right. Of course, just reading the letter there were still many things that could not be said, but through this we could also guess what he wanted. He was very confident in his scheme. Of course, I also need to think about whether to cooperate with him or not. According to his personality he is quite confident in the strength of Yun clan. If he dares to say it like this, then whether I cooperate with him or not, he has a way to deal with both of us. Yanhwa nodded. Yes, I understand. Murong Bang continued, to be honest, if this wasn't an enemy that needed to be eliminated, I would have already made friends with him. Just through a letter, he showed everything, looked down on his opponent, praised me, pointed out what I was hoping for, as well as talked about the good and bad things when both sides had a common enemy. I've lived more than half my life. This is the first time I've seen a kid in his 20s have this kind of thinking. Speaking of this, he thought to himself again, as the letter said, so he wanted me to destroy the Myeong family with him. This was indeed something to ponder. After hearing what he said, Yanhwa fell into deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, not seeing her respond, he asked, so, according to your plan, is it okay to cooperate with him? Yanhwa smiled, yes sir. According to the way father spoke, it seemed like he already had a plan. Looks like we need to go to Hanam, right? Murong Bang nodded, okay. It's been a long time since we've been there. This is the occasion to go to Hanam, the land of Myeong clan, to see how it is. The scene changes to Hunan, where Hojong and Zhang Hong are walking together on the street. While walking, Hojong suddenly stopped and looked at a stall. How much are these cakes? Yes sir, 2 niang each. Okay, I'll take them all. After buying it, he threw it to Truong Hon to eat, and continued walking. The counter manager looked at their backs with suspicion. He couldn't understand why a young master like that would bring along a beggar. Truong Hon asked while eating, hey, are we going to walk around like this all day? Hojong asked back, are you tired? Truong Hon explained, it's not tiring, but going without any purpose is a bit of a waste of time. In my opinion, if you have time, you should think of a way to deal with the Myeong clan. After the recent failure, they will definitely send more experts. Of course, these experts will be much stronger than the previous assassination squad. They might be top-notch experts, people who specialize in assassinating leaders of large guilds, for example. After this time, the Myeong clan's head will be more careful. If he personally shows up, the trouble will be quite big. Just thinking about it makes me scared. Our clan is already on his side, so it's inevitable that we will become his enemy. Things are getting bigger and harder to control. Why aren't you worried? No matter how much you worry, it will come to this. The soldiers will come and the generals will stop them. You say that, can you handle them alone? if you fail, the Yun clan will be finished. I've thought about this, but I can handle it. Just you, that's right, my martial arts are at their peak right now, so I also want to see how strong I am. You are so young and yet you have reached this level of strength. I really didn't think of it. I have already reached the peak, so I want to advance to a new realm. If you want to progress further, you must confront and fight more experts. Only then will you have the opportunity to overcome the wall that limits your own realm. This is the time when I can prepare to learn the advanced internal energy and mental method of the next divine beast. Truong Hon scratched his head and sighed. I really don't understand what you're saying. But you alone in the Myong clan's territory, walking around without regard for anyone, is truly majestic. Hojong thought to himself, I did this on purpose. He looked at the rice ball in his hand, remembering his little brother. This life is not just for myself, I also have a younger brother. With his father and many other family members. When I became the Black and White Martial Emperor, I could only go crazy to avenge my family. I had no one left to protect me. The feeling of having someone to protect me and hope for a better future for everyone was truly happiness. Suddenly he spoke up, if you think I'm the only one dealing with them, then that's not necessarily true. Isn't there still your clan? Now you're dragging the whole clan into it as a shield. After all we've been together. Zhang Hao was angry. You're good, but no matter what you say you should still be careful. Yun clan won't be able to run away. You guys are different from my clan. So you must not fail somewhere. This battle is difficult but I will accompany you. Hojong nodded. Okay, thank you very much. The last time dealing with the secret death squad was also thanks to your father's help, so it went so smoothly. Zhang Heng smiled. Don't worry, what we said is what we did. Beggars just need to eat their fill, no need to think too much. Hojong was walking when he suddenly stopped. You go ahead, there are a few guys following me. Zhang Heng didn't hesitate and quickly walked away. Okay, you be careful, I'll go call for help. Hojong also reminded him to be careful. He then just stood there watching the imposing figure leave in the crowd. Wait until the majestic figure is completely out of sight. He turned and entered the nearby alley. After a while, he went out into a deserted forest. He walked to a rock. Drop your weapons, sit down and take out the rice balls. Okay, if you're following me, then show your face. Damn it, avoid the meal, but anyway, if you're here, then you might as well finish it first. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out, knocking away the rice ball in his hand. That thing is an arrow that is covered with true energy and shot. Very quickly in the forest a group of men in black appeared. Hojong stood up and picked up his weapon. That's good, he appeared as soon as he said it. It seems like he needs to defeat you guys to have a peaceful meal. Okay, the men in black didn't say anything from beginning to end, silently approaching Hojong. Very quickly the leader came out. You are the Yun clan's eldest son, right? Hojong glanced at him and replied, you asked correctly, I am Hojong. The other person had a murderous aura about him. If it was the right person, then let's get to work. I don't like to say much either. Hojong was also not afraid at all, despite being surrounded by enemies. Seeing him so calm, the other person couldn't help but praise him. Indeed, you are also the first person to make me extremely surprised. I have defeated many masters in this martial arts world. But when I met you, I felt like there was a certain strong aura on you. Even though we were enemies, I respected you very much. I am Min Chi's son, a member of the Tonbok Viobin organization. Hojong shook his head. I've never heard of your organization. Are you also from the Myong clan like the Dark Squad? Right, Min Chi's son woke up. Dark Squad, so you already know about that organization. So the Dark Squad captain was taken down by you, right? Hojong replied calmly, yes. Of course she doesn't want to die, but no matter what, once you go against me, there's only death. Now you can only have the same ending as her. Hearing this, the surrounding men in black all wanted to take action. Min Chi's son unexpectedly remained extremely calm. You said well. But I am completely different from that brat, even if she is my granddaughter. Even though I'm angry, I won't be subjective when confronting you. Hojong got serious. Alright, I respect an opponent like you, someone who knows how to be cautious and careful against all opponents. He thought to himself, this guy has a calm demeanor. I said provoking him, but he was completely unmoved. Life and death for a martial artist is already predetermined. This is a real expert, not an ordinary assassin. He must have experienced many life and death battles. Min Chi's son spoke again. Before fighting you, I want to ask you something. Did that girl use any secret technique when confronting you that you could defeat her so easily? Hojong replied, of course she did. Min Chi's son stroked his beard. I really didn't see you wrongly. If that girl used a secret technique and you were still almost unharmed, then it proves that your strength is very strong. Hojong continued, of course, no matter what, I also had a bit of trouble, but that's not enough to defeat me. Min Chi-sun nodded, okay, but today facing me, maybe you will have to submit. As a martial artist, everyone has their own unique skills. But you can't just use that technique and subjectively think you can defeat your opponent. A true martial artist needs to hone his strength through many life and death battles, revealing all his strengths and covering up any unsightly flaws. Cultivating secret techniques is only for self-defense. I don't depend on it at all, however, for the secret technique to be witnessed by someone else and the person still lives is something that is impossible for any sect. Therefore, you will have to die here so that my family's secret technique will not be able to spread outside. That's what I want to say before I defeat you. Hojong on the opposite side saw the opponent draw his sword, so he similarly swung his axe up. I see, you are indeed quite a strong martial artist. Stronger than anyone I've ever faced before, but of course no matter how strong you are, you still need to prove it. I hope you won't disappoint me in this battle. Min Chi-sun smiled, okay, you are really a straightforward person, looking at opponents and evaluating them fairly like you. I really like it. Match. I will show you my strength, let's fight. Having said that, he disappeared on the spot. Appeared again and swung his sword at Hojong's head. Hojong just defended against this move of his face immediately wrinkled with extreme tension. The internal energy through his move was too powerful. At this moment, a man in black behind Min Chi-sun raised his bow and aimed it at the two of them. The arrow whizzed past Min Chi-sun's side and aimed towards Hojong. Both of them then turned their weapons at the same time. The arrow was then cut into 3 pieces by both of them. Min Chi-sun did not stop and continued to fly forward. He once again crazily swung his saber towards Hojong. A wound quickly appeared on Hojong's chest with fresh blood flowing out. Min Chi-sun on the opposite side was not unharmed either. Blood appeared on the cheek. Both executioners continuously clashed. Hojong seemed to be constantly being pushed into a disadvantageous position by his opponent. Min Chi-sun swung his sword, then swung his palm. A palm pressed down hard on the handle of the sword, pressing it tightly onto Hojong's shoulder. Hojong tried very hard to dodge to the side to avoid this move. On his shoulder at this time, there was also a slash mark left by the opponent's blade. Min Chi-sun did not stop, continuing to swing his sword to attack. Hojong swung the axe up, the handle hooked around Min Chi-sun's neck like a fish hook. His body was pulled back by Hojong just like that. Before Hojong could make a move, he raised his knee to attack. Hojong also swung his fist and hit straight at his knee. This punch was extremely strong, but Min Chi-sun's internal energy was not weak either. Hojong was then kicked by him again, forcing him to retreat. Hojong kept suffering and thought to himself, he didn't expect him to be so strong. He stomped on the ground and jumped into the air. The vital energy in the body circulates extremely strongly. To win we need to use them. What he used this time was not the defensive black tortoise, but the killing white tiger. The two Hojongs in front were fighting fiercely, when someone behind suddenly came forward and ordered the men in black to attack him. The group of people turned their heads to look at the young man in confusion, but second young master, the team leader, said that no one is allowed to interfere in the affairs of those two people. The angry young man drew his sword. Didn't you notice? His aura seemed to have changed. Now he is not as weak as before. Hojong on the opposite side was now gritting his teeth, urging himself to breathe in and out evenly. Min Chi-sun on the opposite side was puzzled. It seems like you are concentrating on something, or are you so scared that you can't breathe? Okay, just be quiet, I'll wait for you a bit. He stopped, but the men in black behind him suddenly rushed forward. Hojong swung his hand to catch the arrows they shot. He was extremely angry with these henchmen in his heart. Those bastards had interrupted and disturbed his meal. He swung his arm and threw the arrow back, piercing one of them in the head. One of them took the opportunity to hit him on the head. But when this sword slashed down, Hojong's figure was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know how, but in a blink of an eye, he jumped on top of his opponent's head, avoiding that knife strike. The young man was immediately dealt with by Hojong. The long sword in his hand was also broken into pieces. Another one took this opportunity to stab from behind with a spear. Hojong immediately disappeared from the spot again. Appeared again and swung his foot wildly at the spearman's snout. The remaining one took out his sword and threw it at him. But Hojong's speed is extremely fast, how can he hit it? He then jumped up and swung his axe, slashing the opponent's body into 8 pieces. Hojong landed again in front of the bright mountain. He is too strong, I cannot avoid these moves. This seems like a hassle. Min Chi-sun still did not continue to attack but asked his nephew behind him, Hey Kang Lam, I told you already, why did you appear here? The young man was about to explain when Min Chi-sun interrupted him with a harsh voice, This is a battle between me and him. If you interfere in this battle, what meaning does it have to me when I can defeat him myself? Even though you are a direct descendant, you still have to respect me, Kang Lam explained. Is dealing with the enemy so important, uncle? Hojong on the opposite side took this opportunity to sense the new power in his body. The white tiger seemed to have a different power than the black tortoise. The black tortoise helped us purify the impurities inside the body. The white tiger will help us absorb more vital energy and store it in the dantian. At that time, the true energy will spread throughout our body, helping us no longer feel tired when fighting. The two Ming Jishan people on the opposite side were still chatting enthusiastically, not paying any attention to Hojong. Someone like you wouldn't be able to understand that. I also respect the rules of the martial arts world quite a bit. Hand-to-hand combat doesn't need anyone to interfere, Kong Lin explained. You understand that too, but our Myung clan needs to destroy this guy. We can't let him escape this threat. Min Chi-sun, rest assured, with my great skills and experience, he will not be able to escape. The martial arts of the Myung clan are used for fighting in situations like this. Speaking of this, suddenly a giant rock flew from behind him. He also sensed it and quickly pushed his nephew away. He turned around and swung his sword, cutting the rock in half. The rock was just cut off. Hojong's figure immediately appeared before him. Min Chi-sun gripped his long sword tightly, then swung the sword and slashed out. Hojong was immediately hit in the right shoulder by this saber. He reached out with both hands and gritted his teeth, holding the opponent's saber tightly, not allowing it to continue slashing down. Min Chi-sun also used force to press down, cutting off one of his arms. The two of them immediately fell into a stalemate. Fresh blood was now continuously flowing from Hojong's shoulder. Kang Lam from behind loudly shouted for his brothers to rush up and attack him. Hojong was quickly surrounded by the men in black. Min Chi-sun at this time also let go of the knife handle so that it could be stuck to Hojong's body. Hojong's eyes turned white as the true energy from all around continuously converged on him. Min Chi-sun realized something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Get back now, you idiots." The white tiger's aura immediately erupted with extreme ferocity, sending all the black-clothed men flying. Not stopping there, it also spread out in all directions to the sky. Inside the city, the people could also sense this aura. What was going on? It seemed like there was a tiger roaring in the bamboo forest. Okay, maybe you're too tired from the journey. Where would there be a tiger here? Yeah, maybe I'm too hungry and heard wrong. The men in black who had just been sent flying were now kneeling on the ground, dazed, constantly shaking, holding head. Min Chi-sun looked at Hojong nervously. So this is that guy's true strength. Hojong slowly removed the long sword from his shoulder. This flow of vital energy has been a long time since I felt it in the breeze. Ruler of the winds, mighty swift infinite. Guardian of the green forest, white tiger. Kang Lam fell backwards on the ground, still in shock, exclaiming, why was his move just now so terrifyingly powerful? Min Chi-sun once again flew up and grabbed the long sword. What an idiot, I told you not to butt in, now you're sitting there talking nonsense about his strength. As soon as he moved, Hojong disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind him. With one swing of his long sword, it was shattered. He flew back in terror, the backlash was too strong. Hojong did not stop, continuing to charge forward. Seeing Hojong's speed, Min Chi-sun couldn't help but be stunned. The footwork that Hojong is using is the White Tiger King footwork. Min Chi-sun turned his head to look at another long sword on the ground. He needed to react quickly, otherwise he would die. He quickly picked up the saber beside him and used his energy to perform the saber madness technique. Hojong's figure appeared and disappeared. The modern amulet was constantly waving. His target was not Min Chi-sun, but the black-clothed henchmen around him. The crowd was frightened when they saw his attack coming. Quickly retreat or else they would be hit by his attacks. But before they could avoid it, their bodies were hacked to pieces. After Hojong finished handling them, they then launched a white tiger melee attack towards Min Chi Mountain. Wherever he swung his axe, everything around him was shattered and shaken. The dazzling white light carried a terrifying power and struck before Min Chi-sun. Kang Lam behind him shouted in panic, quickly avoid that danger, uncle. Min Chi-sun also had no intention of avoiding but still stood there proudly. Very quickly, Hojong appeared above his head holding the axe. Behind him, there was the phantom image of a ferocious white tiger appearing. Min Chi-sun's eyes immediately turned red. The long sword in his hand continuously swung up to block Hojong's attacks. The two of them once again engaged in a fierce battle, their long swords and large axes clashing continuously. Through a few moves of Hojong's tongue, he seized the opportunity to get close to Min Chi-sun's neck. He swung his sword up to block the long sword, which was immediately cut in half. He gritted his teeth in anger and used his energy to counterattack. 1,000 observations of God. Hojong was no pushover either, swinging his axe again to block his attack, forcing him to retreat. Then he raised his axe again and aimed at the opponent's head and chopped down. A spear carrying terrible power just like that pounded down. Blood then splattered everywhere. Trees, rocks, and dust were also destroyed. Kang Lam stood to one side, tensely observing. The dust cleared. His uncle was lying on the ground, dead on the spot. Hojong's body continuously emitted true energy, sweat was pouring down his face like rain, he looked quite disheveled. After a while, he lifted the axe, the name. This is a tough opponent indeed. He really has good offensive and defensive abilities, he has something quite calm like my father. Of course, the Myong clan has an opponent like this, which makes me quite impressed. He is better than you, he said, raising his axe and pointing towards Kang Lam. Kang Lam's face turned pale, very scared. Hojong had no intention of killing him and coldly said, "Now, hurry up and return to the Myong clan to tell your father about this, he will beat up Kang Lam and then release him back to the Myong family." Looking at him lying miserably on the bed, Myong Chun was extremely angry. "What happened? How did my son Kang Lam end up like this?" The doctor beside him continued, "The young master is out of danger, truly fortunate. But it will probably take him a while to recover." Myong Chun turned around, grabbed his collar and threw him out. Then helped the son up and asked, "Is this done by that bastard Yun clan? Tell me son, so I can take charge for you." Kang Lam stammered in response, his secret tiger technique. Halfway through speaking, he fainted again. Myong Chun thought to himself, what is the secret technique of the white tiger? It's really too much. So what about Min Chi's son, where is he? Another person came and replied, he was dead. Along with all our martial artists who followed him, he was also killed, just like the assassin team that was killed before. Myong Chun couldn't believe it. Well, how could that bastard Hojong be stronger than Min Chi's son? The other person replied, yes, that might be so. Myong Chun fell into deep thought. Among the people with the power of the Ming Jishan branch was a very powerful person. It seemed that bastard Hojong was a difficult person to deal with. Alright, it seemed that Tan Lang needed to be brought out. The other person was startled when he heard him mention the wolf. But master, is this okay? If the evil spirit appears, what will the rumors in the martial arts world say? Myong Chun replied, okay, what is there to worry about? He has seriously injured my son to this state, how can I forgive him? You also saw that your little squad leader's son was beaten to the point of death by him. When that person heard him mention his daughter, his expression immediately wrinkled. Myong Chun continued to speak, to see the green wolf and the white tiger. How will those two divine objects confront each other? The other person also did not advise anymore, bowed, subordinate understood. He then left Myong Chun's place and went to a place in the mansion that was quite deserted and gloomy. He quickly walked over and unlocked it. Go inside. Within the dark room, countless pairs of eyes flashed, staring at him. He quickly reminded everyone, your opponent is quite a strong and cunning person, it's time for you to go hunting. The next morning, inside the forest, Hojong was currently sitting behind a rock meditating and gathering his energy. Mind is calm as a lake, the true energy circulates in the body. The dirty air will be pushed out by the mysterious tortoise's true energy in a circle. Finally, he inhaled and absorbed internal energy with the white tiger. The white tiger was strong and ferocious. But with my body being blessed with the spiritual energy of the black tortoise, it will help me to make the white tiger's true spirit more gentle in my body, helping to stabilize my body so that it doesn't lose control due to the strong energy emitted from the white tiger. It's true, the previous days of cultivating the black tortoise have helped my body become tougher. Now the two streams of warm and strong true energy have merged into one. Suddenly he felt something. His eyes were fixed on the bushes not far away. He then stood up and bent down to gain momentum to perform the white tiger attack. He picked up the big axe and flew away at extremely high speed. Then he swung his axe and unleashed the Tiger King's explosive power, cutting the giant tree in front of him into countless pieces. Looking at the power of this move, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed like not enough force was released. But I will slowly control this violence. Once I do it, I will do it all at once. I will perform the White Tiger Ultimate King. He said that he would do it, then gritted his teeth and used his energy to unleash the White Tiger Extreme True King. After a while he stood there panting as if he was about to faint. After a tense battle, now I need to settle my stomach first. No matter how strong I am, if I'm hungry, I still can't stand it. So he quickly went to the tavern to order wine and meat to eat. After eating for a while, he breathed a sigh of satisfaction, feeling better. Just at this moment, a woman came over to drink with him. Sir, can I sit here? But it seems like the young master is not from this area, right? I really like people like you. This woman looks very beautiful and seductive, her body is extremely attractive. How about it, let me take you to some famous places in Hanam. Hojong calmly raised his glass and invited the lady to sit down. The lady sat down on the table without any courtesy, already being rude to the young master. I have been here many times, but I have never seen you at this restaurant. I wonder where you come from. Hojong was still extremely calm, quite a distance of about 8 days. The woman smiled. Is that so? I am a wolf. I don't know what your name is, sir. Hojong also did not hide and said his name directly. Lang Bao praised, so it's young master, this is truly a beautiful name. She then pointed to the mansion behind him. Is that the young master's mansion? It looks so big. I didn't think a young master who looked like a scholar could carry such a huge mansion. Hojong coldly glanced at her. Okay, if you have something to say, just say it, stop acting. Even though you have bathed clean, I can still smell the blood on you from all that way. Lang Bao made a puzzled expression. What did the young master say? Hojong's face was still extremely gloomy. These kinds of tricks have no effect on me. You must be the assassin sent here by the Myong clan, right? The woman's face immediately darkened. She was actually recognized. She then stood up and exclaimed, young master is really too cautious. Normally, it's hard for anyone to escape my beauty trap. Hojong replied disdainfully, how can they compare to me? Don't be so complacent because you're so smug. If you want to kill someone, there are many ways. Poisoning and ambushing are enough. Why do you have to get close to the target? The wolf suddenly woke up. That's right, when the young master said that, I just noticed. Hojong continued, just like that, don't think too much. However, those things only apply to fools. For me it's completely useless. Lang Bao stretched. However, young master should not look down on this little girl like that. Hojong asked again, am I wrong? Lang Bao sat on the table again. Of course it was not right. All those I targeted initially looked down on me, but they all paid the price later. As for the most recent martial artist that I assassinated, you must know, that is the first swordsman. He is a swordsman with extremely high swordsmanship. But we, the evil spirit, only need a little time to defeat him. From that, if the martial arts masters are targeted by us, then no one will be able to escape. Hojong was secretly startled in his heart. He didn't think that such a famous swordsman, Han's son not Kim, would be killed by these green wolf assassins. Their strength was truly not easy to deal with. After thinking for a moment, he asked, so how many of you came here today to assassinate me? Lang Bao smiled with delight, all. This young master here is personally valued by the head of the Myong clan, so how dare we look down on him? I've been looking forward to this confrontation, to see how tough an opponent we, the Qing Lang, will have to face. To be honest, when we go all out, even the 13 seats of heavenly saints will not be our opponents. Hojong interrupted the nonsense. Who are the 13 heavenly saints? They are the greatest masters in the martial arts world. Their reputation alone is enough to make the dark forces scared to death. Even if an entire army of assassins like you went to war, how could you possibly fight against them? I guess your strength is not enough to deal with my father, the wolf retorted. Young master said, well, so young master means we are hopeless against you. Alright, after we get your head, we'll head to Yun clan and make a mess of it. Just thinking about it makes me excited. It's been a while since I've met an opponent like you, young master. She then turned around and left. I came here today to greet you, young master. But also came to remind the young master that if he underestimated his opponent, he would die a miserable death. Hojong didn't care and replied dejectedly, alright, you guys quickly go away and don't disturb my meal anymore. Follow the wolf to leave. All the customers in the restaurant also disappeared at the same time. Hojong thought to himself, so their entire army had 70 people participating, huh. At this moment, someone transmitted to him, I am a small disciple of the beggar gang. Master Mo Dung and Miss Mo Dung have both moved to Hanam. Hojong's mouth corners raised, you're finally here, Morong Bang. It can be said that Morong Bang is a first-class expert who obtained the title of Sword Saint and later became the leader of the martial arts world. He was Hojong's enemy and friend in his previous life. At that time, Hojong and he went together to Tian Fong's son to defeat the leader of Not Noyet sect. 7th, the voice transmission asked, does the young master have anything to say to the head of the Mo Dung family? Hojong raised his glass of wine to make a box. Then transmit the sound back, there is. Scene changes to the pier side. Moyong Yanawa and his father are here now. Moyong Yanawa looked at the letter in his hand and then said, it's a report from the intelligence agency in Hunan. Morong Bang then opened the letter to read, but it seemed like this trip, my father and I coming here was useless. Moyong Yanawa was confused. What's wrong? Morong Bang explained, Myong clan had already sent Tan Lang to fight. Hojong would definitely die. Yanawa is terrified. Is she a demon? They are extremely evil people trained to become suicide assassins. Once they act, they will not give up any means to achieve their goals. whether poisoning the water supply or burning down the whole village. This is an extremely bloodthirsty organization. Because of Han Sun's attempt to intervene and stop their extremely evil actions, he was harmed to death by them, which led to the Han Sun sect losing quite a few disciples. Now that they have gone to war, I wonder if a new kid like Hojong can confront their extremely evil methods. Just then a beggar approached them. Could you please give this beggar some spare change? Murongbang was extremely generous, taking out a silver bar and giving it to him. Take it. The beggar took the silver, then passed through the grave by sound transmission. Young master wants to meet the master tomorrow. He has something to tell the master. The evil spirit will be destroyed by young master in this confrontation. After hearing that, Murongbang couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's good, alright, let's see which side will be defeated. Yanawa, our trip will not be in vain. Scene changes to another side. Hojong is now sitting alone in the room. After a peaceful night without any incident, he slowly sat up. He went to the window, pushed it open and looked outside. What a fresh morning, I have everything ready. He opened the roll of cloth in the corner of the house. Inside are countless carefully crafted hidden weapons. Let's see how they will deal with this. He walked over and picked up a hidden weapon. Then without hesitation rushed out. A young man was walking on the street when he was suddenly shot in the head by a hidden weapon, leaving him covered in blood. The crowd walking on the street saw someone suddenly fall to their death and were filled with confusion. The other assassins of Tan Lang lurk in the corners. Face all wrinkled extremely tense. Hojong continued to pick up a bunch of hidden weapons. Okay, now let's go wolf hunting. Outside the market the bustling sounds of trading were still resounding extremely bustling. Hey, brother Jang, is it profitable to sell it so cheap? Now that you know the price, you'll be even more surprised. Hey, here's a carp as big as a 6-year-old child for only the price of a bag of chips. The young man had just finished speaking when a hidden weapon pierced his forehead. He just died on the spot without even having time to scream. The young man next to him was about to take out his weapon when he was also shot and killed by a hidden weapon. The one who made the move was none other than Hojong. People on the street saw the two young men suddenly collapse and rushed over. What happened? Why did they suddenly faint? Hojong moved on the rooftop and secretly sighed. There were more people than expected, so I had to speed up. He then quickly ran to another location. The hidden weapon was fired again to kill another guy who was carrying apples on the street. The guy next to him saw that and quickly pulled out his weapon. But how could his speed be as fast as Hojong's? Before he could do anything, a hidden weapon pierced his neck. Then there were countless other names that died. Hojong now stopped to think for a moment. Is it over? Not yet. The place where the murderous aura is strongest is over there. He turned his head to look at a nearby ancient temple. The true energy in his body circulated rapidly. He stomped on the ground to gain momentum and performed the White Tiger Army attack. He used extreme speed to fly away, his figure flashing in the air. The great sword was raised to perform the Nine-Walled King protection technique. An assassin hiding ahead instantly died. At this moment, a long spear carrying a terrifying blood energy flew through the air. Hojong quickly turned around, raised his big axe to receive the blow. Blocking the spear, he immediately took the momentum and swung his foot up. Then used force to kick it back down. The man who just threw the spear was immediately pierced through the head by the spear and died. Hojong then landed on the ground. Then again used body technique to continuously move forward and charge. Running to the opposite wall, he decisively swung his large axe and slashed out. The wall was immediately smashed by him. He ran inside swinging his fist. A punch straight up the cliff in front, followed by countless other moves. After a while, he punched out 10 times in a row. At this point, he stopped, raised his head to look at the cliff in the distance. He then immediately jumped to the top of the cliff. He looked at the crowd of people in front of him and exclaimed, "The ones that need to be dealt with are all here." Lang Bao asked nervously, "Who are you?" Hojong swung his big axe. "We introduced ourselves to each other yesterday, didn't he?" The wolf didn't believe him and snorted coldly. "This is the strength of a young, immature brat who just joined the martial arts world. It's really ridiculous." Hojong coldly laughed and said, "Less is more. If you're going to clean up, you have to finish it before sunrise." Lang Bao's mouth corners suddenly raised. She then kept screaming and calling for poison net. She just screamed and a terrible poisonous gas shot up from below. The group of wolves simultaneously took out their scarves to cover their mouths. Seeing Hojong still standing calmly in the poisonous gas, they couldn't help but curse, "What an idiot. Soon the poisonous gas will burn your bronchi. Even if you escape the poisonous smoke, you will still be poisoned to death." Lang Bao excitedly laughed, extremely happy. "We are hunters, the hunt has just begun." But very quickly, her eyes narrowed. Because the poisonous gas below was being gathered by Hojong's big axe. Then, before her horrified eyes, all the poisonous gas was reflected back by him and flew towards the assassins. They were surrounded by poisonous gas, panicked and terrified, and turned around to run away. Many people were poisoned, tears and snot flowed like rain. Lang Bao stood behind a subordinate covering his mouth, extremely confused. Suddenly a whirlwind arose, as if he controlled the wind. Very quickly she was shocked again. Hojong on the opposite side had already released the white tiger aura around him. What have you been mumbling about all this time? Trash shouldn't exist, he said as he swung his axe down and struck down. The ground was immediately shattered by this strike. The wolves that were falling freely in the air were terrified, the ground collapsed. Lang Bao hurriedly turned around and ran away. She had no way of understanding how this was possible. This guy just now hit the rock and transferred his force into it. Is he an internal energy expert? Although she ran very fast, she was still buried by the rocks and soil. It was dark very quickly. Today was a gloomy day. As soon as it got dark a heavy rain poured down. Murong Bang was in the inn looking out the window. A servant came up behind him and asked, "Master, do you want to go rest yet?" Yanawa on the side also spoke up to advise. Murong Bang also did not wait any longer. Turn around to go to the room, want to rest. But at this moment, there was a whiff of blood in the room. Yanawa was startled. It was the smell of blood. Hojong's figure carrying the large axe was standing outside looking at them. After a hard day of fighting, he finally finished off the wolves. Father and son Mo Dung Bang were surprised to see him coming. He quickly walked over and used his internal energy to light the candle. "I thought you were not coming anymore." Hojong quickly pushed the door open and entered the room. He put the umbrella aside and replied, "Sorry." Nam Kung Bang asked again, "You are the next generation of the Green Mountain Yun clan's clan master." As expected, Hojong did not acknowledge the title of clan master and only replied that he was the eldest son of the Yun clan. Nam Kung Bang continued, "It is an honor to welcome you. Our Mo Dung family is really rude if we cannot properly welcome you." Hojong then glanced at Moyong Yanawa and nodded in greeting. The two of them then went to sit at the table, but it seemed like the young master was a bit late. Hojong sighed. "Cleaning up took a bit of time." "Is that so? Have all the evil spirits been exterminated?" "But how should I say it? You speak as if you wanted to flatten all those evil assassins, so you used all your strength to fight them. I don't know what the outcome of the battle with the demons will be. It's not as simple as wanting to get rid of them all." Hojong explained that a total of 61 people were crushed or hacked to death. 6 men were dismembered and no bodies were found. The other 2 men each cut off an arm and sent it to the Myong family. Murong with a face of terror, "Half a day has already killed the green wolf ghost." Hojong smiled, "How are you? Wouldn't the face of the Myong clan's head be worth seeing right now?" He looked at him, silently recalling memories of his previous life. Murong Bang saw with his own eyes the person who wanted to take his life in his previous life. "I have a strange feeling. It's really not comfortable at all. But thanks to a death and resurrection. You may not know me, but I know you very well. There will be many interesting things waiting for you in the future." Murong Bang thought for a moment, then shook his head and exclaimed, "I say this young master, that was a mistake of yours." Hojong was puzzled. "Why?" Murong Bang explained, "The green wolf demon was a trump card that even the Myong clan had to be wary of. You personally killed them and even sent back their bodies. Now the entire Myong clan will have to take action. You should have acted quietly, so do you think it's worth provoking such a great power?" Hojong asked again, "Do you want to retreat now? It seems like Mo Rong Bang really has that intention. I have played around here in Hunan enough. Let's pretend we never met." Hojong laughed coldly, thinking to himself, "Still the same as before, you never wanted to suffer any losses. Is it just because of your eloquence that you can gain the world? What are you planning?" Murong Bang thought for a moment, then he said something that startled Murong Bang, "The leader of the martial arts world. Isn't it the homeowner's lifelong wish and ambition?" Murong Bang Chow replied, "Actually, when I received your letter to me, I was very surprised. It was as if you had seen through my heart. How do you know my intentions and desires?" "No, now that I think about it, you don't just know about the things I desire. How can you be so sure about my ambitions?" Hojong smiled, "This matter is very simple. The world's #1 family and the leader of the martial arts world, isn't that the dream of anyone who sets foot in the martial arts world? Moreover, he was the head of one of the 7 great families." He secretly sighed in his heart. Everything just passed by easily like a snake slithering through a wall. But what is it? In this moment we face each other. We feel sadness or anger when we have to confront our former friend after we have become enemies. This is a complicated feeling that is hard to describe, like meeting an enemy from a previous life. After a while, he continued, "If it was like this, would the family head just end this trip to Hunan like this?" Murong Bang smiled and said, "If so, what other choice do I have? Hojong smiled, then I can only do it alone. Murong Bang sneered, facing the Gyujimyeong clan alone, youth is truly reckless. Hojong continued, of course my Murong family will also take action, it will be my next target after destroying the Myong family, that is exactly what I am aiming for. Murong Peng's face wrinkled, you want to confront the Murong family and the Myong clan alone. Hojong retorted, wrong, it's not just me, the gang and the rumors that the gang spread too, rumors about placing spies in the 6 great families to spy, rumors about secretly taking over, even destroying thousands of other families, I just need to bet my life. As for the family head, he will have to give up his precious dream of becoming the leader of the martial arts world, because the 9 sects, 1 gang, and 6 great families will focus all their attention on the Mo Dung family. My life and the Green Mountain Yun clan with the beggar gang and the master's dream. Think about which side you are on. Cooperate with me or become my enemy. Murong Bang, faced with his threats, couldn't help but burst out laughing. I lost. At such a young age, you already have such a broad vision and such self-confidence, you are truly amazing. Yanawa stood behind him, her heart filled with astonishment, this was the first time she saw her father laugh so loudly. Murong Bang then raised his glass, then you and I will destroy the Myong family together. Hojong also excitedly raised his glass, okay, sounds good. The quiet night still quietly passed, the heavy rain outside had stopped now. Murong Bang was surprised, dragging Shaolin Temple into this war. Hojong nodded, yes. Yanawa stood to the side and spoke in approval, what a good idea, Shaolin is also a great force like the Myong clan in Hunan, with the prestige of Shaolin, which Myong clan dares to look straight at it. Murong Bang continued, of course, but I want to do it even bigger. Hojong wondered, what do you mean? Yes, Murong Bang explained, launched a martial arts convention and temporarily convened the Martial Arts Alliance. Hojong was secretly startled, temporarily summoning the Martial Arts Alliance. Murong Bang laughed extremely cunningly, you understand what I mean, publicly declaring the Myong clan as the common enemy of the entire martial arts world because of their plot, isolating and destroying them until not a single piece of armor remains. Hojong's mouth corners also raised, I understand, now I know the family head's decisive move. Murong Bang raised his cup again and took a sip, talking to smart people is really easy. Hojong continued, not only the Green Mountain Yun clan, the family head also planted spies in the Myong clan. Murong Bang looked at him seriously, I didn't say I would only send spies to a certain family, don't you realize? Hojong replied, it's just a guess, I can't be sure. Murong Bang laughed loudly again, haha, you guessed it right. Hojong then stood up and wanted to leave. Murong Bang nodded, you must be tired from dealing with the Azure Wolf demon, alright, go back and rest. He sat there, continuing to pour wine, watching Hojong's back as he left. He did not forget to remind him not to die. If you die, this meeting will end as my useless excursion. Hojong coldly glanced at him, rest assured, even if they have to use the Tang sect's magic needles, I will still try to survive and return. Murong Bang burst out laughing, haha, what nonsense are you talking about, why is it the demonic needle? Hojong did not reply and leisurely left. So laugh more, it's your turn next. Murong Bang recalled the words Hojong said earlier. He pondered for a moment, then turned to ask his daughter, Yanawa, what do you think of him? Yanawa replied, that Yun clan's eldest son, he's very arrogant. Martial arts and spirit cannot be denied, only when meeting them in person can one see it clearly, but the Gyujimyeong clan is so powerful, how can it be easily destroyed? To his son, he was just a brat trying to cling to his father to fulfill his ambitions, Mo Rong replied with a humph, evaluating the person who could possibly become his husband, wasn't that a bit too much? Do you think he is not worthy of you? He is a talent who can become the young master of the family, if he carries the surname Mo Rong, I will immediately choose him as the successor. Yanawa heard that and gritted her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, young master, isn't the one who always thinks about me. Mo Dungbang also did not pay attention to her attitude, still sitting there sighing, unfortunately he is truly a rare talent. Yanawa replied, he didn't join the Murong family anyway, then should be eliminated from the bud. Mo Dungbang used force to crush the wine cup in his hand. Yeah, maybe he'll target us later. Hojong left the tomb and went out into the forest. He was walking when he suddenly felt dizzy. Damn, why didn't you just drink water then, why did you drink alcohol? Because arguing with the evil spirit was tiring enough, the conversation just now was even more draining. He then sat down with his back against a rock to rest. He raised his head to look at the bright moon hanging high above, it was very difficult for you to get here, you must not stop. He then began to sit cross-legged and circulate his energy. After awakening the Black Tortoise in the battle with the Thunder Fire clan leader, I attended the conference of the later generations and I'm sure the Myong clan is the culprit. With assassination team, and even masters like Min Chi-sun. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to awaken the White Tiger. And the previous life's enemies along with the decision to cooperate with Mo Dung Bang. The road to killing the culprit is not far away, but I'm a bit exhausted. Just then, a voice came from behind, exhausted, why did you still climb this mountain? You remember me, the person coming is none other than Truong Hon. Hojong stood up and asked suspiciously, you didn't catch the assassination team, why did you come here? Truong Hong angrily cursed, damn it, what do you mean by that, do you think I'm being negligent, young master? Hojong replied calmly, I was just joking, but what's the matter? Truong Hon stroked his chin and observed him, he looked like he was seriously injured. He then snapped his fingers. Immediately a group of people came from the forest. The owner said that the young master would definitely encounter many difficulties, so he sent the Blue Operation Squad to assist. Hojong was startled and surprised, did his father really say that? Shinmo led the Blue Operation Squad to loudly reorganize the ranks. The Blue Operation Squad asked to see the young master. Hojong scratched his nose a little embarrassedly. After a while he called out to the four gentlemen. Everyone worked hard. Listen up everyone, the road ahead is going to be extremely difficult by default, so prepare yourself. Shinmo replied, his subordinates were ready. Hojong led the group to leave, then let's go. Scene changed to Myong family side. Myong Chun's angry voice kept ringing. What a shame, even the assassination team Min Chi-sun and Tan Lang Kui were mobilized. And yet you still can't catch that brat, all of you like that and still have the face to come back here. In his uncontrollable rage, he killed 2 of the remaining demons who returned alive to report the news. The other person spoke up, Master, your subordinate has not given up yet. Please continue to use the demon wolf for this campaign. Myong Chun shouted, what, the green wolf demons were all killed by him, what else is there to use? The other person continued, we will use their corpses. The evil spirits were originally just commoners, mainly traders in the markets. Then we can falsely accuse him of killing innocent people in Hanam, and he will become the enemy of martial arts. Myong Chun calmed down and felt that this idea was very good. The other person continued to speak. His subordinates had already sent people to investigate the incidents in his hometown of Jiangxi. There were many unexplained incidents that could not be solved, most of which were caused by Hojong. Shaolin and the major sects will not be able to leave him alone. The people will of course be even more angry. Everything this time will force him to become the enemy of the martial arts world. Myong Chun picked up the wine bottle and poured another glass. San, come here. You really showed your head at the right time. Hugh's son reached out to take the cup of wine. The owner has praised you too much. Myong Chun smiled smugly. What a brilliant plan. Let's just carry it out. This time Hojong will definitely have to endure the attacks of the martial arts world. This time to further consolidate his strength, let's send the third brother to deal with him. Just leaving this task to him seems okay. Min Hugh's son was startled. Tam Ca, isn't this the person who will be the pioneer in the plan to attack Yun clan? Myong Chun coldly replied, so that bastard isn't from the Yun clan. Yes, I understand, I will go and deliver the order right away. Myong Chun was pleased. This time even the head of the Yun clan will be helpless. That brat Hojong definitely won't be able to handle it. The people I sent this time, especially third brother, is the one who has mastered the secret technique left by our ancestors. The next morning, at the market street, there was someone who had come here to record the list of those who died yesterday. So how many people are there in total? 11 people in total. The other person was writing and thinking to himself, it was all caused by Hojong, the eldest son of the Green Mountain Yun clan. The people around were all talking, so Li Chul, Kyung has also appeared to work. Who is he? Do you know? He is a lay disciple of Shaolin. He is also the master of Vajrapani, right? But why did that person come out to investigate? What else? It proves that Shaolin will not leave Yun clan alone this time. Fire in Jiangxi City last year, molestation of prostitutes in Jiangsu brothel 2 years ago, 3 years ago was related to the murder case at Maritime Trading Association in Jiangxi City. I really didn't think that Hojong had so many sins, really. A kid who's not even 20 yet seems to be an extremely evil and vicious demon, yet up until now he still hasn't been judged, but this time Shaolin has come out, there will be many changes. Just then, someone passing by exclaimed, isn't that the person from the Yakbang O family? The Shaolin disciple came over and asked, do you know that person? The other person explained, of course I know, I have been doing business here for so many years, how could I not know the faces of the people here? The person lying here is the Cheon family. How did these people get hurt? Why did they all get hurt wearing other people's clothes? Li Chul, Kyung pondered, this is really strange, aren't they civilians? So what is the true identity of these people? Just at this moment, another person quickly ran over. Sect Master, maybe we need to check the situation further. The crowd quickly led each other to yesterday's battlefield. This place had now turned into a pile of rubble. Underneath the pile of dirt and rocks, one could still see the corpses of the demon's men lying there. Must dig it all before dark, understand? Hurry up and do it. Lee Chul, Kyung, go sit down and take a look. There are dozens of people dead from being slashed. Of course these people carrying weapons like that are not normal merchants. Could this also be caused by Hojong? But that's impossible. With so many martial artists like this, how can he defeat them all by himself? How strong is he in the end? While he was lost in thought, another subordinate ran over. Sect Master Hojong had already changed direction and was moving towards Shichang. Lee Chul Kyung's eyes widened in shock. The true energy on his body immediately erupted extremely violently. He then used the immovable Vajra body technique to run away like the wind. We must get there quickly, to see what kind of person Hojong is. Move the scene to another side. Hojong was leading the eagle caravan down the street. The crowd on the street shouted loudly. A murderer like you dares to walk in the middle of the street in broad daylight like this? Quickly go away, you bastard who harms civilians. Is this the rumored Hojong? He doesn't look like a bad guy at all. Hojong completely ignored them and continued walking calmly. Just then, someone came out with a weapon and blocked the road, shouting loudly. Stop it, Hojong is a suspect in many unsolved cases. Listen carefully, quickly put down your weapon and surrender obediently. I am the Gyujimyeong clan family's Ching Se Hall master, I will capture you. As soon as he finished speaking, Hojong swung his axe and appeared above his head. A spear carrying terrible power just like that pounded down without any restraint. The faces of the people from the blue operation squad behind also wrinkled, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to fight at any moment. The dust cleared. The young man had been hacked to death by Hojong, lying pressed against the ground. He did not stop, continuing to swing his axe towards the remaining group. The group of people had just opened their mouths to curse before Hojong swung his axe and hacked them to death. The remaining guys saw that and didn't dare to say anything anymore. Hojong did not continue to attack but coldly ordered the blue operation squad to charge forward. The blue operation squad people did not hesitate and simultaneously drew their weapons and charged forward. The people of the Myeong clan were completely no match for them and died one after another. After a while, all the people of the Myeong clan were dead. Hojong and the group of the blue operation squad continued on their way without changing their expressions. The people looked at their backs and exclaimed, "That man is the evil Hojong." A warrant for Hojong's arrest was issued shortly thereafter. Zhang Hong looked at the wanted poster in his hand and couldn't help but be startled. What the hell is this? An arsonist, raping a prostitute, an arsonist and even murdering her entire family. Who would make up such a ridiculous story? The subordinate in front of him replied. The entire Hunan market was talking about this. Hojong sat to one side, the corners of his mouth raised. They were making excuses. Now they can openly command the army, turn us into demons, turn us into trash of the world, both blinding the white martial arts world and putting pressure on them. Shinmo team selects 10 fastest people in the blue operation squad. The rest are ready to leave within 2 days. Zhang Hong asked suspiciously, "What are you going to do, young master Hojong? Could it be?" Hojong smiled, "Things have come to this, I must go meet the Myeong clan leader." Zhang Hong panicked, "What? Don't go, it's clearly a trap. Do you want to confront an entire army?" Hojong didn't care much and ordered, "In the meantime, you continue to investigate the crimes of the Myeong clan and send them to Murongbang to help me." Zhang Hong nodded, "That matter doesn't matter, at least until the martial arts convention is held." Hojong turned around and left, "Then it all depends on you." Zhang Heng loudly stopped him, "Hey, wait a minute," but no matter how he yelled, Hojong still resolutely walked on. He was so angry that he trembled and cursed inwardly, "What a damn brat." Hojong left while thinking to himself, even though he said that, wasn't it too early? At this moment, the attack was released, and the Blue Lotus divine skill had broken through 2 realms and reached 80% completion. The body is purified of evil spirits by the mysterious universe. Again received pure internal energy from the white tiger. Thanks to that, the meridians that were originally just like a small stream of blue-laced true chi are now as wide as a river. I have never been stronger than I am now. But can he fight against 3 masters equal to Min Chi Sun? It's really too much. Vermilion bird and dragon fruit. If we can awaken one of the 2, we won't need to fear either of them anymore. Scene changes to Gyujimyeong clan family's master's room. A person came outside the room and shouted, "Myong Chun, the head butler, requests an audience." After waiting for a long time without any response, and seeing the door slightly open with golden light emitting from it, he couldn't help but reach out and open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he was startled. The room was now filled with intense fire. Standing in the center of the fire is the patriarch Myong family. He thought to himself, could it be that the family head had reached great success so quickly? The secret ancestral art of the phoenix divine power. Myong Chun turned his head to glance at him. My friend, the mountain general, even Tong Tien Dao had to kneel before me. Min Hu's son stammered, yes, but... Before he could finish his sentence, Myong Chun waved his hand again, urging his anger to flare up. After a while, he withdrew his attack to let the anger dissipate. I know that destroying the Green Mountain Yun clan first is the priority, but what the hell is going on? Min Hu's son took out a letter and gave it to him. The Mo Dung family head had called for a martial arts convention. The martial arts forces of the time will soon be summoned. Myong Chun finished reading the letter and burst out laughing. Haha, that old man Murong finally cooperated. I have turned Hojong into a devil. He will take this opportunity to publicly accuse and burn Yun clan. My friend's son suddenly woke up, so that's how it is. Myong Chun asked again, what happened to that crazy Hojong? My friend's son replied, everything went according to plan. He had become the prey of the power of lust. Currently, the three brothers Hak, Wai, Hien and 300 white dragon soldiers are preparing to escort Hojong here. This name is Min Hak. These two names are Min Hien and Min Hui. They now appeared in front of Hojong's group. Shinmo was worried. These young masters were all top experts, and there were 3 of them. Hojong nodded. They are very strong. If we only consider martial arts, they are a few levels higher than us. Suddenly Hojong was startled, thinking to himself, why does it feel so familiar? I'm sure I've felt their aura before. What time is it? In his mind, he immediately remembered the tragedy of the extermination of his previous life. These 3 were the 3 who led the massacre of his sect. The more he thought, the more excited he became. The true energy in his body circulated involuntarily. The terrifying aura caused the broken surface under his feet to shatter into pieces. He was so excited that his hand holding the axe began to tremble. How can we forget even a moment? The feeling when facing the enemy who killed your loved ones. Is this fear, or is it joy? The big axe in his hand was immediately swung up. His figure also disappeared from the spot. He moved at lightning speed towards the opponent. Min Hak was a bit surprised to see this guy suddenly rushing over excitedly. Hojong swung his axe from above their heads and slashed down. Long time no see old enemies. Change scene to Yen Ji aside. Martial arts convention launched by the Murong family head. The host also received the invitation. What do you think? Yun San shook her head. No, I won't go. The other person doubts, so then. Yun San threw him a letter. Hey, send this to Myong clan as soon as possible. This is a letter I wrote to Myong clan leader denouncing their crimes. Secretly nurture power in Jiangxi to annex other families. Condemn their despicable behavior, turning my son into a devil, and warn them, if anything happens to my son, I will definitely make them pay dearly. The other person was worried, but if the family head did that, it would be like challenging the Myong family. Yun Sen replied, that's why I sent the letter. The other person advised, let's wait until the martial arts convention organized by the Mo Dung family and then decide. Yun San shook her head. No, right now, my son is facing the entire Myong family alone. As a father, how can I stand by and watch my child be in danger? Send as soon as possible. Hojong, keep it up, son. The scene changed back to Hojong's group. His move was blocked by Min Hak raising his hand. Seeing this scene, Hojong's eyes couldn't help but widen. His blade slashed towards the opponent's arm but was blocked by the opponent's true energy. Min Hak didn't care about Hojong but asked his 2 younger brothers, why, there are dents on your hands, have you seen them before? Hojong thought to himself, aren't you injured at all? The 2 Hien behind replied, please let me handle him. He is the spirit turtle divine skill that has been learned by Big Brother, so how can he win against Big Brother? Min Hak smiled, keep practicing and you will be like me. While they were talking, Hojong swung his axe at his chest again. No longer using his weapon, Hojong swung his fist again, striking his opponent's face. Min Hak dodged to the side, avoiding the scolding, this damn brat. Hojong swung his spear and performed a wild beast slap. If I can't cut you, then I'll use it to tear you apart. Min Hak's eyes widened, he continuously waved his hands to block his attacks. Shinmo's group behind was also rushing over at this moment, quickly protect the young master. Hojong in front was still madly swinging his spear to attack. The power from the 2 of them spread out in all directions, causing the crowd to be unable to approach for a moment. Shinmo and the crowd stopped, face tense all the time. Hojong kept hitting but couldn't do anything to the opponent, so he couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell, is there such a strong person in this world? He swung his spear again and continued to attack. Min-hak was getting a little angry after being attacked by the opponent. He raised his hand to grab Hojong's axe blade, then swung his foot up and kicked his head. Hojong was terrified, quickly withdrew his hand, and used the handle of the umbrella to support him. But even so, he was still kicked away by this kick of mine. I just now have time to stretch my arms and legs, why did I greet you so forcefully? You are Hojong, now be good and endure the glare. Hojong looked at Min-hak nervously, he couldn't have done anything wrong, it was really suffocating. Min-hak sensed the aura on Hojong's body at this moment and couldn't help but be startled. Your killing intent is so terrifying, so boring, has killing become such a daily thing that you can easily exude killing intent like that? Are you still worthy of being a person of the white path who upholds the two words chivalry and righteousness? Hiding under the mask of a white-robed person, but doing despicable things, killing innocent people and massacring fellow disciples, you are no different from the foul-smelling hunting dogs of the black-robed person. Hojong laughed coldly, horror, righteousness and honor. He was so excited that his clenched hands were shaking. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about?" Min-hak exclaimed, "Big brother Min-chi's son, why are you so weak that you let a kid do this to you?" Before he could finish speaking, Hojong's tongue had already reached his neck. Min-hui panicked and shouted loudly to remind, "Big brother, be careful." Min-hak was also not like that, he immediately turned around and punched Hojong away. "You are so cruel, not giving us any time to mourn our brother." Hojong shouted, "Shut up, I don't want to hear any more. If you keep nagging, I will cut your tongue to sacrifice to my brother's soul." Scene changed to another side. Li Chul, Kyung after running for his life, finally reached the place where Hojong and his group were fighting on the street earlier. He looked at the corpses on the ground and said, they were the perverts of the Gyujimyeong clan family. Over there is where Hojong just passed, it's the straight road to Gyujimyeong clan family. He then continued to use his divine power to walk. As he walked, he kept thinking, is he going to declare war on the Myeong clan? Why and for what reason? At this moment, Zhang Heng also ran out from the other side. He ran to Li Chul's side. Kyung greeted, "Hello, Shaolin friend. I am a beggar man, Li Chul." Kyung looked at the other party in secret surprise. My immovable Vajrabadi technique was so easily caught up with. They then went into a tea house to chat. "It seems like you are chasing young master, what are you planning to do?" Li Chul, Kyung replied seriously, "Of course we'll take him back to be punished. Right now young master Hojong is the cause of the bloodshed in Hanam. Shaolin will not stand idly by in the face of these crimes." Zhang Hong nodded and said, "Very good, what is happening under the feet of Shaolin in Hunan right now, do you all really know clearly?" Li Chul, Kyung heard that and was momentarily stunned, not understanding anything. Zhang Hong quickly explained, "Why did young master Hojong come to Hunan and act like a madman? That's what you should be asking." Li Chul, Kyung stroked his chin thoughtfully, "Do you mean we don't know anything?" Truong Hon poured a cup of tea and gave it to him. "Don't worry, this old beggar will tell you everything. When it comes to that crazy kid, I'm an expert." On the mountain, Hojong and Min-hak were still fighting fiercely, with no clear winner or loser yet. The golden aura was still covering the crane's arm. He punched the ground hard, causing the ground to shake and crack. Taking advantage of the moment Hojong lost his balance and panicked, he immediately jumped forward. But before he could even strike, Hojong swung up and blocked it, in front of Min-hak's disbelieving eyes. Hojong kicked him. The true energy from his body then violently erupted and struck the crane's head. But Min-hak did not let him do whatever he wanted, he activated the protective energy in front of him. Then swung his other hand up to counterattack, forcing Hojong to retreat. Two people just separated. Immediately after that they rushed into a fight again. Hojong's face became more and more tense as he fought. At this moment, he could not bear it any longer and knelt down on the ground, clutching his chest. His internal energy was transferred through the weapon, making his punch extremely powerful. Min-hak on the opposite side quickly swung his fist to hit the top of his head again. His fist was covered with my spiritual turtle divine skill. Do you think it can be easily neutralized? Hojong did not lie still and take the blow, but instead put strength into his legs to gain momentum. Then he used the White Tiger army to attack again. The attacking crane was forced to stop, raising both arms to block the defender. Faced with Hojong's 9-will Tiger King stance, he could only use his Imperial Spirit Turtle armor to block it. Shinmo stood far away observing and analyzing. Strength against strength, the two sides seem to be evenly matched. But there is more than one enemy. If those two join forces, there is a high chance that the young master will fail. His dantian was now slowly emitting blue light. "I will break the seal and use the Dragon Storm divine skill that the family head has passed down." at least one person must be sent to hell. Min Hui exclaimed, "It's amazing, that kid can actually fight on par with Big Brother Hack like that." Min Hien's face was gloomy. "How strange, you mean that kid's martial arts? I feel familiar, it seems like the manager has also used similar moves." "You mean manager Myong Yu-san?" Rewind to previous scene. A group of people from the Myong clan are gathered on a cliff somewhere fighting. Repeat it. "You say the unicorn's divine power is not as good as the phoenix's divine power." The person opposite the fire in his hand was burning fiercely, and he did not respond in a low voice. The guy using the claw saw this and immediately flew behind him and swung his claws. "Try blocking this move and see if you can fail." I thought that the young man would be beheaded by the opponent's unicorn claw, but at this moment, the manager Myong Yu-san appeared to stop him. The crowd around saw this and started to excitedly discuss. The Qilin divine art of the general manager, the Phoenix divine art that the family head practices, is the #1 secret technique. "You bastard, how dare you look down on the dragon god's power, the spirit turtle god's power is the most powerful." Myong Yu-san Hokan stopped them. 50 dead soldiers, I know you guys really want to fight, but leave that divine art for the Green Mountain Yun clan, don't kill each other like that." The young man using the unicorn divine art heard that and immediately replied, "I will be careful." After saying that, he sighed, turned around and left. The other guy also stood up and thanked him. The meridians on his chest were red as blood, probably due to the side effects of cultivating the Phoenix divine skill. "That guy is Min Hui," he dejectedly said to Min Hak. "Big brother, if it continues like this, it will be morning. Why don't Min Hien and I do it now?" Min Hak felt he was being looked down upon and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." He waved at Hojong. "Hey kid, looks like this battle is about to end." Hojong clenched his fists, thinking to himself, he must use his internal energy to block his internal energy from entering his heart. His internal energy is only about 3/10 left, let's bet on the next move. He swung the big axe again. "What were you going to do just now? Why didn't you take action?" The true energy on the crane's body burned fiercely, and his tongue was sharp. "Then let me show you the true power of the divine turtle technique." The spirit turtle's light was fast. Hojong on the opposite side also similarly used the mysterious tortoise's immovable pillar divine skill. Both move on the water with 8/10 the same. Both were startled by each other's moves. After a while, they came face to face with each other. The crane waved his hand to perform the divine power of the turtle. Hojong also swung his fist and performed the triple turtle wall. The two people who used supernatural powers were both from the turtle family. As soon as they collided, they each retreated, neither gaining the upper hand. Hojong looked at him blankly. Min Hak's forehead began to sweat. He secretly thought, why are his moves so similar to mine? Hojong's true energy was greatly stimulated, creating a mysterious tortoise image. "What kind of martial arts did you learn? Is it pseudo-profound martial arts?" Behind the crane, a phantom image of a black turtle also appeared. It was indeed a fake, but it didn't have a snake head, just like Hojong's black turtle divine beast. Min Tu Chi thought back, that guy also used this type of martial arts. It is also called the divine turtle power. Why didn't we realize it then? Only different in color of the true energy. It's just like the black tortoise. Suddenly Hojong suddenly remembered something. That's right, during the discussion in the posterior star. He remembered the conversation with Zhuge Qingqing. "At that time you wanted to know more about the Four Directions Martial Emperor. I only knew a little bit. He was the one who practiced the four martial arts and was proficient in both offense and defense. 300 years ago, he was the one who quelled the bloody sect, and my father also said." She was interrupted by her younger brother when she said this. The Gyujimiang clan was founded after the blood sect was destroyed. The ancestors of the Myong clan supported the four martial emperors to destroy the blood sect. Hojong recalled this and whispered his own judgment. The four martial emperors are probably descendants of the four great divine beasts. Then the martial arts of the four martial emperors must have been inherited or stolen by the ancestors of the Myong clan. This is very possible. Only then can the existence of this strange martial art be explained. Min Hak observed him for a moment, then said, "Fake mysterious martial arts, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. But I will kill you to sacrifice to my ancestors. I will make up for my mistake when you dare to compare that kind of mediocre martial arts with the mighty martial arts of our Myong clan." He immediately flew towards Hojong. Hojong resolutely threw the axe aside. The immovable pillar monster is not such a weak footwork. This terrifying punch of Min Hak quickly reached Hojong's face. It seemed like he was going to be hit by this punch, but at the moment when life was hanging by a thread, his figure suddenly disappeared. Min Hak punched the void and was startled. Hojong appeared again, but was already far away in front of him. He waved his hand and performed the Great Emperor Heavy Wall martial art. He disdainfully mocked Min Hak, and left again. Is the martial arts power of our ancestors only that great? Let it rest in peace in the tomb. Min Hak's face was covered with blue veins, he gritted his teeth angrily and roared, "You bastard." The true energy in his body once again erupted uncontrollably. The two Min Hui people behind saw this and loudly reminded, "Big brother, don't kill him, we must capture him alive and bring him back." Min Hak was already so angry that he couldn't listen to their words anymore. He madly rushed forward and performed the 18-linked tortoise fist. Hojong in front once again summoned the black turtle phantom. The two sides then engaged each other at high speed, their fists continuously colliding, appearing and disappearing. Hojong said while fighting, "The black tortoise in the dark north symbolizes winter. It is the divine beast that governs the water attribute. The small flow will eventually flow into the big flow. That is the law of water, the dispersed power of the branches will eventually return to the main family." After a while of crazy attacks, Min Hak then excitedly laughed. His barrier was broken. He quickly swung his fist again. "I will take your life, you bastard." Hojong's eyes suddenly flashed with white light. He waved his hand in an extremely magical way to block this attack of the crane. Min Hak could not believe it and thought to himself, "Since when did my strength become so weak?" While he was in a daze, Hojong's other hand grabbed his head. "All your things. I, the Grandmaster, will suppress you." Feeling the true energy on his body being continuously sucked away by the other party, causing Min Hak to sweat in fear, how could this be possible? The spirit turtle's true energy is being sucked away, and my hands can't move anymore. After a while, his body gradually withered, the strong muscles were no longer there, instead it was a skinny and weak body like an addict. Min Hui in the back shouted in confusion, "Big brother, what are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Min Hak fell to his knees helplessly. The two people were shocked when they saw this. What the hell was going on? Hojong sucked him dry and then let go. The internal energy of the crane was now completely exhausted, becoming nutrients for Hojong. He once again lifted the axe and put it on his shoulder, only finishing off one person. Min Hui and Min Hien both frowned when they saw their big brother's miserable condition and gritted their teeth, urging their inner energy. Both of them then simultaneously rushed towards Hojong. Hojong was not afraid at all, still standing there calmly waiting. "Come here, the grudges from my previous life." Move the scene to another side. In the dark night, a horse-drawn carriage was going down the street. Myong Chun on the carriage asked his subordinates outside, "Are you ready?" The person outside replied, "Master, 50 blood-red horses, 50 dead soldiers, and 300 red dragon soldiers are ready to depart." At this moment, a friend from another side ran over, the owner of the house. "That old man Murong is about to open the martial arts convention, we just need to wait a little longer." Myong Chun coldly replied, "My friend, General Manager's son, didn't you read that letter just now? That letter was filled with teachings from that hateful Yun San. Anyway, Yun Clan is about to become the enemy of the entire martial arts world. They are the ones who need to be punished. If that's the case, then I will punish them myself." The city gate was opened immediately afterwards. Myong Chun led the army out of the city and headed towards Yun Clan. "I, the first family head of the Myong Clan, will personally punish Yun San, the head of the Green Mountain Yun Clan." On Hojong's side, he was still fighting fiercely with Min Hui and Min Hien. After a while of fighting, he realized that the cultivation method that Min Hui used was Chu Tuok. He was just absent-minded for a moment, but Min Hien took the opportunity to strike him with his palm. Just as he blocked Min Hien's attack, Min Hui swung his sword and slashed at the top of his head. Hojong angrily urged his true energy to spread out in all directions, forcing them to retreat. Just as he retreated, Ming Xian once again urged the Phoenix Flame Hand to continue attacking. Hojong swung his great axe and used the 12 walls of the North Heaven. A terrifying cold air quickly spread out. Min Hien looked at his frozen arm in horror. His anger had completely disappeared. Before he could recover from his shock, Hojong had already used his extremely fast speed to pass by him, using the Nine-Wool Tiger King stance to slash him with several axes. Min Hui angrily roared, once again swinging his sword to slash, "You bastard, are you a monster?" He then did not continue to attack but ran to ask his younger brother, "Are you okay, Min Hien?" Min Hien glanced at Min Hak lying in the distance and replied, "Brother, look quickly, brother Min Hak has had all his energy sucked out. He must have practiced magic." Hojong's mouth corners raised, "Devilish skill. The devil's work is created by you." Not understanding the four great divine beasts clearly, but still trying to fuse the true energy into the body, so only achieving half-hearted results. Min Hui shouted, "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hojong didn't care and continued speaking, "Look at the price to pay. It's like your lifespan is cut in half. just die slowly you idiots. The two people were so angry that their true energy exploded crazily again. Shut up you bastard. Before they could even charge forward, Hojong had already cast an immobile monster pillar that appeared behind them. No one saw how he made his move, but when he appeared again, Min Hui and Min Hien were both killed by him. He then turned to the remaining henchmen. Call out the master of the Myong clan here. Hojong's group just like that in the forest raised high the Yun clan flag. Shinmo looked at the Myong clan people behind him and exclaimed in confusion. Today is the day of the martial arts convention, yet they are still standing still. The young man beside him continued, isn't that obvious, big brother? They are afraid of the young master's power so they don't dare to act rashly. It seems like our blue operation squad has no room to show off their skills anymore. Two kneeling reminder Liangham, all eyes of the martial arts world are on this place. If we fight them it will no longer be a competition but a war. Is that what you want? The blue operation squad's mission is to protect the young master, so don't forget your duty. Luongham bowed his head seriously. Yes, I will be more careful with my words. Shinmo said that but he was secretly thinking in his heart, Liang Han was right, the eldest young master was very strong enough to stop those 300 people. Moreover, he also knows the opponent's weak points. How did he do it? Just then, a noisy voice came from behind, let me go, I'm not a beggar. Oh I forgot, I am a beggar but not an ordinary beggar, don't you recognize me? Today I deliberately dressed up dirty. Shinmo walked behind the beggar and exclaimed. Hojong also quickly carried the axe and walked over. You're here, Zhang Heng hurriedly exclaimed, something big has happened. Hojong was still extremely leisurely, I was watching a good show so I was late. Why didn't you participate in the martial arts convention? Zhang Heng was angry. That wasn't the problem. Hojong asked again, did you lose the assassination team? Zhang Heng replied seriously, the Yun clan leader has sent a letter to the Ming family. As soon as he said this, the Myong clan people in front suddenly urged their horses to leave. Hojong turned his head and looked back in confusion. What was going on? Why did they retreat? Truong Hong continued, the family head had already set the fuse for war. Hojong's face wrinkled. What are you talking about? Zhang Hong replied, the clan leader had sent a threatening letter to the Myong clan leader. Hojong was confused. Why did father do that? Zhang Hong shouted loudly, why else? Of course it was to protect you. Hojong was stunned after hearing that. What the hell is going on? Father's declaration of war and the sudden retreat of the White Dragon army. They don't need to stay here anymore, so their goal is to attack the Green Mountain Yun clan directly. In his mind, he unconsciously remembered the tragic scene of the extermination of the family. He gritted his teeth in extreme anxiety. He quickly jumped on the horse's back. Father, this life it's my turn to protect you. Zhang Hong and the Blue Operation Squad quickly chased after him and ran back to Yun clan. Another side. Murong Bang was gathering with the sect leaders and heads of the great families to gossip. Although the martial arts convention was hastily convened, would still like to thank the sect leaders for attending. Because of the urgency, let's get straight to the point. For the future of the martial arts world, today I propose to put a force on the list of martial arts public enemies. The whole school was shocked when they heard this. Nam Kung Chien looked at the empty seat in front of him and thought to himself, the enemy of the martial arts world, is it the Gyujimyang clan that is causing chaos in the martial arts world? Or is this the Green Mountain Yun clan? What the hell is he trying to do, brother Mo Rong? Shaolin Abbot Kong Kong Grand Master took the lead in speaking, Amitabha Buddha. The problem that the owner of the tomb raised was really too serious. Fighting against the martial arts world means being completely ostracized by the white martial arts world. Is the most powerful form of expulsion order, equivalent to the extermination of an individual or a force. Murong nodded, I know. The head of the martial arts sect Tang Huin Chan Nan also spoke up, in the end which sect committed such a heinous crime that it was listed as a public enemy of the martial arts world. Nam Kung Chien smiled and interrupted, Hanam is very chaotic lately, right? The North River is vast and boundless, and the South River is where Shaolin and Ming are. Nam Kung Chien explained, it seems like the Peng family head doesn't know about this yet. The young master of the Green Mountain Yun clan is causing trouble in Hanam. Not only that, there are also rumors that the suspects of many cases in Jiangxi were all done by the eldest son of the Yun clan. Another person asked, do you mean that the young master of the Green Mountain Yun clan is the enemy of the martial arts world? Nam Kung Chien continued, although he could not confirm it yet, but there was no smoke without fire. The crowd present all went into an uproar. The eldest young master of the Yun clan, people's hearts are truly unpredictable. At this moment, another person spoke up to defend Hojong, that the rumor was false. Nam Kung Chien shouted, I really want to know why you think so, Jia Cat family head. This person is the head of the Jia Cat family, the literary giant Jia Cat. He quickly explained, the crimes that people assigned to the Yun clan's young master were all unsolved cases, the suspects of cases that had lasted for many years were all the Yun clan's young master. Wasn't this very strange? The young master of the Yun clan once saved my daughter from the hands of the dark side. If he was inhuman, he wouldn't have done such a thing and made things worse. Surely someone is spreading false rumors to defame young master Hojong's reputation. The war between Nam Kung and Chien is still going strong, and it is not yet known what the truth is. The master of the house should also teach his daughter to be careful. If she gets involved with suspicious people, it will probably affect the marriage. The master of the house replied without any weakness, my daughter is very good at judging people. Nam Kung Chien's face darkened. He secretly transmitted to Mo Dung Bang, please answer my question. He stopped arguing with Zhuge Mingho, and the atmosphere in the hall immediately fell silent. Murong Bang spoke again at this moment. The force that I want to list as the public enemy of martial arts this time is not just because of the sins of an individual but is a huge force. Forces kidnapped dozens of civilians in the market street, secretly raised an assassin named Tan Lang Kui, killed and buried 800 hard-working workers without leaving a trace. The sect wants to use the dead to control the entire martial arts world. That is Gyujimyeong clan family. Myong Chun still didn't know that he had been tricked. At this moment, he was still leisurely sitting in the carriage, circulating his energy and driving towards the Yun clan. They let the dead practice the four symbols divine power, including the spirit turtle divine power, dragon and unicorn gods, phoenix god. The good news is that I am stronger than all those dead soldiers. Moreover, is there a realm higher than the great success? The aura of the phoenix divine art is still constantly changing, just like this after destroying the Yun clan, the Zhuge family, the Peng family and so on and so forth. Even the 9 sects and 6 great families will be trampled under my feet. He advanced in his delusional bliss, not knowing what was about to happen to his own family. Hojong on the other side at this time was also still urgently urging his horse back towards his family gate. Truong Hon also did not know where to find a donkey to chase after him. Myong clan leader left the city from the south gate yesterday. The beggars saw him leading an army away. Hojong coldly ordered to gag them. The Myong clan leader went to see my father in person. He wanted to eliminate us before the secret was exposed to the martial arts alliance. Zhang Heng was furious and cursed, what a bunch of cowards. Hojong secretly snorted coldly, fake 4 symbols divine skill, you really want to test your strength with me, right? Now I've seen through you all. The key issue now is time, can we get there in time? Thinking for a moment, he then ordered Zhang Heng. Zhang Hong, you take the blue operation squad and chase after him. I will go first to stop Myong clan leader. Zhang Hong was shocked. What are you saying? You are going to stop Myong clan leader alone? Are you crazy? No matter how he tried to persuade him, Hojong still sped up and spurred his horse to run away. We have to be faster. After running for a while, he let go of the reins. He landed straight on the ground. Use body technique to rush forward. The ghostly image of the Myong clan leader appeared in his mind. He was determined to chase and block Myong Chun's way. The next morning, outside the Yun clan's Jiangsu territory, Myong Chun's group finally made it here. While walking, the leader suddenly raised his hand to tell his brothers to stop. Before their eyes, something was breaking through the air and rushing towards them. Looking closely, this is Hojong's mansion. The 2 young men in front had not yet understood what was happening when they were slashed in half by the flying axe. Hojong in the distance couldn't help but sigh, it really is a beggar gang. No wonder you guys are so familiar with the shortcuts in the Central Plains, thanks to that I was able to arrive on time. He squeezed his hand, smiled, and asked the group of henchmen in front, where is Myong Chun? Tell him to come out and meet me. One of them angrily shouted, how dare you block the way of the world's greatest master, who are you? Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered, wait for the giant axe and white robe. Thinking about this made him panic. This is impossible, those 3 brothers cannot lose so easily, you all quickly get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Hojong suddenly appeared in front of them. Hojong held up his great power and shouted loudly, do you think you can easily surpass me, you Myong? With me here, don't even think about stepping into the Yun clan. A young man came out using claws as weapons. General Min Zich Luong beheaded that arrogant bastard to signal to them that the war has begun. The general in front nodded in agreement. Hearing that, the young man laughed with great delight, bent down and scratched the ground with both hands. Then he used the Qilin cloud treading steps and charged towards Hojong. Hojong was a little surprised, is it body technique? As he approached Hojong, he continued to use the blood-clotting unicorn claw. Hojong completely ignored this guy and calmly waved his spear. The young man was immediately shocked and stunned. He had just rushed over, and before he could do anything, his body was chopped into 8 pieces. Hojong sneered in disdain. If the technique has been improved, then it should be stronger, or is the unicorn sick? This is truly ridiculous. The general saw that and was scared and shouted. 50 martyrs liberated the cannon. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of dead soldiers behind him immediately started to gather their energy. The momentum rose to the sky and rushed towards Hojong. Hojong fearlessly raised his voice, the fighting party of those with fake martial arts skills. The general waved his hand loudly, and everyone rushed forward to tear him apart. Hojong's eyes narrowed, his body feeling a little weak. A continuous run here is a bit too much for me. His eyes were fixed on the carriage behind the crowd. Then directly jumped up, wanting to ignore the group of dead soldiers and lackeys in front. We must end this battle quickly. Myong-chun's carriage was now burning fiercely. He was still frantically practicing his martial arts inside the car. At this moment, a golden light was condensing in front of his chest. Outside, the battle was still extremely fierce. The men and horses of the Myong clan were continuously being hacked to death by Hojong's axes. The highly trained soldiers had no way of stopping Hojong. Wherever they rushed, Hojong knocked them down. The general shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Why haven't you made your move yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man reached out and grabbed his friend's shoulder. Then he resolutely threw him towards Hojong. Hojong saw the true energy on the other person's body and immediately realized that he cultivated the spirit turtle armor. Even so, he only slightly swung his spear and the spirit turtle armor was cut into 2 halves. The general in his heart was extremely confused. What the hell was going on? Our magic power is weakened. Hojong swung his spear and hit a young man. The true energy from his body was immediately and involuntarily sucked away by the true energy from Hojong's body. Hojong woke up. No wonder my internal energy stabilized again. It turns out that the 4 divine weapons are absorbing the true energy of these fake divine weapons. In this way, I will never lose to these fakes. Seeing that the group of soldiers could not stop them, the general drew his sword. He then condensed his true energy and transmitted it to the sword body, executing the dragon divine sword. Hojong, who was fighting in front, also sensed something and turned his head in surprise to look back. Standing in front of Myong-chun's carriage, only the other general remained. After finishing his cultivation, he immediately rushed towards Hojong. Hojong stomped his foot on the ground, his figure disappearing on the spot. This sword strike of the general could only pierce the void. Hojong directly ignored him, swung the big axe, aimed straight at the carriage and rushed away. You were the one who should have died from the beginning, Myong-chun. The mighty great palace broke through the heavens and the wilds. At this moment, Myong-chun in the car also woke up with bright eyes. Terrorist fire immediately rose from inside the car. Hojong couldn't help but be startled when he saw this situation. The gas just like that rushed up to the sky, breaking through everything. Hojong was forced to stop his attack and struggled to defend. The subordinates of the Myong clan on this side were also somewhat affected and retreated. The fire without people continued to flicker around. Hojong now retreated, kneeling on the ground, seemingly suffering a great loss. Inside the smoke and fire, Myong-chun's figure, like an evil god, was still present there. Once again, he used his energy to make the fire more fierce. Hojong on this side had a frown on his face, extremely unsightly. Myong-chun and the vermilion bird's true energy. Has he mastered the vermilion bird technique? Not just a great success. He was completely taken over by the vermilion bird. His internal energy had exceeded the limits of his body. Myong-chun, you were manipulated by power and turned into a fire god. Myong-chun sighed after drawing his sword. Cannot stand by and watch anymore. Under Hojong's astonished gaze, he actually swung his sword and killed his own subordinate. This makes the crowd very confused. Why do you? Myong-chun continued to speak. I was wrong. Why should I try to rule the world with you weaklings? Just for a brat. Why do you have to go through all this trouble? I alone am enough. Hojong saw that and the corners of his mouth also raised up with delight. You are the one who hides behind your subordinates and only now dares to show your face. You finally appeared, Myong-chun. He continued with a serious face. You are Hojong, right? You dare to stand in front of me like this. You are really stubborn. Hojong stomped his foot on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Even if I have to die, I will definitely kill you. No need for more words. Come here, you bastard. I will smash your skull. Myong-chun heard that and gritted his teeth in anger. Veins and meridians appeared on his body. He clenched his sword hilt and exclaimed, "Let's see if your tongue can still work later." Hojong on this side also raised his axe. In his mind he recalled the tragedy of his previous life. Finally this time has come, father. Today I will avenge you. You may not know, but I will definitely avenge you. In his mind, he knelt down and kowtowed to his dead father. He then bowed his head to look at his younger brother's body lying on the ground. Little brother. Sorry for leaving you alone. Tears that I had to shed. I will take over for you. He stood up again with determination. The great palace was also clasped by the arm. His face now showed madness. Outside reality, a terrifying aura also spread from his body to the surroundings. Myung-chun saw this situation and his face couldn't help but frown, showing an unsightly expression. Hojong now regained her composure, calmly looked at him and called out, "Come here, Myung-chun." He was once again angered by him, this damned brat. The two of them then each separately stimulated their true energy. Hojong took a deep breath, then breathed a long sigh of relief. Immediately after that the scenery here seemed to be affected by something. The people present all widened their eyes in surprise. Hojong used a storm-like speed to charge forward. Myung-chun on this side also did not stand still and wait to die, but also proactively jumped forward. The attacks of both sides clashed head-on for the first time. The terrifying aura centered around them spread out, causing the people nearby to be sent flying one after another. On this side, Hojong was starting to get very frustrated by Myung-chun's attack. He was slashed back by the opponent. Myung-chun saw that and was excited to take advantage of the victory. Hojong hurriedly somersaulted in the air, steadying his body. Then he swung his axe and charged forward again, which also startled Myung-chun. Was the counterattack so quick? The giant axe aimed straight at his head and chopped down. Myung-chun gritted his teeth and dodged this arrogant bastard. But then his eyes widened again, even faster. Hojong's crazy attacks and counterattacks left him with only a few difficult counterattacks. The powerful axe struck down repeatedly, leaving him with no chance to counterattack. Hojong raised his other hand, clenching it into a fist. Taking advantage of the opponent's opening, he punched him straight in the body. Myung-chun was sent flying away after receiving this punch. He stood there gritting his teeth and looking at his opponent, secretly angry. "Dare to attack me?" Hojong on this side roared like a white tiger. "Are you kidding me? Be serious. If that's all you have then I will tear you to pieces." Lotus art. This is the martial art that made Gyujimyeong clan the #1 family in the world. But their average life expectancy is only about 50 years. Generations of Myeong clan masters who practice the Minglian Manhwa Gong all died young. Myung-chun just turned 50, he is always afraid that death will come at any time. At this moment, the martial arts left by the ancestors of the Lin family, the 4 divine arts, appeared. Indeed, the Phoenix divine power is the pinnacle of yang energy. The vitality gathered in his dantian, making Myung-chun extremely happy. He was finally able to escape the curse of the Myeong family. And now where Hojong attacked his men. This position is the last remaining Minglian Nanhua Gong in his meridians. It was slowly disappearing from Myung-chun's body. On this side, Hojong once again swung his large axe and attacked. He passed by Myung-chun and struck out. Myung-chun took another hit and painfully knelt on the ground, leaning on his sword. His whole body was now starting to tremble, showing signs of exhaustion. Hojong on this side narrowed his eyes, observing and assessing him. Fake vermilion bird energy dares to invade the upper dantian. The 4 divine powers must be harmonized with other qi. If this huge amount of yang qi invades the entire upper dantian, he will die. Thinking so, Hojong once again jumped up. "Don't be too much." Myung-chun saw him rushing over again and his face became even more tense. Hojong jumped high, his hands clenched tightly around the axe. "Who gave you permission to die, you bastard?" The person on this side saw that and immediately rushed to the rescue. Hojong's palace had now reached the top of Myeongkan. At this moment, a fierce flash of fire appeared in front of his chest. Fire followed and rose to the sky, covering this place. The Myeong clan subordinate who was charging forward had not yet had time to do anything when he was blown away by his own master's firepower. Hojong was also forced to stop his attack, activating his true energy to create a defense to block it. Myung-chun's terrible strength made him retreat very far. The ground was even dug into deep trenches. Hojong stood there with a tense expression on his face as he looked at his opponent. "It's so hot that the 12 cliffs of the northern heavens are boiling. It's really dangerous." On the opposite side, Myung-chun was now standing up again in the sea of fire. He stood in the midst of the smoke and fire, his eyes flashing like a monster. The corners of his mouth lifted up with interest. "It seemed like you were happy too soon." The flames he had ignited enveloped his hand. "You brat of the Green Mountain Yun clan. Do you dare to dream of beheading the #1 clan leader in the world like me?" Hojong on this side was unusually calm. "Thank you for living until today. Before you die by my hand, don't even think about getting your wish." Speaking of this, he raised a finger and waved it provocatively. "What are you doing, little brother? Go on, right now. Before he could finish speaking, Myong-chun appeared beside him at a speed that was impossible for the naked eye to follow. But Hojong still reacted in time to dodge, then swung the big axe up to block the opponent's sword. Immediately after that, he used the Tiger King 9 Jade counterattack. But this move could only hit empty air, because Myong-chun used an extremely fast speed to appear behind him. He took this opportunity to wave his hand and use the Phoenix Flame hand to attack Hojong. The young man was hit. Blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not stopping there, Myong-chun continued to swing his sword up and slashed at his neck. Luckily, Hojong was able to use his protective true energy to block it in time. Immediately after, he swung his great axe, forcing the opponent to retreat far away to increase the distance. The great axe once again rotated and slashed forward. But again, he slashed into nothingness. Very quickly, he sensed the other party on the right. Myong-chun appeared behind him and swung his sword to perform Phoenix Flight. Hojong quickly turned around and raised his axe to block it. Even so, he was still knocked back a long distance. Fresh blood spurted out again more violently. Myong-chun took advantage of the situation and appeared before him in the blink of an eye. It seems like you've gone too far, you little brat of the Green Mountain Yun clan. Hojong raised his hand to block it but was still startled, because his defense was actually broken by the opponent. This made him really unable to believe it. Moreover, the mansion had also fallen from his hands. Myong-chun's sword carrying blazing flames immediately slashed over. The terrifying flames just like that loomed over Hojong. He was hit by this move and immediately fell to the ground, blood spurting out like rain. In his heart he could not understand. The 4 divine arts were actually overwhelmed by this impostor. Not far away on a mountaintop, 2 people were standing there watching the battle. The young man was emotional, unable to know what the current situation was inside. He then turned his head and glanced back. Vajra Gate is ready. Let's rush in and deal with them, beggar. Just then, another voice rang out, no, Li Chul, sect leader Kyung. Seeing that it was Shinmo, he couldn't help but feel confused. Shinmo explained with a serious face, if we intervene now it will definitely turn into a melee. Our mission is to clean up the aftermath after the battle ends, that is the order of the eldest son. So please wait patiently. The young man was still very worried and exclaimed, but if this continued, the young master would be in danger. Zhang Heng was still extremely calm and stood there with his arms crossed. I said he could win. The young man heard him so confident and was even more confused. What did you say? The young master won against the leader of the Myong clan. Zhang Hong recalled the conversation he had with Hojong earlier. Experts on par with Myong-chun are no match for him, so he can beat him. Zhang Hong was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? Myong clan leader is not that simple. Hojong turned his head to glance at him. I trust you. You should trust me too. The young man was still very nervous after hearing what he said. Do you want the young master to die? No matter how good the young master's martial arts are, Myong-chun is still the head of the Myong family. Are you saying that the young master is on par with the Myong clan leader? He can't win, so let's charge in. Truong Hon did not reply but secretly sighed. Hojong, you only have one life. I can trust you. Trust that you can win. Below, Hojong was lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly his arm moved a little. He tried to clench his fist and crawl up. The blood kept flowing. Myong-chun on the opposite side was also a bit surprised, because he was actually able to stand up. Hojong thought to himself, the anger had stopped my bleeding. But before he could catch his breath, Myong-chun immediately attacked. Your life is still too big, I will send you off soon. Hojong once again had to struggle to receive. Myong-chun saw this and raised his sword. The long sword strikes again. Now let's see if you can still stand. Hojong secretly sighed in his heart. Right now he could only support himself with that thing. The sword quickly slashed at him again. Hojong recalled a memory in his mind. Martial arts is something felt through the body. Once you find a path that suits you, you must steadfastly continue on. It was the memory of him sparring with his father. A person of unknown appearance pointed at his face and asked, then Black and White Martial Emperor, what is your martial art? Faced with this question, Hojong couldn't help but be stunned. What is my martial art? A martial artist's martial arts cannot be judged by just a few moves. He remembered Min Chi-sun's words, martial arts are not related to bloodline or secret techniques, but only require hard training. Is that all your martial arts skills are? Hojong clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept it. The image of Min Chi-sun was then destroyed by him. He was extremely confused in his heart. What was going on? Now was not the time. Just then, another memory appeared. Don't be impatient. Your martial arts are more about attacking in a rush. Hojong was startled and a little confused. You mean your father's? Yes, surviving is not my martial art. What have I learned in this life? At this point, he immediately waved his hand and used the dragon reflex palm to fight back. Under his feet at this moment also began to change, the other hand also clenched and raised. He remembered the time he fought with Min the Tien. A punch that reached the sky was immediately thrown out. Myung-chun was just like that, beaten back by his 2 punches. His face wrinkled very unsightly. Immediately after that, he angrily shouted, "With this trivial move, you want to fight me?" Hojong on this side was still lost in thought. If martial arts are all about attacking in waves, then what is my martial arts? On this side Myung-chun had disappeared on the spot. He jumped into the air and aimed at Hojong. "You bastard, look at my flying cross." Hojong below was now holding a large axe. Is my martial arts to stop the culprit? Or to counterattack here? All are not. His eyes now flashed with blood light. My martial arts are to destroy all enemies. Myung-chun was now also close. The terrible fire once again rose to the ground. The crowd of people standing far away were also affected by the shock. Within the smoke and fire, a blood-red light shot out at an extremely fast speed. Myung-chun on this side thought he had succeeded. He was so excited that he laughed crazily and disappeared without a trace. "Ha! What a pity, should have let you be burned to death by phoenix flame." As soon as he finished speaking, Hojong's voice rang out again. "Our martial arts are martial arts that fight with overwhelming attacks in real combat. Killing the enemy before being killed, then continuing to kill others is the perfection of attack, ending with the destruction of all those who stand in your way." Myung-chun turned his head, seeing Hojong still standing there perfectly. He was horrified. What? Hojong's body was covered in blood energy, coldly looking at him. That was the black and white martial emperor, the young master of the Green Mountain Yun clan. A blazing phoenix phantom then appeared behind him. "That's my Hojong's martial arts.